Ladies and gentlemen, tonight the BBC takes a random dip into its seasonal bram tub and comes up with... Oh, look what we've got.
A Beyond Our Ken musical extravaganza.
Oh, well, you can't be lucky every time.
Beyond Our Ken proudly presents Island Treasure, breathtaking spectacle in glorious Horne color.
Hear it on the new wide microphone.
It took 8 years to make. I was just a child when it started.
Neither was I.
Island Treasure is packed with excitement. See Kenneth Williams fight the giant anaconda.
No, stop messing up, Bell.
See Hugh Paddock as the villainous Long John Silver.
I wouldn't leave my little wooden leg for you.
See Betty Marsden as the only woman alone on board a ship full of men.
They're so demanding. I've never darned so many socks in my life.
See the new Kenneth Horne, the gay, romantic Kenneth Horne.
Yes, all this and 20 new hit songs from the pen of Irving Creekwhistle.
Well, that's just a foretaste of what's in store.
This production of Island Treasure is having its world premiere tonight at the Corn Exchange, Titchfield. And the BBC has made arrangements to bring you this show. You'd think they'd have something better to do. Oh, well, first of all, we're going over to the foyer to meet some of the celebrities attending this glittering first night. So over now to our commentator, Cecil Snaith.
Hello, listeners. This is Cecil Snaith speaking to you from the Corn Exchange, Titchfield. What a throng of gay, sophisticated first-nighters there are here.
Get away! Go on, shoot!
Ah, over there, I've just spotted a very well-known BBC personality, fellow commentator of mine.
I say, glad to see you made it. Did you have a good journey down?
Well, the going was very hard, and I got away to a good start, and for the first few miles it was neck and neck with a bubble car. But I managed to hold off a challenge from a fast sports car, then coming into the home stretch down the Titchfield High Road across the headed traffic lights, and a lady cyclist coming up on the inside, very fast indeed, 250 yards to go. A Rolls-Royce making his effort on the near side, now 150 yards to go. And at the post office, it was a clear win for me by 2 lengths with a bubble car second and a Rolls-Royce third.
Well done, and nice to see you again, Audrey Russell.
And here's a regular first-nighter.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Well, now, what do you think this show will be like?
Heaven knows I shan't bother to watch the wretched thing. I'll be in the bar, or boy, I might pop in for half an hour or so for a nap, but that's all.
Oh, well, then why did you come in the first place?
I have to, old boy. I'm a dramatic critic.
Well, now, most of the celebrities have gone in now, so it's time for me to join them inside.
Tickets, please, sir.
Don't be silly. I don't need a ticket.
You do to get in here. No one gets in without a ticket.
But I'm from the BBC.
That's your problem. I'm afraid you couldn't get in here if you were Cecil Snaith himself.
But I am Cecil Snaith.
Oh, there you are, sir. I've just told you. You can't get in.
But you don't understand. The BBC are broadcasting this show.
All right, then I'll compromise. Your microphone can go in, but you can't.
But how shall I know what's going on?
Well, if I were you, I'd listen to it on the wireless.
Oh, no, I say, now look here, my man.
And you'd better hurry, too.
Thank you, and on behalf of the cast, may I welcome you to our show. I would like to thank the Dagenham Girl Pipers for their cooperation. They're nothing to do with the show, but they have been most cooperative. The costumes for the show were provided by the well-known lady costumier Miss Fitz of Hackney, with the exception of the Long John Silver outfit, which was kindly lent to us by Miss Alma Cogan. I should point out that we've done a long tour with Island Treasure, and there's been a certain amount of rewriting. To give you an idea of how much, well, when we started this production, it was Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. However, providing there haven't been any further rewrites while I've been speaking to you, you're now going to be treated to our production of Island Treasure, which, need I say, is a backward version of Treasure Island. Mr. Fennelly, overture, please.
Treasure Island, where the gold was left by Captain Flint. If we get that stuff, then sure enough, we will never ever more be skint. Treasure Island, we shall find it, never mind the risk.
And we hereby state that a piece of eight is our favorite desert island disc.
Oh, we're sailing off into the blue
With a right crowd of Charlie's crew.
When we slide, we'll give a joyous cry. We'll be there on that fabulous island, Treasure Island.
So, Squire Trelawney, you say you have a map showing the exact whereabouts of Captain Flint's treasure, and you want my ship, the Hispaniola, to take you there. Show me, is that the plot?
Well, yes, you've outlined it very well. Actually, the map belongs to young Jim Hawkins.
Jim Hawkins?
Yes, we couldn't afford Jack Hawkins. Jim's coming along as cabin boy.
What about his education?
I'll take care of that. I'll be a sort of gym teacher. Oh, he's a good lad. Keen to learn about the sea. I left him practicing dropping the anchor.
Ow! Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
Oh, I wonder who he's dropped it on this time. Jim, come here a minute.
Come in, Squire. Ooh, hello, Captain. What a nice ship you've got. I've just been up at the front.
The front? Bow, boy, bow.
Well, why should I? I'm getting the applause. Here, I've been trying to get off with that lady sitting in the front of the ship.
Oh, Jim, that's the figurehead. It's made of wood.
Oh, no wonder she wasn't very talkative. I thought she was just playing hard to get.
Well, Hawkins, what have you been doing on board?
Oh, nothing much. I just popped into the poop, had a peep, and popped out again.
Well, Squire, I've got to sign on the crew. All right, over here, line up. Name?
Cutthroat Fred, first mate. Bloodthirsty Sam, second mate.
Murderous Albert, third mate.
Gladys Rumbold, everybody's mate.
Oh, very able-bodied, I must say.
A woman? We can't have a woman on a treasure cruise?
I thought it was a pleasure cruise.
It probably will be.
I say she can't go on board. I forbid it.
Gladys, now, nip off and disguise yourself as a man. Then you can sign on as Bloodthirsty Gladys Rumbold.
Next.
Evil George.
Next.
Chipati Clapham.
Next.
Good heavens, it's Pat Lancaster. I'm afraid you can't sign on, Pat.
No, I've only come down to see you on your way.
Well, pity you can't sing us on our way.
Oh, but I can. Look, there's the Variety Orchestra all lined up on the quay.
Oh, well, it'll be the first time they've ever been on key. Sing, Pat.
I've always found it easy to say no to some over-anxious Joe. In my time, I've turned any amount down. But with you, I can't resist. 'Cause before we've even kissed, my heart begins to start the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Bang! I'm cool, calm and collected. Then I see your face. My control is projected into outer space. I can't wait to be loved by you. Bring out the beast in me, baby, do. May feel drowsy and lazy till you ring my bell. Then for action I'm crazy, baby, can't you tell? I light up at the sight of you. Bring out the beast in me, baby, do. Love is basic, needs no subtle overtures. Love may vary, but I'm just crazy over yours. When you do to my system, no one's done before. Take my arms, baby, twist them if you want some more. My responses depend on you. Bring out the beast in me, baby, do. Love is basic, needs no subtle overtures. Love may vary, menses. Let's have no holds barred. Drive me out of my senses, leave me battle scarred. Here's where I meet my Waterloo. Bring out the beast in me, baby. Bring out the beast in me, baby. Bring out the beast, baby, do.
Jolly nice, Pat. Ah, well, back in character. Captain, are all the crew assembled?
We're still waiting for Long John Silver. Ah, there he is. Hi-ho, Silver!
Hold on there, mateys. I'm coming as quick as I can. Oh. Oh. Curses, I'm stuck in a grating. Give us a leg up, young'un.
Right up.
Thank you, matey. Don't he be afraid of poor old Long John. I'd be just a harmless, bloodthirsty cutthroat.
Well, come along, man. You're keeping us waiting.
I'm sorry I'm late, matey. I've been hopping in Kent.
Yeah, look, he's got a pirate on his shoulders.
Oh, so he has. Does he speak, Long John?
Ah, he do that. He speaks right proper, he do, don't he, Polly?
I certainly do. And let's face it, Silver, I speak a jolly sight better than you do.
You see, you're a real scholarly bird. I wanted to have an education I never had. He went to a public school, you know.
Eden? Not recently, no.
That's a very old joke.
I happen to be a very old bird.
Well, now, Long John, you ought to be our cook, then.
I am that. I hope your ship be well stocked with beef.
Yes, it is.
Good. Then I'll be a happy man. I'll get below with the two things I like most in the world. Boiled beef and parrots. Boiled beef and parrots.
Well, Jim, come on. We'd better get aboard. Oh, look, the sails are opening.
Good. We may be able to pick up a couple of cheap laughs.
Batten your hatches!
Aye, aye, sir!
Loosen your mainstays!
Aye, aye, sir!
It's better.
Trelawney, I don't like it.
Well, neither do I. I'm afraid it was the only record the BBC had. Never mind. Well, Captain, we've been at sea for 3 weeks now. I must say the crew seem to be settling down well.
I wouldn't be too sure.
I don't trust that Long John Silver. There's something evil brewing.
Yes, he calls it shepherd's pie.
I don't mean that. It's the men. There's something going on. Everywhere I look, there are strange little groups of them, whispering, plotting. Just look at those two bloodthirsty specimens on the upper deck.
Yes, I wonder what they're saying.
Hello, Rodney.
Hello, Charles. I say, do you like my get-up?
Most colourful, Rodney. I love your accessories. 2 cutlasses, 3 knives, a brace of pistols, and a marlin spike.
Yes, I'm really dressed to kill. And I say, what do you think of my tit for?
It knocks mine into a cocked hat.
Oh, I don't know. The silk scarf and earrings are very becoming.
Yes, but everyone on board's wearing them. Most disconcerting. If I'd known, I just wouldn't have come on this cruise.
Still, after all, the food's not bad.
No, I suppose the cook does his best, but let's face it, Rodders, this Long John Silver is no bon vivant. I must say, one gets a little tired of salt beef every day.
Are you going in for the new competition? Guess the height of the mast.
Certainly not, Rod. Whole thing's rigged. Anyway, we're supposed to be cleaning the deck this morning, and the first mate said to be sure to clean underneath the cannon.
No, I don't feel like it. Come on, let's scrub round it.
Come on, you two lazy lubbers. Jump to it or you're going to taste of the rope's end.
Oh, that'll make a change from salt beef.
You see, Trelawney, their insolence is growing. I tell you, there's something very peculiar going on board this ship. Another thing, There's one of the crew that keeps going into the powder room.
Well, what's so unusual about that?
With a handbag. Look, there he goes again.
Oh, it's all right, Captain. I'll deal with this. She must have got on board all right. Psst, I say, hello, Gladys.
What did he call me, Squire?
Oh, sorry. I thought it was somebody else.
Were you looking for me, Squire?
Oh, there you are. All right, Gladys, you can take off your eye patch and beard now.
Very good disguise, don't you think?
Yes, but I don't think you should have worn a dress.
What's the meaning of this? I thought I said no women aboard.
All right, Captain, I'll take the responsibility of Miss Rumbold. She can help with the navigation. I'm sure she'd be willing to show us our longitude.
Of course.
And I hope a certain amount of latitude, too. Come, Gladys, join me in a drink. Here's my cabin. Now then, what about a spot of rum?
Rum? Oh, no, I never drink that stuff. You know what they say? You can't get a man with a rum.
Oh, don't you believe it? Rum for two, and two for rum.
Well, I'm your pal.
And I'm your chum. 'Cause having rum is so much fun together. It's lovely snogging when you've got a noggin.
It always enhances those shipboard romances.
We won't have it known, dear, that we've got a keg down here.
We can have a private spree.
A tot for you and a tot for me. Oh, can't you see how tiddly we will be? Yeah. Come in. Oh, you're in. Good.
Yeah.
Yes?
I overheard everything.
Oh, well, look, here's a doubloon. You keep quiet.
No, I wasn't listening outside this door. I've been inside a barrel of apples.
Good heavens, why?
I was just polishing off a few pippins. But guess what I heard? They're planning a mutiny.
Well, who are the apples?
No, the crew. It's Long John Silver. He's planning to grab the treasure for himself.
Well done, Jim Hawkins. This is valuable information. How fortunate you were hiding in that barrel of apples.
Well, you know me. I'd do anything for the cause.
Well, that's really scraping the bottom of the barrel. Come on, Jim. We must tell the captain. So you see, Captain, that's how it is. Now you know the whole story.
Well, I didn't hear all of it because of that blasted music link. But you say Long John plans to take the treasure when we get ashore?
Well, that's true, but how far are we from Treasure Island?
We're a long way from the original version.
We should be in sight of land soon. I'll hoist the lookout. Hey there, you up there in the crow's nest, what can you see?
Hold on, sir, I'll have a shifty through my spyglass. Oh, yes. I spy with my little eye something beginning with S. It's a sailing ship, steering a course south by south-southeast. She's a schooner, judging by the set of her sails. Oh, yes, she is. I can distinctly see her name. It's the SS Hispaniola.
Oh, that's us, you fool.
Oh, yes, so it is. I'm sorry. Oh, sorry, I got my spyglass upside down.
Can't you see any land ahead?
Sorry, I can't see a thing.
Why not?
I'm blinded by the spray.
Oh, what a lookout. I shall have to get rid of him if he doesn't mind his P's and Q's.
It's his S's you want to worry about.
Shh, listen. There's murmurings coming from the forecastle.
Oh, it's only some of the men singing?
What are they singing?
It sounds like the folks that live on the hill.
No, it's not. Come on, let's get closer and we can listen.
Johnny, come down to High-Low.
Shiver my timbers, it's the Fraser Hayes Four.
I haven't seen the light since I was born, when an old sea captain with his sea boots on said, Johnny, come down to High-Low. Poor old man. Oh, waiter, oh, shaker, oh, wait that girl with the blue dress on when Johnny comes down to High-Low. Poor old man. I love a little girl across the sea. She's a Bedouin beauty and she says to me, oh, Johnny, come down to High-Low. Poor old man. Oh, waiter, oh shake her, oh wake that girl with the blue dress on when Johnny comes down to high-low. Poor old man. Were you ever down in Mobile Bay, where they dig long playing records every day? Oh, Johnny, come dig the high-lows for cool men. Who's the best dressed in the studio, smart and gay? Who is the star of B.O.K.? Whose head is as bare as liner? Poor old Ken. Did you ever see the old plantation bus? And the long-tailed filly and the big black horse? I never seen the like since I was born. When an old sea captain with the sea boots on says, Johnny, come down to high-low. Poor old man, oh wake her, oh shake her, oh wake that girl with the blue dress on when Johnny comes down to high-low. Poor old man.
Well, they don't write shanties like that nowadays.
Land ahoy! Land ahoy! How close are we to land?
Does that answer your question?
Right, all hands on deck, prepare to disembark. At last, we're at Treasure Island.
Jim Hawkins, come here a minute, matey.
Why is it, Long John?
Where be Squire Trelawney and that Miss Rumbold?
They've gone off to explore the island.
Likely story. Now, Jim, that map you have showing where the treasure's buried, give it to me, matey.
No, I won't. No, stop messing about.
Come on, you don't hand it over, I'll slit your gizzard.
What a vulgar fellow you are, Silver.
Belt up, Polly, I'll slit your gizzard and all. Now, Jim, listen to old Long John. I'll do a swap with you. You give me that map, and you can have this new shiny pistol of mine.
Right, here's the map.
Thank you. Here's the pistol.
Thank you. Now stick 'em up. Come on, give me back my map.
You cunning little devil. Oh, here's your map back. Now, give me back my pistol. That's it. Stick 'em up. Now, hand over the map.
Only if you give me my pistol.
All right, here it is.
Oh dear, here we go again.
Now, carefully, Gladys, mind where you tread. This is a dangerous stretch of swamp. Now, carefully, that's it. Now, steady. Right. You can put me down now.
I'm frightened, Squire. You never know who might be about on this island. I have a feeling we're being watched.
Well, we're not doing anything we shouldn't.
Oh, no, of course, it was cut out, wasn't it?
Anyway, I doubt if there's anyone living on this island.
Don't you be too sure.
What was that, Gladys?
I said, don't you be too sure.
Oh, good gracious. Look, behind you, a dirty old man.
Oh, hello, Jakes Brown. I haven't...
Oh, no. My name is Ben Gunn.
Ben Gunn, but who are you?
I'm the only man on the island.
And how long have you been here, Mr. Gunn?
Ever since Captain Flint fired me. I've been here alone now for 65 years. I've never seen a woman in all that time. I don't even remember what one looks like.
Well, I'm one.
Well, I miss much, have I?
Did you say you were with Captain Flint?
Yes, I was one of his lighter men.
Well, we have a map showing Flint's buried treasure.
No, it's no good. I've moved it. I'm the only one who knows where it is.
Well, would you be prepared to lead us to the treasure, Ben Gunn?
I will if I get a share of it.
Oh, of course. All right, Gladys. Have Gunn will travel.
One more thing, mister. You take me back to England with you. I left home 65 years ago.
Well, then you must be anxious to get back.
Yes, I've a funny feeling I left the gas on. Follow me.
Meanwhile, back at the camp.
Now, I'll give you the map if you give me the pistol back.
Oh, all right, here you are then.
Right, stick 'em up. Hand over that map.
All right, Long John. Stand right where you are.
Curses, fired again.
Well, it's your own fault, Silver. You really are the stupidest old buccaneer I've ever seen.
I may be, but I'm still a good cook, and boiled parrots on the menu. Come here, Polly, or slit your gizzard from here.
No, you mustn't. No.
Well, now, that's got rid of Long John Silver.
Hooray!
Right has triumphed over evil.
Hooray!
And as for the treasure, well, there's enough here for everyone.
Hooray!
Come on, let's get the treasure back to England.
Hooray.
Just a minute, who are you?
The Chancellor of the Exchequer.
Good gracious, who shot the Chancellor in his exchequer?
I did.
Gladys, why?
Well, after all, we should have a happy ending.
Hooray! Our show has run its charted course. Quite clever, if not good. We've all learned something from it. Next year, Robin Hood.
Treasure Island, where we found the elegant gun. Now the pirates is on our boat as we sail into the setting sun. So with a sigh, we wish you all goodbye, and we hope you've enjoyed Treasure Island. Treasure Island.
You might have been listening to What Have Just Missed, Beyond Our Ken's seasonal offering, Island Treasure. The various parts were played by a versatile cast, including Kenneth Williams, Hugh Paddick, Betty Marsden, Bill Pertwee, and Kenneth Horne. Patricia Lancaster, the Fraser Hayes Four, and the BBC Variety Orchestra, conducted by Paul Feneley, provided a welcome relief from the script, which was, of course, written by those two pirates, Eric Merriman and Barry Tooke. Your announcer was Douglas Smith, and the whole ghastly business was produced by bloodthirsty Jakes Brown.
Jimmy Clitheroe here. I'm glad to say that I'll be back as usual with me mum.
Hello, everybody.
Grandad.
Hello there.
But sorry to say my sister Susan will be there as well.
Oh, be quiet, you.
Still, if Scraggy Neck wasn't around, we wouldn't have daft Alfie Hall calling to give you a laugh and to give me some pocket money.
You'll get nothing off me.
By the way, some of you say that Alfie sounds as though he's talking nonsense. Well, the reason for this is simple. He is talking nonsense. Ta-ra!
Arthur Lowe, John Le Mesurier, and Clive Dunn in Dad's Army. Turkey Dinner, featuring John Laurie, Arnold Ridley, and Ian Lavender, with this week's guests Bill Pertwee, Frank Williams, Larry Martin, Pearl Hackney, and Harold Bennett. Here is the news, and this is John Snagg reading it. It is September 1942. General Alexander has been appointed Commander-in-Chief Middle East, and General Montgomery put in charge of the Eighth Army. In the House of Commons, Mr. Churchill has made a stirring speech reviewing the war situation. Down at Warmington-on-Sea, in the headquarters of the local Home Guard unit, Captain Mannering is rehearsing an equally stirring speech for a forthcoming function.
And furthermore, gentlemen, as commanding officer of our local Home Guard unit, I am very conscious that the safety of the good people of Warmington-on-Sea rests in my hands. In short, if Hitler ever attempts to set foot in this part of our green and pleasant land, we will unhesitatingly say, come in.
The men are all lined up ready for your inspection, sir.
Ah, thank you, Wilson. I'll finish this off later.
Right.
It's my speech for the Rotary Club. I'm the guest speaker, you know.
Are you indeed? How exciting for you.
Oh, not really. I find that speech-making tends to become rather a bore when you've been doing it for a long time.
Oh, I do agree, sir, yes. I remember thinking just that towards the end of last year's annual bank dinner.
How are the men tonight, Wilson? Is morale high?
Actually, sir, they seem to be rather down this evening.
Oh, I should put that right. I just finished reading a book called Great Leaders of Men. They all seem to have had one thing in common. Before going into battle, they would tell their men a joke. I thought I'd try that.
But we're not going into battle, are we?
We are in the front line every minute of our lives, Wilson. Follow me.
All right, sir.
Watch, hand! Stand at ease. Now, pay attention, men. As we have a long night ahead of us, I thought I'd lighten the proceedings by cheering you up with a little anecdote.
Hey, Joe, I thought that was what they gave you when you'd been bitten by a snake.
That's an antidote, idiot.
Sorry.
Now, when I finish this little story, you have my permission to laugh in the ranks.
How nice, sir.
Don't anticipate, Godfrey.
Oh, I'm sorry, Captain Mannering.
Now, it appears that there were 3 British soldiers, a Welshman, an Englishman, and a Scotsman. And they were...
Had done, Captain Mannering.
Paraphrasing.
I hope this is not going to be another of those stupid jokes about the kilt. As a Scot, I'm sick and tired of being used as a butt for silly sauce and our jokes. After all, us Scots don't make jokes about bowler hats.
Fraser, will you be quiet? Nothing to do with kilts at all. Where was I, Wilson?
A Welshman, an Englishman, and a Scotsman, sir.
Oh, yes. Now, these 3 Tommies were sitting in the mess hall, and suddenly the Scotsman said to the Englishman, "Pass the semolina pudding." The Englishman said, "No, I won't." So the Scotsman said, "Why not?" To which the Englishman replied, "Because King's regulations specifically state, never help another soldier to desert." Well, it's all right, you can laugh.
If you'll allow me, sir. All right, men, that's the end of Captain Mannering's joke.
I thought you'd all enjoy that. See, Wilson? Let's put them in a good mood.
Oh, yes, sir, yes. Cheered them up no end.
Nothing like a joke.
No, sir, no. Nothing. Captain Mannering, but what happened to the Welshman?
Perhaps he doesn't like semolina.
All right, Wilson, I'm telling the jokes.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes, Jones?
I hope you don't think that because we didn't laugh very much we was casting nasturtiums on your joke-telling, sir. It wasn't that at all, sir.
No, you told it quite well, sir.
Yeah, I'm going to write it down after parade and send it to Radio Fun. They give you £5 for a joke like that. £5 if it's a good one.
It's just at the moment we're not much in the mood for merriment and horseplay.
Oh, come, Jones, that's not like an old soldier. Tommy Atkins was always one for a laugh, even when he was up to his neck in mud.
Oh, you're right there, sir. We did a lot of laughing in the mud in the last war. We was doing it nearly all the time, except when we got shot.
Yes, all right, Jones. Now, I want to start...
We're not able to laugh tonight, sir, because of an incident what happened last night, in consequence of which me and my section would like to go with you into a private place and reveal something.
I see. Well, I'm sure that after parade will be soon enough.
Quite right, sir. I'd like to say here and now that Corporal Jones is making a flagpole out of a matchstick over this affair. And bringing you into it's only going to make things 10 times worse.
Well, whatever it is, we'll sort it out later. Now, as I was saying...
don't agree with you, Mr. Fraser. It's only fair that Captain Mannering should be told. I mean, after all, he's the one that we call Marshal.
Court-martial? Right, Jones. What's all this about?
Well, sir, it was like this. Last night, when we was on patrol, it was very cold, wasn't it, lads? Anyway, Mr. Mannering, knowing you wouldn't want us to catch a chill, I used my initiative and took the lads to the Horse and Groom and made certain they all had a tot of rum inside them. I'm sure, sir, you'd have done the same if you'd been in my position.
I doubt it, Jones. You know my views on alcohol.
Well, sir, be that as it is, we'd only been back on patrol for 10 minutes when Mr. Godfrey here started shivering.
You see, sir, I'm not very good in the cold. And unfortunately, my sister Sissy hadn't quite finished my new cardigan, because she can't get the orange wool that she needs.
Yes, all right. Quite prepared to accept the fact that you were cold.
Oh, thank you, sir. You're very understanding.
Anyway, so we took Private Godfrey into the next pub, the King's Head, and by the time we'd downed a couple of port and lemons, he was as right as ninepence, so we went on our way.
I only had one in there, Mr. Mannering.
I must admit I'd one as well, sir, but just to keep Godfrey company, you understand?
Yes, all right. Go on, Jones.
Well, a few minutes later, just as we were passing the Goat and Compasses, the landlord come out and he said he thought he heard something rumbling down below. So I sent 2 men into the cellar with hand grenades, and the rest of us stood by to give them covering fire.
Whereabouts?
2 in the saloon and the rest in the snug.
I see. Well, this is all very serious. You did the right thing telling me about it. And so long as you promise never to let it happen again, I'm prepared to overlook it just this once.
Yon Corporal hasn't finished yet, sir.
You mean there's more?
I'm afraid so, sir. See, when we come out the Goat and Compasses, it got a bit embarrassing.
If it's embarrassing, sir, I'm sure you'd rather not hear it.
Of course I want to hear it. Go on, Jones.
Actually, sir, it was I who got rather embarrassing.
You, Godfrey?
Yes, sir. Afraid so, sir. I started to sing, rather raucously.
It was a song about a monk.
Glad that it was at least a religious song.
This one wasn't religious.
It was about a monk of high renown.
I see.
I didn't know high renown monks were all wicked like that.
Yeah.
I didn't...
All right, Frank, that's enough.
I must say, Godfrey, I'm flabbergasted to think that you should even know such a song.
I heard it quite a lot in the last war, sir, when I was sitting in the mud.
I hope nobody heard you last night.
Oh, well, that brings us to the next bit, sir.
I see. Let's hear it, Jones.
I'm afraid it gets even more embarrassing, sir.
Well, I'm sure you won't want to hear anything further, sir, if it gets more embarrassing.
Stop interrupting, Wilson. Go on, Jones.
Well, we knew you wouldn't want Mr. Godfrey to make an exhibition of himself, so we took him inside to sober up.
Inside the Red Lion, that is.
And while Mr. Godfrey was sobering up, the rest of us had hardly anything to drink at all, sir. Hardly anything at all.
And it was afterwards that it got more embarrassing.
Are you sure you want to hear about it, sir?
Would you be quiet, Wilson?
Sorry, sir.
Yes, Jones.
Well, sir, someone come in and said they could hear something going on in a nearby haystack. And I, in a jocular fashion, said, well, there's lots of things go on in haystacks.
You can say that again. I know a Welsh girl called Bronwyn Evans who spends half her life in a haystack. The fellas call her the Welcome in the Valley. You know, because she's always...
Yes, all right, we understand.
I don't understand. Why do they call her that?
Oh, Frank, be quiet.
Yes, be quiet. Go on, Jones.
Well, sir, all jocular thoughts were suddenly wiped from my mind as I realised I was a soldier and it was my duty to investigate.
Well, I'm glad somebody came to their senses at last.
I rallied my men and we went out into the murky night with our bayonets fixed.
I wasn't at all frightened this time, Mr. Mannering. I think rum and whiskey and cider must give you courage, don't you, Mr. Fraser?
Young fool.
Anyway, so we was crossing the field near the haystack when all at once something flutters up. I was very alert by now, sir, and my reflections was very quick. So I raised my rifle and I shot it. That was then we got a bit of a surprise.
Good Lord. Don't tell me you shot Bronwyn Evans.
No, sir, it was an enormous great turkey, which is now plucked and in my fridge.
I find this quite unbelievable. To think that men from my platoon would go out on a drunken rampage from pub to pub. Like one of those comic stories that chap on the wireless tells.
Who, Rob Wilton? The day war broke out.
Yeah, Now, look, man, I want you to know that I consider what you've just told me to be very serious. By rights, you should all be on a charge, and as for you, Pike, you're getting much too cheeky. I shall have a word with your mother.
That's not fair. I'm being victimised because of my youth. I mean, why don't you have a word with Mr. Jones's mother?
You leave my mother out of this. My mother's gone to another place.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Jones.
She's moved to Hastings.
How many people know about this?
Not many, sir. She didn't have a lot of
Not
friends.
your mother!
Only us, sir.
I think I'd better discuss this with Sergeant Wilson in my office. Jones, carry on with the parade.
Very good, sir.
Come with me, Wilson.
Right, sir.
What do you think we ought to do about this turkey? Whatever happens, Jones certainly mustn't be allowed to profit from such a disgraceful drunken affair. He was on duty in one of my uniforms, with one of my rifles, and he used one of my bullets.
Does that mean you're bagging the turkey?
No, no. Of course, I'm not bagging the turkey. At least not all of it.
In that case, I bags it.
Oh, no, you don't. Anyway, I bagged it first.
You said you didn't want it. Besides, you didn't say the word bag, so it doesn't count.
Now, look here, Wilson. You start any of that public school cheating with me. Come in!
Permission to interrupt you, sir?
Yes, Jones, what is it?
Well, sir, me and my men have just been putting our heads together and having a heart-to-heart.
What about?
Turkey, Mr. Mandarin.
That's right, sir. We want to say we're very askance at what we've done, so we've come to a conclusion as to what we should do with our ill-gotten gains.
Really? What's that?
We think the platoon ought to give a turkey dinner to the local old age pensioners.
Capital idea. Oh, I can see it now. It'll be a night to remember.
Mind you, sir, it'll have to be properly organised.
Oh, I quite agree, Fraser. Wilson, form a turkey dinner general purposes committee.
Sir.
We'll meet tomorrow night, and I'll be chairman. Look, Wilson, it's 8 o'clock. Do you reckon everybody's here? Because I think we ought to make a start.
Just a minute, sir, just a minute. I'll just check my list. Let's see now. There's Jones, Fraser, yes. Walker, Godfrey, Pike, yes, they're all here. I'm here. Mr. Blewett, Mavis.
Mavis?
Yes, you know, Mrs. Pike.
Oh, yes, Mavis.
Now, where's the vicar? Captain Manor, can you see the vicar?
No, what's he doing?
I mean, has he arrived?
Oh, yes, I see. He's over there in the corner, look, behind the harmonium.
Oh, yes. Well, in that case, we're complete.
Good, right. We may as well start then. Just a minute. What's Hodges doing here? Surely you didn't arrange for him to be on this committee, did you?
Oh, no, of course I didn't, sir.
We're going to ask him to leave.
I can't really do that, sir. I mean, you see, officially, he had the whole book this evening for an ARP meeting, and he agreed to let us use it instead.
Oh, I see. I suppose it is rather difficult to throw him out, then. Anyway, let's make a start. Ladies and gentlemen, would you come and take your seats around the table, please? I think we ought to begin.
About time and all.
Now, as chairman of this turkey dinner committee, I've been giving the matter some thought, and I've come up with a scheme to speed our deliberations. This consists of a short list of the various elements that have to be brought together to ensure a successful function.
Blimey, trust him to make it long-winded.
Now, to start with, there's the turkey, which Mr. Jones's section has provided.
Yeah, I heard about that. What do they do? Fix bayonets and charge it?
Don't you start. You're a troublemaker, you are.
Oh, don't you talk to me like that, you silly old goat.
Please, gentlemen, just sit down or we'll be here all night.
Well, he started it, didn't he?
Jones, I think the vicar's quite right. Please sit down. Now, when times were different, a turkey dinner would also include the following: sausages, bacon, vegetables, roast potatoes, bread sauce, and last but not least, gravy. Now, the thing is...
Giblets! Giblets? We need giblets for the gravy?
Yes, he's quite right. Makes lovely gravy, giblets does. Did you save the giblets?
Of course I saved the giblets.
Let's all give a vote of thanks to Mr. Jones for saving the giblets.
Now, look here, Mr. Rogers, don't you stop...
Jones. Try to ignore him.
Uncle Arthur, what's giblets?
Oh, really? Fairly frank, it's the inside of the turkey, the liver, kidneys, gizzard, all that sort of thing. That's right, isn't it, Mavis?
Yes, it's all his spare parts.
Yeah, I don't want gravy made out of that.
Oh, don't be silly, Frank. You've had it dozens of times.
Well, I wouldn't have if I'd known.
My sister Sissy won't boil the giblets. Says the smell makes our Pekingese too excited.
I used to have a cat who was like that with kippers.
Look, this is all very interesting, but do you think we could get on?
Yes, I quite agree. Don't let's get bogged down in giblets at this stage. Now, the first thing to do is to select a volunteer to cook the bird.
For Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
as you're always telling us that Mrs. Manning is such a good cook, I feel the honour should fall to her lot.
Yes, what about that, sir? Could you ask Mrs. Mannering if she'd volunteer?
No, I don't think that's a very good idea, really. She's never had the experience of anything so large. You see, there's only ever been the two of us.
Well, there's a week still to go. She can start with a pigeon and work her way up.
My mum could cook it. She can cook anything, can't she, Uncle Arthur?
Well, go on, Arthur. Answer the boy.
Oh, yes. Well, of course you can, Frank. Yes.
My friend Mrs. Fox is the finest cook I've ever come across. She's known all over Warmington for her dumplings.
Yeah. Well, perhaps we should put it to the vote. Hands up, all in favour of Mrs. Pike cooking the turkey. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now hands up in favour of Mrs. Fox. 1, 2, 3, 4. In that case, I give the casting vote to Mrs. Fox.
Well, that's nice, isn't it, Arthur? You didn't put your hand up for me, did you?
Well, I didn't want you to have all that trouble, Mavis.
That's a nice way of thanking you, isn't it, Mum, eh? She'd give you her egg for breakfast this morning.
Oh, look, Mavis, please.
Wilson, will you please address your remarks through the chair?
What? Oh, I'm sorry. Through the chair, I did not know it was Mrs. Pike's egg.
Could we please get on? My choir is waiting for me.
Yes, all right, Vicar. We're getting along very nicely. So, Mrs. Fox is going to cook the turkey.
She won't make it dry, will she? My pensioners don't like it dry.
I second that. Turkey can be very dry.
Now, we have our turkey. What next?
Stuff it.
I beg your pardon?
Stuff the turkey with parsley and thyme or chestnuts.
Chestnuts are out of season. Any fool knows that.
Well, parsley and thyme it is, then. Perhaps you, Mrs. Pike, would care to undertake that side of the operation?
Oh, of course. If Mr. Wilson thinks I'm good enough...
I'm sure you'll do it beautifully, Mavis.
Good, then that's decided.
What about bread sauce? You need that with turkey, don't you?
Especially if it's dry.
It's not going to be dry. My friend Mrs. Fox knows what she's doing when it comes to cooking turkeys. She makes lovely bread sauce as well.
Is she going to do it all, then?
Now, look. I suggest it would be an excellent idea if Mrs. Blewett were to make the bread sauce.
I don't think we should have too much onion in it. Onions aren't very good for old people.
Oh, makes them excited, does it? Like your Pekingese.
Don't you get clever with Mr. Godfrey. He's a very wise man.
Oh, yeah, that's another thing. Is old Jones here serving turkey as home guard or eating it as a pensioner?
Right, that's it. I've had about
Don't you...
Sit down. And as for you, Hodges, if I've any more trouble from you, I shall have to ask you to leave.
You be careful, mate, or I'll have my all back.
May I remind you, Mr. Hodges, that it's not your hall. It is mine. It belongs to the church.
Now, as regards the serving, everyone here will be involved in this, except Mr. Blewett, of course. I shall supervise, but I shall have to leave a little early, as that same night I'm guest speaker at the Rotary dinner.
Uncle Arthur?
What is it, Frank?
Is that why you sent your tickets back?
What, Frank? Sorry.
Of course, we cannot serve the meal until we finish cooking it. So you better not leap ahead too fast.
Too fast? Blimey, at the rate you're going, you'll only be halfway through talking about it before it's time to bung it in the oven.
Shall we turn our attention to the gravy?
Well, giblets makes lovely gravy.
Oh, you've already said that, you silly old fool.
There's no need to be offensive to Mr. Blewett, just because he's getting a bit past it.
I'm not getting past it. Ask my wife.
Look, can we stick to the gravy?
Mr. Mannering, my girlfriend Shirley, she makes smashing gravy. She burns everything else to a cinder, but she's a dab hand with gravy.
Look, I really think we ought to get on.
Oh, dear. The choir will definitely have gone off the boil by now.
We are getting on, Wilson. Now, the next thing we have to consider are the vegetables. Now, as I see it, the vegetables could present a rather larger problem. Not only because of their availability, but also their preparation. Here you are, Walker. Put a roast potato on this one.
Right, you are, Mr. Mannering. There you are.
Oh, don't throw it on the plate like that. Anything splashes up, it might get on my tails.
The way you've covered yourself up with that apron, sir, I shouldn't think there's much chance of that.
Be that as it may, there's still no point in taking any chances. As guest speaker of the Rotary Club dinner, it's essential that I should look as smart as possible.
Hey, Napoleon, I want 2 more, one without the sprouts.
Right, there you are. Right, that time and all. Watch what you're doing, Wilson. I'm sure you're putting too much turkey on those plates. There won't be enough to go round.
Well, according to my calculations, there are only 4 more to serve.
Captain Maverick, I really must protest.
Why, Vicar? What's the matter?
Well, this whole affair is not at all well organised. All the old people started to eat as soon as their plates arrived.
Of course they did, otherwise it would have gone cold.
Well, it's not right. Before I had a chance to say for what we are about to receive, half of them had already received it. It's too bad, it really is.
Fraser, here you are. Thank you, sir. Put some gravy on this one.
No, sir. In my opinion, this gravy's far too thick.
What are you talking about, Jock? My Shirley's been up all night with that gravy.
Can't help that, son. I still say it's too thick.
Take these 2 plates in, Godfrey.
Yes, all right, Mr. Bentley. I still think there's far too much onion in the bread sauce.
Mr. Manring.
Yes, what is it, Joe?
Permission to inform you, sir, I've had a complaint.
Well, as long as it's cleared up now, Jonesy, I wouldn't worry.
Be quiet, Walter.
Mr. Blewett, sir, he's the one that's complaining.
Why, what's the matter with it?
He says he's left his teeth at home, so can you put it through the mincer for him?
We don't have a mincer. Cut it up into small pieces.
All right, so I'll do that.
Mr. Manning.
Hi.
1 or 2 of the pensioners are asking what's happened to the parson's nose.
It looked all right when he came in here just now.
Right, Walker, I warned you. Put that last potato on this plate and then go into the hall and help with the clearing up.
All right, Mr. Mannering, there you are. I might as well take this last portion in with me.
I'll come with you, Joe. You never know. Some fool might like some more of this half of gravy.
I mean, Mr. Manning, what about the parson's nose? I mean, what should I tell the ones who are asking?
What? Oh, just say we have the parson's nose in hand.
I must say that conjures up a pretty sight.
Now, don't you start. Right, off you go, Pike.
All right, Mr. Manning.
As a matter of fact, Wilson, Parson's nose is missing. I thought it best to turn a blind eye. Wonder what happened to him.
Well, I cut it off and hid it underneath the bird.
What in heaven's name for?
Well, I thought you and I might share it when everyone's gone.
You know, Wilson, I don't think I'll ever understand you. Anyway, I shall have to leave in a minute to go to the Rotary Club dinner.
Oh, yes, of course, yes. By the way, don't forget you've still got your apron on. I mean, it's the Rotary Club you're going to, not a Masonic meeting.
Nearly forgot. That's better.
Ah, my goodness me. Yes, your tail certainly suits you, sir. You really look smart.
Well, I am the guest speaker, you know. Anyway, I don't think we should lower our standards just because there's a war on.
Oh, no, of course not, sir.
Come on, let's go in and see how the pensioners are.
All right, sir, right.
Ah, Mr. Blewett. Everything all right now?
No, it isn't. Mr. Povey over there's got all white meat and I haven't got any. What's more, he's got a bigger lump of stuffing.
We can soon put that to right, Mr. Blewett. Excuse me, Mr. Povey.
What?
I'm just going to take some of this white meat and a bit of your stuffing. There you are, Mr. Blewett.
Dear, I'm not going to eat that. It's been on his plate.
Mr. Mannering, Mrs. Williams says, have we got anything else because she doesn't eat turkey?
Well, she doesn't eat turkey. Why on earth did she come to a turkey dinner?
That's what I told her.
Has she got any white meat, Mavis?
Expect so, Arthur. Why?
Well, we need some for Mr. Blewett.
Oh, I see. Well, look, I'll just go and have a look.
All right. Mr. Blewett?
Yeah, what is it?
Well, I'm sorry we didn't get any white meat, but we're hoping to give you Mrs. Williams.
Ah, well, if it's all the same to you, I think I'd rather have some turkey.
Oh, very droll, yes. Come on, Wilson, let's get away from this table.
Yes, a very good idea, sir. Yes.
Excuse me, Mr. Mannering. Miss Mannering, I've got Mr. McCulley's plate here. He says, are there any seconds?
No, Pike. Tell him that there isn't any more. And be careful what you're doing with that plate. There's gravy all along the edge.
Yeah, all right, Miss Mannering.
Here, young Pike, pass me the salt from that table behind you.
OK, Mr. Rogers. Excuse me, Mr. Mannering.
Look out, Pike. Mind what you're doing. Oh, whoops. Look what you've done. You pressed the edge of that plate right up against my dress shirt, and now there's a line of gravy on it. Stupid boy.
What, stupid? Whoever put the gravy on the edge of the plate was the one that was stupid.
What am I going to do now? I haven't got time to go home and change. Anyway, this is the only dress shirt I have.
Well, I'll tell you what, Mr. Mannering. If we kept on pushing the edge of the plate against the front of your shirt, perhaps we can make it look like a striped one.
Not a joking matter, Walker. I'm the guest speaker of the Rotary Club dinner, and I have to be there in 15 minutes.
Now, look, sir, why don't we go into the office? There's some blotting paper there. That'll probably take it off.
All right, I suppose it's worth trying.
I'm very sorry you got gravy on your dicky, Mr. Mannering, but I'm not stupid.
This is not a dicky, Pike.
Well, anyway, I'm still not stupid.
If I say you're stupid, you're stupid. And close the door. We don't want all the pensioners watching us.
Right. Now, here's the blotting paper, sir. I'll just mop it up.
Be very careful, Watson. Don't spread it.
It's all right, sir. All right, all right. There we are. There. That's much better. I'm sure no one will notice that.
Excuse me, sir. Oh, dear, Mr. Manning, you've got a gravy stain on your dicky.
It is not a dicky, Jones.
Sorry, sir, sorry. Wait a minute, I've got an idea. There's a small tin of white enamel on the shelf over there. A little dab will cover that mark so it don't obtrude.
Hey, what's this then, a meeting in the Mothers' Union? What do you want, Hodges? Well, when you can spare the time, I want this jug filled with gravy.
Here we are, sir. There we are, there's the paint. And I've got a little brush as well. I shouldn't take a second to do a little touch-up job.
Hang on a minute, what about the gravy I want? Well, just leave the jug. One of us will bring it out to you in a moment. Oh, all right, but don't be too long. Here, I'll tell you what, Napoleon, why don't you bring it out? Dressed like that, you look just like a waiter. Damn cheek.
Commissioner speaks, sir.
Yes, Jones.
I'm standing by to touch you up whenever you're ready, sir.
All right. Over here.
Sir, very good, sir.
And please be very careful.
Yeah, right, sir, right, sir. I'm being very careful there. It's almost gone. Just a little bit more, and middle there, that's right, and you'll be as right as rain.
Excuse me, please, Mr. Jones, can
Look
I get
out,
by?
sir. Look, look, Pikey, don't! Oh, look out!
Oh, now look what you made Jones do. White paint all down my lapel.
Sorry, Mr. Manning.
Who could say I'm sorry? How can I possibly get to my feet as guest speaker with white paint all over my dress suit?
Anyone got any black paint?
Well, I've got a suit of tails at home, sir. You're welcome to borrow that.
Oh, that wouldn't be any good, Uncle Arthur. It wouldn't fit anyone as round as Mr. Manring.
That's enough, Pike. None of this would have happened if it hadn't been for your carelessness. Just get out.
Yes, Mr. Manring.
I think I have the answer, sir. Why don't you pretend you hurt your arm and make a sling with your scarf?
A good idea, sir. Your arm would cross the lapel and cover the mark up a tree.
Oh, no, I don't think I...
It's worth trying, sir, isn't it? Look, I'll just tie the ends of your scarf together, and we'll see what it looks like.
Oh, very well. Blimey, how much longer are you going to be with that gravy? This is supposed to be tonight's turkey dinner, not tomorrow's breakfast. I know, I'm sorry. You'd better come in and get it for yourself. Thanks. I should have done that in the first place.
There you are, Captain Manring. That's got your arm in a lovely little sling, and it completely covers the white mark. Now, what do you think?
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, you look very brave during your speech-making.
I really don't think it looks very
No,
good.
I think Jones is right, you know, sir. And if you wince a bit now and then, you'll get twice the applause at the end.
Yes. Well, it does seem to do the trick, doesn't it?
Ah, it does that, sir. No one will ever know.
Well, I'm very angry that all this has happened, of course, but nevertheless, Wilson, I think it's typical of our lads to show such ingenuity and resourcefulness.
Yes, indeed, sir.
Right, put my overcoat round my shoulders, will you?
Yes, all right, sir. There you are. And there's your bowler.
Thank you, Wilson. I better be off.
Good luck, sir, and don't worry, you'll find.
Thank you, Fraser. Look, when you lot have finished, can I get past to the door? All right, be very careful what you're doing with that jug of gravy.
Hey, Mr. Rogers, hurry up. They're still waiting for the gravy.
Whoa!
Oh, dear.
What are you, Pike?
Stupid boy.
In that episode of Dad's Army, based on the original television series by Jimmy Perry and David Croft, you heard Arthur Lowe as Captain Mannering, John LeMessurier as Sergeant Wilson, Clive Dunn Corporal Jones, John Lorry Private Fraser, Arnold Ridley Private Godfrey, Ian Lavender Private Pike, Bill Pertwee Chief Warden Hodges, Frank Williams the Vicar, Larry Martin Private Walker, Pearl Hackney Mrs. Pike, and Harold Bennett as Mr. Blewett. Turkey Dinner was adapted for radio by Harold Snowd and Michael Knowles and produced by John Dias.
This week, our castaway is an actor. Currently, he's best known as the commanding officer of Dad's Army. It's Arthur Lowe. Arthur, could you face up to a desert island existence?
Yes, I think I could.
Would music help in loneliness?
Yes, but rather more from a memory point of view, I think, than for the music itself.
So yours is the nostalgic approach?
I think so, yes.
What's the first memory? What's the first record?
Well, the first record I've chosen is a ballad called Parted. And the reason I've chosen this is because it takes me right back to my childhood. before the days of wireless, when we used to have musical evenings at home and at friends. And my father had a rather good baritone voice, and we had a lot of friends coming, and we would go out to friends, and it always finished up, of course, with somebody sitting down to the piano and saying, "Sing a song for us, Arthur." You see, he was called Arthur too. And at the drop of a hat, he would sing Parted. Very well, I may say, and so whenever I hear it, which isn't often these days, it always takes me right back to those very happy days when we made our own entertainment.
Who would you like to stand in, as it were, for your father?
Peter Dawson, I think.
Dearest, the night is passing, waneth the trembling moon. Hark how the wind arises, morn will be here so soon. Tell me again you love me, kiss me on lips and brow. Love of my soul, I love you. How can I leave you now? How can I live without you? How can I let you go? I that you love so well, dear. You that I worship so, you that I worship so, I that you love so well, dear, you that I worship
Peter Dawson singing Parted, a memory of your boyhood home. Where was your home, Arthur?
In Manchester.
Well, let's move on to your second record. What's that to be?
Well, the second record is Al Bowley singing Love is the Sweetest Thing.
Why?
Well, because I think Al Bowley stands for everything that we remember of the 30s. It was the time of the big band, Lou Stone, Roy Fox, and all the great bands of the time. I remember being very happy in the 30s, going to dances and listening to them. The late night wireless when there was a different band on every night. Do you remember?
Yes, indeed.
Ambrose, Sidney Kite, and Lipton, and all those, Jack Jackson. And I think Al Bowley speaks for them all.
Was there any theatrical precedent in the family?
No, not at all.
What did you do when you left school?
Well, I left school in 1931, which is the time of the Great Depression, when work was very, very scarce indeed. And although friends of my father's were going to find me work here and there, when it came to the point, of course, they didn't. They couldn't, in fact. There wasn't any work about. There was mass unemployment. So I said, oh, this won't do at all. I'm going to find a job for myself. And I went out of the house one morning and said, I'm not coming back until I come back with a job. And I did come back with a job. We call it a job. It was with a firm called Brown Brothers. They were motor accessory factors in Deansgate, Manchester. And I got myself a job at the magnificent sum of 10 shillings a week, pushing a hand cart round the streets of Manchester.
Still, it was a job.
It was a job.
How long did you stay with Brown Brothers?
About 4 years, I think. And then I went to the Ferry Aviation Company, who just opened a new works just outside Stockport. And I went to them and stayed with them up to the outbreak of the war.
Yes. You were a territorial, weren't you?
Yes, I was. I joined the Duke of Lancaster's own yeomanry in 1938 because I wanted to ride a horse. And this was a cheap way of doing it, I thought, you know. I got plenty of riding, more riding than I'd bargained for.
Where did your wartime service take you?
Eventually to the Middle East. in 42, early 42, just before Alamein. Was there for nearly 4 years.
Mm-hmm. When did the theatre first come into your life?
It came in quite accidentally, really, because I was stationed on the Gaza Strip in the Sinai Desert at a place called Rafah. There's a big ordnance depot there. And there was absolutely nothing to do in the way of entertainment, except an open-air cinema. And the chaps were getting what we call sand happy. And to make matters worse, we lost all our wireless sets. The Arabs came along one night and pinched all our wireless sets. So we couldn't even hear the news. So we decided we'd start our own news service. So we built a receiver in our ordnance radio shop, and from a little office just outside the NAFI, we set up a studio and did a news bulletin at 6 o'clock every evening, which became very popular. But the chap said, well, that's fine, we look forward to the 6 o'clock news bulletin, but it finishes so quickly, you see. So I said, well, why don't we put a play on or something? So I sent off to Cairo for some one-act plays, and we pinched a lot of timber from some of the other workshops and built a stage and some scenery, and put on The Monkey's Paw, W.W. Jacobs' Monkey's Paw, which was extremely successful. I went on putting plays on wherever I happened to be, until I was noticed by a branch of Army Welfare, a live entertainments branch of Army Welfare, which was run by an actor called Torrin Thatcher,
yes,
who's now in America. And I joined his forces, and our job was to go out in small units to lonely outposts in the desert, you know, stations that had no entertainment of any kind, and encourage the men to entertain themselves. And what we did was we would build scenery for them, we would produce a play for them, start a play reading group, start a band if they wanted one, and generally looked after them until they were on their feet, and then we moved on and did our missionary work elsewhere.
Yes.
And so, of course, I got the taste for it, and so when I was demobbed, I decided to go into the theatre professionally.
You were back in Service Street, looking for your first professional job in the theatre. Was that hard to come by?
No, because I had help here from my father. My father was a railway official. He worked for the London North Eastern Railway Company, and his job was to move shows about.
Mm-hmm.
He moved pantomimes, he moved Bertram Mills Circus all over the country. And in Manchester at that time was a company of Frank H. Fortescue's at the Hume Hippodrome. And my father knew Eric Norman, Fortescue's general manager, very well. And Eric Norman was also the producer at Hume Hippodrome. So he introduced me to him, and he said, look, this chap wants to go on the stage. I think he's mad, but will you give him a go, you see, see if he's any good or not. So Eric did, as soon as there was anything, a little bit to sort of try me out in.
What was that little bit?
That little bit was a play called Bedtime Story. Don't know who wrote it. And I played a butler in it.
That was the beginning of it all. How long did you stay with the Frank H. Fortescue Company?
About a year.
Yes.
Yes, till the end of 46.
Was there anybody else in the company whose name we would know?
Well, I met my wife in that company.
Did you?
Yes, Joan Cooper. And after Manchester, we went to Hereford, and we did a season in 1947 for Derek Solberg at Hereford.
Well, this would have been once nightly.
This was once nightly against the twice nightly at Hume. Oh, yes, my foot was already on the ladder.
And, of course, in these rep companies, you had to play everything there was. All sorts of parts.
Everything, yes, everything. You know, you did 40 plays a year. And you played as cast.
After Hereford?
After Hereford, we came to London, and then it was odd jobs around. Of course, a lot of theatres around London, you know, even then.
Yes.
An enormous number of theatres which have closed since. And we could keep going pretty well on special weeks. Then we went on tour. We did quite a lot of touring together. In those days, of course, whenever a West End play came off, tours of that play went out. Usually 1, 2, and 3 tours. We always plumped for the number 2s if we could, because they were the pleasantest. You did all the seaside resorts and the spa towns.
Let's have another record.
Yes, this is Litov's Scherzo. And I've chosen that because it brings back the touring days, the happiness of our touring days. We were out on tour with the School for Scandal that Basil Dean produced, and this was particularly exciting for me because it was the first time that I'd worked with anybody famous. Evelyn Lowe was the famous person.
Yes.
And what a lovely person she is. It was a lovely sunny summer that year, and we were playing Bournemouth, the Pavilion Bournemouth, and we went down to the theatre one morning to pick up our mail, as one does on tour, and we heard this scherzo being played in the pit, and it was our pianist we'd taken with us to play the interval music, Fred Lydiard, and he was playing this scherzo, and ever since it's been symbolic of those happy days on tour at the seaside, you know, with such bubbling, happy music. The Little Scherzo, played by Clifford Curzon, with the London Philharmonic Orchestra, conducted by Sir Adrian Boult. When did you make your first West End appearance? I think it was 1949, in a play called Larger Than Life at the Duke of York's. I had a double excitement, of course, there, because not only was it my first West End job, but in the first week of it, I played to Queen Mary.
You did a series of American musicals in the West End, too.
Yes, I did. I did Call Me Madam at the Coliseum, Pal Joey at the Princess, which is now the Shaftesbury, of course, and back to the Coliseum with the Pajama Game.
Mm-hmm.
A long spell. It took about 5 years altogether, those three big musicals.
Yes. Did you feel you were getting cast as a musical man?
Yes, this was a danger, and my wife was particularly worried about it, and immediately after the Pajama Game, I was offered another musical, which I didn't get, fortunately, because at the same time, Tennant's offered me a part in a play called A Dead Secret with Paul Schofield.
Yes.
Which, of course, I leapt at because here was my chance to get back into straight acting again.
Yeah. Let's have another record. What now?
Well, I think I would like to recapitulate to my first musical, which was Call Me Madam. And I'd like to hear It's a Lovely Day Today from it.
It's a lovely day today, and whatever you've got to do, I'd be so happy to be doing it with you. But if you've got something that must be done, and it can only be done by one, there is nothing more to say. Except it's a lovely day for saying it's a lovely day.
It's a lovely day today, so whatever I've got to do, I've got a lovely day to do it in, that's true. But perhaps whatever I've got to do is something that can be done by two. If it is, then you can stay. It's a lovely day today, but you're probably busy too, so I suppose there's really nothing we can do. But if you've got something that must be done, and it can only be done by one, there is nothing more to say. Except it's a lovely day for saying it's a lovely day.
It's a Lovely Day Today, Shani Wallis and Jeff Warren. Now, when did you start seriously in television? I suppose it was that long spell you had in Coronation Street.
Yes, which is almost exactly 10 years ago.
As long ago as that? You had a good long run, didn't you?
Oh, yes. I went up about this time of the year, 10 years ago, just to do the first few episodes of Swindley. And, of course, it developed into an association which spread over about 6.5 years.
Yes, because that character, Swindley, was taken out of the serial and given his own series.
Yes, he was. He did a series called Pardon the Expression, of which we did 39 episodes. And then a further hourly series called Turn Out the Lights.
Yes. Now, all these years you'd been a reliable supporting character actor, always working. Now, for the first time, you had your name over the title. How did you view this change to stardom?
Well, it was something that I'd never really sought. It was something that I hadn't aspired to, stardom. And I think then it was only minor stardom. It was still really very much first feature playing. But I found that as my career had taken a sort of steady progression, it was the next step in promotion, and I sort of had to look at it that way. Yeah. What had happened was that the red tabs had gone up. And with it, the responsibility, of course.
How do you feel about being recognized wherever you go?
This depends usually on the state of my liver. But generally speaking, I'm very happy to be recognized everywhere. I mean, that's what one's in the business for, you know. There are times, of course, when it can become irksome.
You've never allowed television to swamp your career. You've continued to do stage work whenever you can.
Yes, almost continually. I've hardly missed a year in the last 10, not returning to the stage in some form or another.
Let's have record number 6.
Record number 6 is Bach's Concerto in C minor.
Oh, for 2 pianos?
For 2 pianos, yes.
The Bach Concerto in C minor for 2 pianos, the soloist Paul Badora Skoda and your Demus. How would you manage as a castaway, Arthur? Could you look after yourself?
Yes, I think I could.
A shelter, for example?
Yes, I'm sure I could do that.
Live off the land?
Yes.
Would you try to escape?
No.
No ideas for constructing a craft of any sort?
No, I don't think so. No, I think this would be very, very foolhardy.
I believe you have just acquired a boat.
Yes, I have. It's rather exciting, actually, because she was built in 1885. And she's 104 feet long with a 15-foot beam.
That's a lot of boat.
It's a lot of boat, yes, it is indeed. In fact, it's a ship. It's a small ship. She was steam-driven, but those engines were taken out in 1937. And we found her lying in Chiswick, where she'd lain for 30 years, being used as a houseboat. So we set about resurrecting her, and we've now almost finished. When I say we, I mean the boatyards have, because it's far too big a job to do oneself, of course.
So those boyhood dreams of going to sea will come true, and you'll be the master.
No, I shall be the owner. They will come true, I shall be the owner. I certainly shan't be the master, or else we'd be shipwrecked every other day, I think.
Oh, well, we'll see. Let's have record number 7.
Record number 7, Debussy's La Mer.
Pierre Boulez is conducting the New Philharmonia Orchestra in Debussy's La Mer. And now we come to your last record. What's that to be?
My last record is the signature tune for Dad's Army. Who Do You Think You're Kidding, Mr. Hitler, sung by Bud Flanagan.
That is a new, or comparatively new song, isn't it?
Oh, yes. Yes, it is.
I've been thinking all the time that I remembered it. It's so right in the idiom, in the wartime idiom, and it suits France so well.
Lots of people say, oh, I remember that one. And they don't at all, of course, because it was actually written for Dad's Army by Jimmy Perry. And Bud Flanagan recorded it specially for the series. His last work, incidentally, of course, which makes it rather valuable. The reason I've chosen this is because I presume that the shipwreck would be pretty immediate. I mean, it's happening now, isn't it?
Yes, it's
yes. And so the most recent piece of music that would be in my mind, of course, is this signature tune. And with very, very happy memories, too, because it would be the end of a career, if I were going to stay on the island, which I would be. And one couldn't have, in my opinion, a happier end, because Dad's Army is a success. It isn't just successful as a television series for the audience. It's successful as a piece of work. This is a successful team, a very happy team, one of the happiest engagements I've ever had.
If you could take just one of the 8 records you've played us, which would it be?
I think I should stick to Le Maire.
Right. And one luxury to take with you to the island?
A luxury? Oh, a case of my best claret.
Only one case?
Oh, no, I can have more, can I?
You can have, yes.
Can
a dozen cases?
A dozen cases, yes.
Don't leave them lying about in the sun. And one book, apart from the Bible and Shakespeare.
I think it might be wise to have a book on tropical plants, you know. Tropical plants, so that I know what berries to eat. And perhaps a little word about irrigation in the index.
Yes, very sensible choice. And thank you, Arthur Lowe, for letting us hear your Desert Island discs.
Thank you very much indeed.
Goodbye, everyone.
Almost 2 o'clock on the late programme, just waiting for the Clitheroe Kid, who'll be followed at 2:31 by the Billy Cotton Band Show.
We present Jimmy Clitheroe as the Clitheroe Kid, with Peter Sinclair, Patricia Burke, Danny Ross and Diana Day in...
Storm in a Teapot. Well, Grandad, only 6 more days to go to the Vicar's Autumn Fair next Saturday. Aren't you getting all excited?
Oh, I can't sleep for thinking about it.
I had a smashing time last year. All them sideshows, the fortune teller, and the hot dog stand. Hey, remember when the vicar let me work the record player for the old-time dancing?
Aye, now just leave me alone.
Oh, you should have seen you and old Mrs. Penrose trying to do the Veleta to Herman and the Hermits. Honestly, I thought you'd split your kilt.
Yeah, very funny. Where are they?
What are you looking for?
My socks.
Let me see. Surprise, surprise. There's your socks.
Where?
On your feet.
My clean socks. Where's your mother put them?
The vicar will be here any minute now.
Oh, yeah, he's coming for his tea. We're having chicken, and he's having the parson's nose.
Well, that'll do, Jimmy. Bad enough him coming round without your jokes as well. Oh, I'd better go and have a word with her.
I'll come with you, Grandad, to give you what they call, immoral support. Hello, ma'am. Me Grandad would like a word in your shell-like logo.
That'll do. I'm busy with the tea, Father. What is it you want this time?
Where's my clean socks, Pat?
Oh, no, not again. You're hopeless, Father. Pat, where's my socks? Pat, where's my shirt? Pat, I cannot find my tie.
Very good, ma'am. Now do our Susan. It's about time somebody did.
So look, my lad, when the vicar gets here, you keep out of trouble.
Oh, don't worry, ma'am. I won't annoy the vicar, not with the autumn fair coming up. That goes for you, Grandad. Don't go telling him any of them stories you hear at the pub. If you can't think of anything to say, sing a hymn.
Now, you just be quiet. It's bad enough having my Sunday afternoon disturbed without your cheeky remarks. Pat, where's my clean socks?
In the sideboard drawer where they always are.
Right, I'll be out of your way then.
Oh, you're in here, Mother.
Careful what you say, Susan.
That'll do, Father. What is it, Susan?
Are you busy, Mother?
Oh, no. Apart from boiling the eggs, slicing the chicken, washing the lettuce, brewing the tea, cutting the bread and laying the table, I'm completely at a loose end. What do you want?
I thought perhaps you'd iron my blouse for me.
Warm the iron up, ma'am. I'll do it while she's wearing it.
Shut up. Look, Susan, surely you can iron your own blouse for once.
Well, you do it so much better than I do, Mother.
Oh, yes, Mother. You're a positive wizard with your flat iron. You always put smashing creases in my football knickers.
You just be quiet. I'm fed up with you. All of you.
I'll help you with the tea, Mother, if you're busy.
Oh, thank you very much. The unpaid, overworked skivvy could use a bit of help.
Can I do anything to help, Mum?
Yes, go out and play. Oh, answer the door, Jimmy. That'll be the vicar. Take him into your Grandad in the living room.
Right, Mum. Now to have a giggle with our man at St. Fanny's. I'll soon get him going. He likes my jokes.
Ah, Master James, may I come in?
Just a minute. Tall, good-looking, long black cloak, a do-gooder. Yes, come in, Batman.
Oh, Batman. Really, James, you're incorrigible.
No, I'm not. I'm C of E like you.
All right, Jimmy. Come in the living room, Vicar.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Sinclair. Peace be upon this house.
And the same to you. No punch-ups at the vicarage.
Be quiet, Jimmy. Come and sit down, Vicar.
Thank you.
Nice to see you again, Vicar.
Yes, it's very nice to be here. Yes, I always enjoy visiting the Clitheroes. That's something I always look forward to most eagerly.
You mean a slice of me mum's chocolate cake?
No, James. It's the pleasure of seeing you all living together so happily. Like the nest of chirruping birds, the mother hen and her young brood, the happy sheep and lambs, grazing peacefully in the fold.
Grandad, he's been listening to the Archers again.
No, James. What I am trying to say is that whenever I see you all, I see a truly contented family.
Are you sure you've got your right specs on?
Jimmy.
The boy's humour is limitless.
I know. And I can play the mouth organ as well.
Oh, there you are, Vicar. Are they looking after you?
Yes, ma'am. We were just talking about truly happy families. Like ours.
Oh, yes. It's all sweetness and harmony here, Vicar.
It's always a pleasure to watch the individual members of the family caring for each other and coming to each other's aid in times of difficulty.
Oh, yes, we're all like that here, aren't we, Father?
Oh, aye, I suppose we are.
If I can help somebody as I pass along.
You behave yourself. Yes, it must be a terrible thing to live in an unhappy family.
Indeed. Especially when the cause is someone taking up a life of dishonesty and crime. Not that this sort of thing is entirely surprising when one considers the influence of outside pressures. Take, for instance, those old gangster films. There was such a film on television only last Friday night, I believe.
Oh, yes. Smashing. 5 murders. I seen it.
Really, James? I saw it.
Did you? Fancy a vicar watching a thing like that. Hope you had your curtains drawn.
No, James. You said I seen it.
No, I said I seen it. I didn't even know you had a telly.
No, James. I'm trying to say you mustn't say I seen it.
Oh, you don't want the bishop to know. Ma'am, Grandad, not a word in church about the vicar watching the gangster film. I seen it, but the vicar didn't.
James, what on earth are you talking about?
That film what I seen on the telly.
What you seen on the telly?
That film I keep telling you about. Oh, don't some reverends' mothers have them?
Sorry, Father, but your tea isn't ready yet.
But you know very well, Pat, I always have my tea early on a Wednesday before I go to the Derby and Joan Club.
Well, next time you go, get one of those old Jones to marry you. Let her try looking after you.
Now, don't start flying off the handle at me again. Wasn't much I asked you to do for me. Just a couple of pork chops.
Oh, yes. And some soup. Hot roll and butter, pineapple, stuffing and roast potatoes, all at a minute's notice. You see, I'm working under great difficulties, Father. I've lost my magic wand.
All right, if that's your attitude, I'll cook my chops myself. Where are they?
In the dustbin.
Dustbin? What do you mean?
I had an accident. I put the chops under the griller, and while I was waiting for them to cook, the teapot was on the table, so I thought I'd have a cup of tea.
But what's all this got to do with...
Please don't interrupt. put the tea leaves in the teapot, picked it up to pour the hot water in, and it just came to pieces in my hand.
You mean you broke it?
I mean what I said, it fell to bits in my hand. The tea ran all over the stove, and the next thing I knew, your chops were floating down the draining board. I've just finished cleaning up the mess.
And I've got to be out in half an hour, and I suppose this means I'll have to go without my tea.
Don't panic, it's all right. The chef has never let you down yet. I'm going to do some bacon and eggs.
Oh, all right then.
Oh, Mother, Mary Parker's got some tickets for a fashion parade in town, but it means being there by 7. I'll have to have my tea right away.
Oh, but of course, dear young lady. I am your slave. Your slightest wish is my command.
Oh, no. What's the matter this time, Grandad?
She broke the teapot broke itself while she was cooking my chops, and she's only just finished cleaning up the mess. And if you're after a quick bacon and eggs, get behind me, because I'm first in the queue.
Oh, no, this is the limit. Well, I suppose I'll have to get some tea in town.
Don't you adopt that tone to me.
And don't you go taking it out on Susan.
Hello, happy family. Here I am again.
So I see, and I suppose you want a meal right away as well.
Me? I'm in no hurry for a meal, ma'am.
Good, because the way things are going, you're not likely to get one.
Now, who's gone and upset you, ma'am? Has the coalman trod on your anti-rhinums again?
Your mother's annoyed because we both want an early tea and she broke the teapot.
For the last time, I poured the hot water in it and it just...
All right, I heard you the first time. If you can't speak to me properly, don't speak at all.
I might do just that. Not that it'll do any good. I'll still have to listen to all your moans and complaints from you and her ladyship here.
Look, if it bothers you all that much, I won't say another word.
No, and I won't either.
Good. That's fine, then. I'm not talking to you and you're not talking to me. Right?
Aren't they gone quiet?
Jimmy, would you ask those two persons if they'd like sausage with their bacon and egg?
Eh? Oh, all right. Jim to Grandad and Susan. Ma'am wants to know if you want bangers with your bacon. Over.
Not for me, thank you.
Not for me either.
Jim to Ma'am, you can cross bangers off the menu. Roger and out. Hey, I hope it's still not going to be like this on Saturday at the Autumn Fair. Still, we'll all be friends by then. Well, say something if it's only belt up.
I know one thing. These two will probably put on quite an act at the church hall on Saturday, with everybody watching. They might even treat me like a human being.
Well, if that's what you think, don't worry about what I'll do, because I won't be going.
And neither will I. I'm going to get changed. I'm going out.
That does it. That just about does it.
Hey, what's up, Ma'am? Your ears have gone purple.
I finished with them, the ungrateful things.
Oh, never mind about them, Ma'am. We can still have a lot of fun at the fair, just the two of us, if you bring enough money.
What? Go to the fair? Huh. It'll be just like being here. I'll spend all my time looking after other people instead of enjoying myself. I'm not going either.
You mean I've got to go on my own?
I mean, you're not going. There's enough trouble without you breaking up the fair, not to mention telling everybody why we're not there.
Oh, Ma'am, I wouldn't tell any...
You're not going, and that's final. Now, look, there's £50. Go and get yourself some fish and chips.
But you're cooking me tea, aren't you?
No, the chef's gone on strike. For once, I'm going to be waited on. I'm going to a cafe for a meal, then I'm going to the pictures. And you can tell them not to wait up for me, because I might just decide to go to a nightclub.
Oh, Ma'am!
I didn't know because the front door went oops.
Please, get out of the way, Alfie. There's a good boy.
Hey, your mum's in a hurry. Where's she going?
She's gone to a nightclub. Look, it's a long story, Alfie, so sit down and listen. It goes back as far as last Sunday when the vicar was here, saying how happy we all were together. And it all came to a head less than an hour ago when she broke the teapot, and I'm very worried about it.
Why?
She didn't break the teapot. It was me.
Yeah, but... How about you just said...
I broke it this morning when they were all out, and I stuck the bits together with the stuff I use for mending punctures.
That stuff wouldn't hold the teapot together once you put hot water in it.
Now it tells me. I'm fed up, Alfie. They've fallen out, so I can't go to the autumn fair.
Ah, well, I am sorry. I know what it's like because my mum once fell out with my dad over a bit of skirt. Not a woman, a piece he tore out of my mum's frock when he was practising throwing his fishing line. She belted him with his rod. Presents bring them together again.
Presents? What do you mean?
Well, my mum bought me dad half a bottle of rum and he bought her some of her favourite lavender water. But they didn't.
Alfie, I've heard of people talking pidgin English, but yours is cuckoo Oldham.
No, I said they didn't because I bought the presents and left them lying about and they both bought each other and was trying to make friends with the other one.
Yeah, I see. Give each other their favourite presents. Now, what does me grandad love most? Oh, yeah, but she'd never buy him beer.
Now, listen to me. Before the vicar comes to the door, how much are we going to tell him?
You're going to tell him nothing. Just keep quiet. I'll chat up his reverence. He's always saying, I look upon you all as my children. Well, he can come and sort out his 3 daft kids who live with me.
Well, I suppose he is the best one to pour the oil on.
Pour the oil on the vicar?
No, on the water when it's troubled. They pour it on. Well, they don't really. It's just a saying, like when the sea's rough, you pour it on and people become friends because it calms the water.
Alfie, have you got a handkerchief?
Yeah.
Well, gag yourself.
Hello there, James and Alfred. How are you?
He's not too well. He's got water on the brain.
Shut up.
Now, James, don't be naughty.
Sorry, Vicar, but I'm very upset. You see, me mum isn't speaking to me granddad or our Susan, and I don't like 'em not being friends, and I want you to come and talk to 'em.
Oh, I see. Well, James, I don't normally care to interfere in family disagreements. I find that the outsider is rarely welcomed.
You didn't say that on Sunday when you came for your tea.
I beg your pardon?
Well, I mean, they were nice to you.
Ah, you misunderstand me, James. I mean that family quarrels should be settled within the family.
You were right, Vicar.
Well, I've tried. I had a marvellous idea. Me mum loves chocolates and me granddad loves strawberries. So we gave me mum some chocolates and said they were from me granddad and gave him strawberries and pretended they were from me mum.
Well. Ingenious, but rather expensive, wasn't it?
Oh, I didn't care what it cost.
No, not while I was paying.
You should have paid twice the way you ruined everything.
Oh, what exactly went wrong?
Well, the boy wonder here messed it up. He bought me mum's chocolates, but took the wrong box off the shop counter. It was a dummy. The chocolates were made of wood. My mum nearly broke her tooth. Then I put the strawberries in a bowl, told Alfie to get the cream out of the fridge, and he poured it all over the strawberries. It wasn't till me granddad took a mouthful that we found out that the cream was salad cream.
Hey, you should have seen his face.
Oh, dear. And what did your grandfather say, James?
Well, it wasn't love thy neighbour. He said he'd never speak to me mum again.
But surely you told him the truth?
You must be joking. I mean, I daren't. If he'd known it was Alfie, he'd have tied his legs in a sailor's knot.
Yeah, he would, because he was a sailor,
Oh, shut up.
Well, James, I am sure that this will all blow over in a few days.
That's no use. They've got to be friends by Saturday.
Why Saturday?
So they'll take Jimmy to the autumn for homecoming.
So they'll all be friends when they take me to church on Sunday. You wouldn't want them fighting in the middle of your sermon, would you?
Yes, highly commendable, I'm sure. Look, James, I would like to help.
Oh, good old vicar. Thank you, sir.
I said I would like to help. To come over and see if I could pour a little oil on the troubled waters.
Yeah, that's it, you see, Jimmy, that's what I said. The oil on the water when there's trouble. Now, he said it so the vicar wants gagging. What
was that?
Oh, take no notice, vicar. He gets carried away sometimes, usually when there's a full moon. Anyway, when will you come, vicar?
I am not coming. I said I would like to help, but I do not feel that this problem is my concern.
But you're supposed to stop trouble, to make people nice to each other.
By exhortation. Not by prying into private matters that are none of my business.
What about the Black Hand Gang? You're not a member of that, but you're always sticking your nose into telling us to behave.
Now, that is enough. I cannot help you.
So all that stuff you were telling us is just a lot of guff.
Guff?
Jazz, then. You do just come for the chocolate cake.
Enough. I abhor violence, but at this moment I am sorely tempted to chastise you most severely. Go, clear off before I lose control of myself completely.
Well, that's that, clever boy. And you're lucky he didn't clout you with a font.
Oh, shut up. I hope he gets woodworm in his organ loft. Oh, dear. 2 days to the blooming fair and they hate each other more than ever. Oh, who's this now? Hope it's Ozzy. I feel like clouting somebody.
Hello, Jim.
Oh, it's you. Come in. I could do with a laugh.
Yeah, are you Susan in?
No, she's out. They're all out, and that's where I wish I was, out of the country.
Oh, now, Jim, you'll just have to accept it. You won't be going to the fair.
I'm not giving up yet. There must be something I can do.
Well, I don't know what to suggest. You know, it makes you think, doesn't it? They want the Russians and the Yanks and the Chinese to be friends. Well, how can you expect them to agree when your man won't even speak to your granddad and Susan?
You what? You can't blame me, ma'am, for all that trouble. She doesn't even know any Russians or Chinese.
I don't mean her. I mean, if all the people in families all over the world talk to each other, then they'd talk to others, and then they'd talk to the rest, and they'd all be talking, like I'm talking to you.
I see, you mean they'd all be talking a load of rubbish?
Yeah, no, I mean, if everybody talked...
Nobody would listen.
Exactly. Oh, shut up. I don't know why I talk to you.
Because you want the Russians to be friends with the Yanks.
See, you're too young to understand international situations. You see, they were all right in the war because they were fighting with us against the Germans and the Japs. And my dad said people here were all friendly and they didn't fall out like your lot have. But after the war started, they all started off again.
Well, that's the answer then.
What?
We've got to start a war before Saturday.
No, I mean, people unite against a common enemy. Well, we forget our little quarrels when we're faced with a bigger quarrel. And when we're threatened from outside, we join together, side by side.
And we ain't
got a barrel of money. Will you shut up?
Very good, Alfie. You ought to put up for Parliament.
You what?
As an independent twit.
See, now look here.
Just a minute. You've given me the answer, Alfie.
You're asking... Have I?
Yeah, the common enemy. If my mob had somebody they all hated, a common enemy, like you said, they'd all be friends again.
Well, yes, you're right. Now, wait a minute. What common enemy would they have?
You. I mean, me granddad thinks you're common already. I mean, doesn't like...
Yeah, look, I'm not having Susan falling out with me.
All right, chicken. I'll just have to get them all to hate me somehow.
That shouldn't be difficult. Just be your usual cheeky self.
Doing? I asked you a quarter of an hour ago to go those messages. The shops will be closed in 10 minutes.
Just putting my shoes on, Mum. It's all right, don't worry. Alfie's going to run me down to the shops.
Am I? I mean, yeah.
Just run me down. I'll make my own way back.
Look, Alfie isn't here just to run you around.
Ah, it's all right, Mrs. Clitheroe. I'll be back in 2 minutes. And Susan's not ready yet.
Oh, very well. I'll just put the kettle on and have a cup of tea ready for when you get back.
Good lad, Alfie.
Well, come on, then.
No, we can't go yet. Not till they hate me. And Susan hasn't started the trouble yet.
Susan? What are you talking about?
Oh, I see you're here, Alfie.
Yeah, but would you go in just as soon as Susan starts, as soon as Jimmy's ready? I mean, to hit the shop, to go to the shops.
I don't know why I bother.
Won't be long now.
That was Susan screaming.
Now, what's frightened her?
She probably looked in the mirror.
That'll do.
Oh, Grandad, there was a mouse in my shoe. Oh, what a fright.
All right, I'll go and kill it.
Oh, it's outside. It was in my shoe when I picked it up. I just threw it out of the window.
What? You might have damaged the mouse, you fool.
Damaged the mouse?
Yeah. They're only made of plastic, you know.
Oh, well, it could have... You what?
You little horror. You monster.
Alfie, Susan's talking to you.
Oh, what was it? I'm sorry.
Not you. That brother of mine put a toy mouse in my shoe. You little delinquent. I hate you.
Oh, good. One down, two to go. Oh, she's got no sense of humour. Can't take a joke.
Oh, I don't think it's a joke. I don't think it was funny at all.
I'm not surprised. You didn't even laugh at the strawberries I gave you with salad cream on.
What?
Oh, heck.
You mean they weren't from your mother?
Of course not.
Right. Come here, you little joker. I'll give you something to laugh at.
Help!
What's going on? Leave him alone, Father.
I'll leave him alone after he's been across my knee.
You can't take a joke, Mum. Well, it wasn't really a joke about the strawberries. It was like your wooden chocolates.
Oh, yes, your granddad's idea of a joke.
What?
No, he didn't send them, Mum. They were my idea. Only it was only to make up for your teapot.
My teapot?
Yes, the one I broke and stuck together again. Only as soon as you put the hot water in it, it came unstuck again.
What? You mean you did it, you little villain?
That does it. You're going to be sorry this time, my lad.
Yes, well, I can't stop. We've got to go to the shops, haven't we, Alfie?
Oh, goodness, yes. They'll be closed in a minute.
He's not getting away with this.
Don't worry, Father, he won't. Jimmy, off to the shops.
Yes, Mum.
And straight back and straight up to bed.
Yes, Mum, as soon as I've had my supper.
There's no supper for you. Now off you go.
Yes, Mum. Come on, Alfie.
Right, quick.
And think yourself lucky to get off so easy.
Yes, Mum. Grandad. Alfie, well, it worked. They hate me.
You're not kidding.
So now they'll all be friends again and we'll all go to the fair.
You're crackers. It won't take you anywhere. Set onto the roof to throw you off. You just said so yourself. They hate you.
Yes, that's now. But they'll soon forgive me when they find out how ill I am.
Yeah, but you're not ill.
No, but I will be tomorrow morning. Come in. Come in.
Your mum said I could come up and see you, Jim.
Oh, yeah. That's... Oh, heck, it's you. Shut the door.
Hey, what's going on?
What, I told you it'd happen. I'm ill, so they're all nice to me again, even Scraggy Neck.
But you're all right.
Of course, I just used a bit of sneezing powder, put the thermometer on me hot water bottle and did me Dr. Kildare bit. I've got a cold in me nose and I can't say plum jam.
You're a little monkey.
Yeah, and I'm all there with me nuts. Well, now we're all friends. We'll be going to the autumn fair. I can't wait to hear the vicar. Welcome, brethren. Eyes down and bless this housey.
Here you are, Jimson. Some nice hot milk.
Oh, thanks, Bob. Alfie and me were just talking about the fair, about all the things I'll take him on.
Oh, I'm afraid you can't do that.
Oh, it's all right, Mum. We'll use his money.
Oh, no, I didn't mean that. You won't be able to go to any fair.
Oh, but we're friends, all of us.
Well, that's not the point, love. I couldn't possibly let you go out with your bad cold.
What? But I'm all right. I mean, better. I feel fine now.
I'm sorry, it's out of the question.
Oh, Mum.
It's no use. You can't go, and that's final. Now I must go. I've got the lunch on.
Of all the rotten twists. After all I've done.
Yeah, well, you've been just too clever this time, haven't you?
Oh, belt up. You're going, aren't you?
Yeah, I'll be taking Susan. But I didn't have the clever idea of pretending to be ill.
No, I could have gone if I'd been like you.
You mean fit?
No, I mean stupid. There's no justice.
Those involved with the Clitheroe Kid this week were Peter Sinclair as grandfather, Patricia Burke as mother, Danny Ross as Alfie Hall, Diana Day as Susan, and Brian Truman as the vicar. The recorded programme was written by James Casey and Frank Roscoe, produced by James Casey, and starred Jimmy Clitheroe as the Kid himself.
I never got to the fair, and I suppose Alfie was right, for once. It was my own fault. I didn't own up when I did something wrong. I told lies, then I told the truth. Then I had to lie again. No, kids, if you tell a fib when you're found out, you're in twice as much trouble. So the thing to do is not to be found out. Ta-ra!
Welcome to Does the Team Think? With Cyril Fletcher, Tommy Trinder, Ted Ray, and the man who hatched up the idea, Professor Jimmy Edwards. And now, not very far away from me is the man who's going to put a question to you, and it is Mr. Edward Marsh. Hello, Mr. Marsh. Let's hear your question.
Could the team explain the correct procedure for mounting or dismounting a bicycle whilst wearing a kilt?
Could the team explain the correct procedure for mounting or dismounting a bicycle whilst wearing a kilt?
Well, in the first place, you don't need a spanner, you need a sporran. No. And in the second place, you must do it like the hedgehogs make love, very carefully.
I have this bicycle, and I also have a Fletcher kilt.
Tell me, have you got a pair of cycle clips you want to sell? You won't be using those.
They're no good for a kilt, no.
Oh, I know, so you want to sell them.
So I did this, you see, and I was rather keen, and over-keen, really, because I dashed at the bicycle, and the whole thing collapsed. And there I was, lying prostrate on my sporran. An old lady came along and accused me of running over a dog. And it took me forever to explain to her that it was my sporran and not her dog.
All right, Professor.
The dog had taken refuge on top of her hat.
There was that Scotsman sitting in a bus, wasn't there? And the lady thought the sporran was a dog and kept off and ate biscuits. After about half an hour, he'd ate one of them.
I don't believe that the Scots could be so terribly, sort of idiotic, because they're a very canny race, the Scots. They're very intelligent people. They wouldn't be so idiotic as to
When
go...
are you playing Scotland? You're praising them up a bit, aren't you?
I'm no fool, Tommy.
He's had an injection of porridge.
Does it show? We'll make this a cereal. Now, anyway... These two fellows are riding the bicycles along in their kilts on the bikes, and one fellow comes to a little cottage, and he said, "Did you see the little cottage there? It says tartan tea 1 and 6." And the other fellow said, "Well, it can't be very good tea."
Professor Jimmy Edwards, would you like to tell us how you get on your bike?
I am not going to try and imitate the Scottish accent, attractive though I do find it in real Scotsman. The question about getting on a cycle with a kilt on is obviously simple. You buy a lady's bicycle, don't you? One of those where you hold your knees together and just glide onto it.
And then you sit on a soft haggis.
But Jimmy, if you were in a kilt and you couldn't hold your knees together, your sporran would get in the way.
No, well, there's ways of placing the sporran. Mr. Marsh, what are you afraid of? Why has this question got any point at all?
What I'd be afraid of getting on would be a cold saddle.
Oh, I see.
I do think there's one thing we should establish. A, is Mr. Marsh an Englishman? Or B, has he a Scottish bicycle? Or C, is he a Scotsman, and has he got an English bicycle?
Are you an Englishman or are you a Scotsman?
I must be
English.
Physic.
Do you have a bicycle?
Retired model, yeah.
Do you ever wear a kilt?
Retired?
Never, no.
Oh, this question is just a sort of fantasy that you've thought up.
Well, fantasy that. It's a good question.
All I can say to Mr. Marsh is that instead of wearing his sporran, if at any time the occasion arises, and he's got to ride a bicycle in a kilt, if you're afraid of a cold saddle, you take your sporran off and put it on the saddle first. And
I
you'll
will
get
tell
tickled
you,
to death,
and
right in the middle of your performance.
I will tell you something, that this goes on even in all walks of life, because I know that one nun asked her sister nun, "Why do you always ride a bicycle in your nun's costume?" And she said, "I can't get out of the habit."
Thank you very much, team, and thank you, Mr. Marsh. I hope you always have a warm saddle. Thank you very much. And now, team, you're going to hear a question from Mrs. Jenny Price, who's now sitting next to me. Mrs. Price, have you got a question? Perhaps not about kilts, Scotsmen and saddles?
What are the team's favourite sounds and tastes?
Yes. What are the team's favourite sounds and tastes?
Well, I'll tell you something. Tastes are acquired. When I was a young man, sort of coming into show business and getting into a new way of life, and going to dinners and parties and things.
Ooh.
Anchovies.
Racy.
Olives. Anchovies, olives, oysters. Anathema.
How can you say what?
And I couldn't get the anathema down.
How can you say oysters in the same breath as anchovies? There's no relation between them at all.
Yeah, taste, come from the sea. It's the taste buds, you see. It's the taste buds. Olives, I think, well, how can you eat those things? And anchovies. And now, of course, I go around all day long looking for Olive. She's a lovely girl. Anchovies and oysters. You took me out to dinner,
rather
Jim.
a nice girl, too.
What's your favourite sound, Ted?
I'll tell you, my favourite sound is
my
when
laughter,
I'm
it's
playing on a
cream.
golf course and I hear the distant laughter of children in a playground. This is the hope of the world to me, really. I mean it.
The distant laughter of children in the playground because I'm entertaining them there. That's what it is.
Must be Jim's Academy for small children.
I think it's the distant laughter of children in the playground because they've seen Ted drive.
But I go back to my younger days when I used to do a little bit of rowing. And I'd like to say this rather romantic thing, if I may, Tommy, because Ted has set the pattern for this, the answer to this programme, that favourite sounds and tastes are rather romantic. And I like the almost silent susurration of a skiff sliding serenely over seaweed.
Could you say that again? We've had a request. Could you possibly say that again?
The almost silent susurration of a skiff sliding serenely over seaweed.
And I'll tell you one thing, you can be sure the tide's out.
I would like to answer Mrs. Jenny Price's question very quickly, easily, and brilliantly, I think. She says, what are the team's favourite sounds and tastes? I don't mind the taste of drink, but I can't stand the sound of it.
Well, my favourite sound is the distant sound of somebody mowing the grass, Betty mowing the grass in the distance. And my favourite taste is Betty. That is the end of the Betty Astle show.
Mrs. Price, what is your favourite sound?
I like to hear my daughter sleep.
You hear her asleep?
Yes.
How do you
got adenoids or something?
No, it's the soft, gentle breathing she makes. That
Soft, gentle breathing?
It tells me she's asleep.
How old is she, Mrs. Price?
7 months.
7 months.
How
Oh, beautiful.
How do you know she's beautiful? She's probably just a lump of pudding like they all
She's
are.
beautiful.
Every child at 7 months is a lump of pudding and she's beautiful.
What did you look like when you were 7 months?
When I was 7 months...
It was pink and dimples, now he's drinking pimples, that's it.
Well, I'll tell you, it's a funny thing, Mac, you should say that. I was talking to Sybil the other day, we met in the passage, and I said, look, dear...
Have you both moved into the same house now?
No, that's the passage between the houses.
And, you know, I said, you know, there was a marvellous photograph of me taken absolutely stark as when I was 8 months on a white bearskin rug. And she said, have you got it? I looked all through my desk and all my sort of, you know, things I keep, and it wasn't there. And she wants me to go and pose again.
I'd like to see a picture of a bearskin rug as well.
If we could get onto the tastes thing, we haven't done much about tastes. It's funny that you should bring up oysters, Ted, because they have oysters don't really taste, they sort of attack you.
But don't you, Jim, don't you find the crusts are so hard?
You have to open them first, Tom.
Oh, yes.
Really? You are such a peasant, honestly. You're sitting next to this little Fletcher, the poet and the peasant.
Not only do you have to get them open, but you have to surprise them, don't you?
I can remember eating oysters in Spain once.
They're killers, they are.
As you squeezed the lemon on them, they screamed at you.
Well, being Spanish oysters, they wanted sherry, they didn't want lemon.
No, they were alive, you know. It's quite cruel, actually, eating oysters. They are actually living organisms, and the minute you put the lemon on them, it's like putting lemon up your nose or something.
Do you do that very often, put lemon up your nose?
Any more tastes? Any more sounds?
I'll tell you what, my wife wanted to take off some weight. And the doctor said, now look here, Mrs. Ray, he said, you know, calling her by her maiden name, Mrs. Ray. He said, well. Now, he said, you've got to stop eating. You're eating too much. And the thing to stop you eating and give you strength is garlic. And it works as a diet. I give it to all you ladies free. In the first fortnight, she lost 15 pounds and 34 friends.
Mrs. Jenny Price, they may not be to your taste, but I hope they sounded all right. Thank you very much. And now, team, you're going to have a question from a lady all in blue, Mrs. Gillian Dunn. Hello, Mrs. Dunn. Question, please.
Does the team think that with the wide coverage now on television of world and home affairs, newspapers are really necessary?
Does the team think that with the wide coverage now on television of world and home affairs, that newspapers are really necessary?
Well, of course they are. How else would we eat our chips? You can't eat your chips out of a television set.
I think that the newspapers are very essential. Joking apart, I mean, for example, I put them on the floor when I clean my boots and that sort of thing. They're very useful for that. But you see, you get more comment and you can digest and think about the comment more carefully than you can when you hear it and see it on television. It comes at you on television and it's through your nut and gone out before you can do anything about it. But you can sit down quietly over a cup of tea in the morning and digest what is written in the newspapers, and for that, I think they're absolutely essential.
But the strange thing is that when one reads something in a paper, this can always be taken as being authentic, in as much as if you say to your friends, all the Dutch have captured Holland. I heard it on television, and they say, I don't believe it. But if you say, I read it in the paper, here it is, look.
Yeah. Wait a minute, who had Holland before the Dutch? I question that remark. The Dutch have captured Holland?
It's taken you all this time to get that gag. I'm too subtle for this programme.
No, I hate to remind you, Ray, but the Spaniards had it for a time. I would greatly miss newspapers, especially Sunday newspapers, because I would greatly miss those black hands that one gets on Sunday mornings.
I'll tell you one thing, I would miss the Sunday newspapers very much because I'd have to take down that rusty nail in a small room.
If you read the superior Sunday
It's there somewhere, work it out.
I'll say this if it kills me. If you read the superior Sunday newspapers, you will know that all the print comes off on your hands.
Well, then, if what Ted says is true, it's not only black hands that you get. I think this question is too serious for this game.
We're having fun.
Let's find out from Mrs. Dunn whether she was really serious in putting this question and what her views are about her own question.
Yes, I was serious, but yes, I think they are necessary because the television, you have to take the news when it's presented. With the newspaper, you can just pick it up at your convenience.
That actually is the best place to read them in.
I always take them into the reading room. But you know, now that's a funny thing. The time that they've hit upon to have these news things on television, one of them is at 10 to 6 and one of them is at 5 to 6, and I think this is because everybody's trying to get them in before 6. Because it used to be at 6. It'll end up at 5:30 when the kids are still in bed, out of bed, or whatever the hell. Why do they have the programmes at such funny times?
That's another question, isn't it?
Yes.
Well, team, what do you dislike about newspapers?
I don't dislike anything about newspapers.
No, they're marvellous. They do a wonderful job.
I'll say this. I think Tom did mention it earlier. I'm not quite sure, but as far as we're concerned in our business, we rely. Our reputations are made or broken in the press, and the show that I'm in at the moment was absolutely made by the critics. The day that we opened on a Monday, which is unusual. On the Tuesday, we had £40 in the kitty in the morning. By the time the people had read the press reports, we had £400 in the evening because all the critics liked it.
In the kitty? Fancy putting £400 in a poor cat.
We like the papers when they're nice to us. I love all my nice press cuttings.
Yes,
the bad ones I throw away, of course.
Never ask a newspaper for a retraction.
That's true.
Because the late General Freiberg, a newspaper wanted to print once that General Freiberg, the battle-scarred hero, and they put in General Freiberg, the battle-scared hero. So he asked for a retraction, and next day they printed what read General Freiberg, the battle-scared hero, should have read General Freiberg, the bottle-scarred hero.
Thank you, team, very much, and thank you very much, Mrs. Gillian Dunn. And it seems to me that all 4 members of the panel are in favour of newspapers. And that takes us now to the time when we meet our special guest, one of Britain's top recording artists, and now a stage and film star too. We're delighted to welcome Cilla Black. Welcome to the programme. And I hope somewhere during this programme you'll give me the opportunity of listening again to that beautiful little exclamation mark of a laugh of yours. But that comes later. Let's have your question first.
Well, I've got on a bit of paper down here.
You have
so
it.
I can read it all out properly.
Good.
And I want to know that if the team were invited to cut a disc, what kind of song would they...
Wait a minute.
Listen to me.
Quite right.
And this is my party piece. What kind of song would each member of the team choose, and also what kind of backing?
If each member of the team were invited to cut a disc, what kind of song would each member of the team choose and what kind of backing?
How can you put a backing on the inside of a wax cylinder?
No, it's true. When Ted went to make his latest recording, the recording manager...
I deny this.
Yes, Mr. Edison...
I deny it.
Said you're going to make a long-played record.
Mr. Edison.
And it was on a cylinder and it lasted a half a second.
It was just like South America, 78 revolutions a minute.
Oh, yes, I like that.
Cilla would have no problem getting on a bicycle because she's wearing spotted trousers.
She's not getting on a bicycle, she's revolutioning on a record.
Do you know he looks the image of my dad?
Me?
Which
Which
one?
one? Say which one? With Ted Ray?
Ted, yeah.
Honestly?
What made you change your name from black to white?
Well, Ted
Well,
Ray
I
comes
must
from
say,
Liverpool
darling,
anyway.
no wonder you're so attractive if you have a handsome father.
Obviously,
I'd love
Ted
to-
Ray had a bicycle and a kilt.
But Cilla, surely your father's not a midget as well?
Oh, he's not.
Midget?
Actually, I'm taller than him, my dad.
Yes, I'm a
He's the
tall
same
dwarf.
size, he looks the same colour, in all red face, and his hair's the same as
You can go off people, red face.
Just a minute, Cilla,
Well,
you
she's
said...
admitted her father's a boozer like you.
He does, he likes his pint.
I certainly do, and anybody else's I can get over.
You said, Cilla, his face was red and his what was the same?
Oh, his hair?
His hair.
Yes.
I mean his wife.
What's his hair?
This is a delightful thing about Cilla
His
Black.
hair.
Cilla Black, entirely uninhibited, the same sweet kid that came from Liverpool and went so far, so successfully, and justifiably so. And she's never tried to talk posh like what we have.
No.
She's never tried. You've tried and
But
failed.
Cilla, I'll give you a secret. He is not from Liverpool. Wigan. That's where Ted
I
Ray
know.
comes
I
from.
was born in Wigan, but as soon as I could walk, I went to Liverpool.
Just because your mother was too lazy to carry you there.
My mother wasn't even there. The neighbours had me.
I think we
Well,
all...
why did you go to Liverpool?
Why did I go? Because it's the greatest swingingest city in the world outside of London.
I'm going to
And
say
that
this...
comes from an Arsenal supporter.
I'm going to say
Don't
this
speak
again.
of the dead.
I'm going to say this again. You'll notice that all the people who speak most proudly of Liverpool have already left it.
About this record I'm
Yes,
going to make.
Yes, this record.
I would like to make what they call a protest song. I'm not quite sure what protest songs are, but I've read about them. And I want this to be a protest song with a brass band as backing. I want 180 players backing me up with bassoons, not bassoons, euphonia.
180 players. Well, I suggest 179 harps and a bassoon.
No, I'm
Do
going
you
to
know,
have...
Not a brass instrument.
You're all talking, I'm sure you're all talking, and you're being sort of being funny about it, but I agree. I think if people want to put 140 harps on a record, I think it's great.
How
And
could
I'd
you
like
get them
a-
on?
Pardon? Well,
140 harps on one little record?
Well, she's
I
highly
mean, in
strung.
the studio.
Actually,
I think, after all, this is what the Beatles do. They do all ridiculous things.
Beatles haven't
They
got
do.
harps.
They do. I've been reading about them. Like having funny coloured cars. They're mad.
No,
you
but-
like me, have a black Rolls Royce, make a fortune doing weddings and funerals.
And he's let the boot unfurnished.
Haven't got boots. I've got a pair of mink slippers on mine.
Your car is boasting about a Rolls Royce. It's so old, he's got the only boot that does it with laces.
Buttons and a button hook.
It may interest Miss Black to know that I have made several records.
Oh.
I have never been top of the hit parade, but my records do have a certain interest, a sort of collector's interest now. They are museum pieces. They're often played in Australia. I don't know why.
Well, they used to
but
send convicts out there.
I I get these checks from Australia.
Like they come from Czechoslovakia, don't they?
It's a very low part of Australia called Botany Bay. Botany Bay.
I thought it's called West Australian Bush, it says on the return. Played 3 times, 6 and 9pence. Well, it's marvellous.
I would like
It's
to...
thrilling to get this from the West Australian Bush.
Could I
Think
ask...
that my voice is heard out there without any interruptions from the team.
What is a protest song? That's what I want to know.
Well, it's what you're doing all the time on the panel. You're protesting to everybody who asks you a question.
I'm not protesting, I'm just shouting my head off.
Yes, you are. You call that poor woman's baby before a 7-month-old pudding.
Team, let's just find out, because you might be able to take some advice from Cilla. Cilla, I'm sure you've thought about this. What sort of song or protest song would you think these gentlemen of the team could sing? Even if it's not protest, doesn't matter.
Oh, well, I think Jimmy should sing and play the type of music that goes... I think he should play The Drunken Stupor for a start.
The what? Play what?
No, I think you should sing a song about a sea shanty or something about drink. Because you're always going on about it, aren't you, Jimmy?
Cilla, what about Ted Ray?
I don't
The
know.
man looks like your dad. Be careful, love.
I think I've never heard him sing.
If he's like your dad, he ought to sing a song called I'm Forever Blowing Doubles.
Oh, yes, that's quite
You've never heard me sing, Cilla.
No,
I
I've
do
never
sing
heard you
rather
sing.
nice. I'm a bathroom singer, really. We have to. There's no lock on the
So
door.
am I. Listen, I am too.
You sing in your bath.
I always do. I always
Is
sing
that
in
where
the
you make the
loo.
records?
What?
How can you get all those recording engineers stuck into the bathroom?
I'd like to, actually. In fact, I think the best sounds come from the loo, really.
Oh,
No, I mean, it's all lovely and echoey, isn't it?
Isn't it? Yes.
That's what I
the
mean.
echo chamber.
Ted, that joke will be panned wherever it's heard.
Well, I'll tell you something, Cilla. We all envy any people who get into the top 10. It's no good saying we don't. We look for the easy way. We have to work very hard, we comics, to get our laughs. We have to go out and appear at places. And if you make a record, you know, it's a marvellous thing.
Well, the one that I made had I'm Forever Blowing Bubbles on the front side, and why did I kiss that girl on the... Is that your real name, Cilla Black?
No, my real name is Priscilla White.
Your name was White and you changed it to Black. This is some
Oh,
sort
that
of...
was a mistake. You know, you were talking about papers before, right?
Yeah.
Well, there was a local paper in Liverpool. They knew my name was Cilla, but they didn't know. They knew it was a colour of some sort, and they knew it was either black or white, so they took it black.
Is
and
that true?
They did. So,
Is that true?
Yes, and when I read the paper, I was so mad, and so was my father.
Because you look like me.
So you decided
So
the
the
paper
paper
wasn't red?
No, that...
Thank you, team. Thank you. And wishing Cilla Black all the luck in the future. Thank you, Cilla, for being one of the most delightful guests we've ever had. Thank you very
I'm
much
most
indeed.
confused. I'm ever so confused.
Well, that's it. Thank you very much. And now, team, we're going to welcome Mr. Edward Rhodes. Hello, Mr. Rhodes. Can we have your question, please?
What particular habit does the team hate?
What particular habits does the team hate?
Well, of course. The strange thing about this is, my wife said to me some time ago, if you don't stop doing that, she said, I'm going to leave you. Well, I must have stopped her because it's 20 years ago and she's still there. I wish I knew what it was. I'm worried.
But, Mr. Rhodes, we only see the bad habits in others, don't we, really? I mean, we don't know our own particular habit. My wife's got a terrible bad habit, and I can't break her of it. She's always saying, can I have some money?
There are a great many things that other people do that I don't like, Mr. Rhodes. For example, take just simply the realm of driving. As a motorist, I dislike the habit that people have of going into the right-hand lane in order to turn right at some lights, but not flashing the indicator. So you come up behind them and think, well, we're all right here. And as soon as the lights go green, they start flashing the indicator, and you're stuck there for another 5 minutes. Another thing, take the realm of the telephone. People who pick up the telephone and say, hello.
What do you want them to say, goodbye?
Have you ever had the sort of conversation on the telephone that I've had recently where you dial a number and a voice at the end says, hello? So because they haven't announced their identity, I say, well, hello. And they say, hello. And I say, hello. And they say, who are you? And I say, never mind who I am. Who are you?
Who said we got no script writers in this country?
And this is costing money. Their duty is to say, this is, whatever the number is, London Wall 7297.
But they don't say that anymore. All these numbers. Now, why did we go in for these numbers? We were perfectly happy.
It's a digital
We
society.
were perfectly happy. The lovely sort of words and the sound. This is Tull 4569. And now you're going to say 889164. Who can remember
Well,
that?
it's because it's a digital society.
that poses another question. Can we stick
No, it's just one of the bad habits that we're developing. That's what we're trying to get at.
Dieting, I think, is a bad habit. I'm sick and tired of it.
I hate when I ride on the tandem, my wife takes the lead. She's watching the country and everything I see is so familiar.
Mr. Rhodes, what are the things about life that you hate, or the habits that you hate most?
Talking of bad habits,
Mr.
I'm
Rhodes.
optimist.
Mr. Rhodes.
Oh,
Are there
yes,
any other
I haven't
habits?
said anything yet.
Hang on, you will.
I think my...
I'd love to say something. I've got something
goodbye.
very funny to say.
In a minute, sir.
It's a scream. I bet it's funnier than Mr. Rhodes's.
And what's more, you're getting more money than Mr. Rhodes.
Mr. Rhodes, please.
Mr. Rhodes is looking like a very crossroads at the moment.
Mr. Rhodes is getting the biggest plug that anyone's ever had on this program.
I don't think he's Mr. Rhodes. I think he's Major Road Ahead.
If his name was Cecil, we could ask him some advice.
I'm afraid, gentlemen, that I can't stand smoking.
Well, why'd you
Well,
sit down?
sit down.
The photo finish.
You're as bigoted as I am about smoking. Hooray, Mr. Rhodes, we see eye to eye on this. I'm utterly against all sorts of fumigation or whatever you like to
You've
call
just
it.
had one of my best cigars.
I know, but I'm a non-smoker at heart.
Cyril Fletcher, say something funny.
Well, this is what I was going to say. I was going to say
Oh, that's
something-
great.
I do love it.
One of the most irritating habits is this habit of putting the little finger in the ear. And
I always put my thumb in.
A friend of mine was in a barber's having a
You hear
short
some wonderful programs that way, though.
having a short back and sides in this barber's, and he suddenly looked on the floor and saw an ear on the floor. And he said to the barber, "What's this ear, you see?" And the barber said, "I don't know." He said, "Whose is it?" He said, "I don't know." He said, "Put your finger in it. If it feels good, it's yours."
Thank you, team, very much, and thank you, Mr. Edward Rhodes. Thank you very much indeed for coming. And now, team, you're going to hear a question from Mrs. Myra Mayer. What's your question, please?
Are members of the team able to recall their first conception of heaven?
Wow. Are members of the team able to recall their first conception of heaven?
Yes, it was in a song, My Blue Heaven. I always thought it was blue. When I was a
Well, I
little
still
boy.
think it is. My conception of heaven is that it is blue. It's changed during my life. When I was a tiny little boy, my first conception of heaven was getting sick on strawberries and ice cream. When I was 15, my conception of heaven was when I kissed Mabel Griffiths and I thought the top of my head was coming off.
You better stop at that, Ted. This is being broadcast.
And then, of course, nowadays, when I play golf, as you all know, I play golf, I play at it. I'm a reasonably good golfer. If I can break 80 on a lovely spring day and come into the 19th
I'm the same with bottles of beer. If I can break 80 on the same day, that is going to be a heavenly evening. But we're talking about our early conception of heaven. My impression of heaven that I retain from my childhood days was that it was a sort of euphoric place. It was a boundless place, full of people, for some reason, all dressed in white.
We've had the opinions of all four members of the team, so may we have yours, Mrs. Mayer?
Well, my first idea was a sort of angelic canteen place, very tall and glazed and long, and there were tiny tables and a reception desk, and you sat at your table, and you had a glass of milk and a sticky bun, and you sat and waited.
I'm not going there. I'm opting out of that. A glass of milk, did she say?
A sticky bun. And a sticky bun.
A sticky bun.
And you can talk about current affairs.
Mrs. Mayer, you've just given us your opinion of what you thought heaven was like in your earlier days. What would be your idea of heaven now?
Lots and lots of quiet and birds, trees, fish,
You can get that without dying. The Luton Girls Choir, that's not heaven.
I believe, that this is only a transitory period. I think that when you die, you go away and you come back on Earth in some other form.
Yeah.
Like a sticky bum.
Now, I'd like to come back as a donkey.
You will.
No, you can't come back as the same thing twice.
Let's talk about what the lady really means. So you pass away, you reach the age, you're 108, and you're carried off the stage into your dressing room heavy head. And they say it's no good, and they cross your hands over you and close the eyes, and you're wafted up, and there are the golden gates, and there's St. Peter. And he opens them up and he says, Jim, what kept you? The bottle's open.
And there, I'm afraid, we must close Does the Team Think for today. On behalf of Cyril Fletcher, Tommy Trindon, Ted Ray and Professor Jimmy Edwards, our thanks to all our questioners, and particularly to our special guest, Cilla Black. And if you'd like to ask the team a question, let's hear from you. And we hope you'll all join us again next week. Till then, this is MacDonald Hobley saying goodbye to you all. Goodbye.
The BBC presents Tony Hancock, Sidney James, Hattie Jakes, Bill Kerr, and Warren Mitchell in Hancock's on Fire.
Come on, hurry up. Get the coat on.
Don't rush. Where's the armhole?
Here.
It's the wrong one. I've already got one arm down there.
Oh, hurry up, Mr. Hancock. Here you are. Put the beard on.
One thing at a time. Haven't got the white wig and the hood on yet. Anyway, I'm not putting the beard on. It's too heavy. The hooks pull my ears right down.
You have got to put the beard on. Who ever heard of Father Christmas without a beard?
Oh, this is ridiculous. Why should I have to dress up every year just because Bill still believes in Santa Claus?
Oh, you can't disappoint him. You know how he looks forward to Christmas and waking up in the morning and finding that Father Christmas has paid him a visit. His little cheeks flushed with excitement, his eyes all aglow, and the little squeals of delight as he unwraps his present and sees what he's got.
Good grief, woman, the man is 34. It's not natural. No, somebody should tell him.
That's it. Go on, take it all away from him. Destroy his little world, strip him of his beliefs, trample his dreams and his hopes into the dust. Have you no spark of humanity inside you?
Oh, turn it up, Sid, please. You know as well as I do it's not right for a man of his years to write letters to Father Christmas. It's about time he faced up to the facts of life, ugly as they may be. I knew when I was 3. My old man saw to that. Catch him buying presents and dressing up. He said he wasn't going to lash out all that money and let somebody else take the credit for it.
Well, I think it's rather sweet. I put my head round his bedroom door just now. Oh, you should have seen his little face reflected in the glow of his night light. Oh, the sweet angelic smile on his face as he dreamt of Father Christmas and his reindeer. And the rosy flush on his cheeks just above his pink-eyed down.
And his bottle of scotch and his nude calendar. I fail to see anything admirable in all this. He's retarded. He's known the other facts of life for years. How this one got overlooked, I do not know.
You go train spotting, don't you?
That's different.
And when autumn comes, who's the first one to ever conquer on the end of a string?
Well, I am. That's different. Conkers is a game of skill and strength. I've still got a 62er from last year. It's in the vinegar bottle. It should be like a lump of concrete by next year.
You see? You're no better than Bill.
Yes, I am. I don't believe in Santa Claus. I don't hang up stockings on my mantelpiece every year, and I don't hide letters up the chimney. Look at this letter here. Listen, look. How ignorant can you get? Dear Father Christmas. Look how he spelt dear. D-E-A-R.
That happens to be right.
Oh. Well, he must have had help. Dear Father Christmas, I hope your reindeer are well. See, he's cunning, you know, he's cunning. He's soft soaping him before he gets to the I want bit. And I hope Mrs. Christmas is well. He's overdoing it a bit there, isn't he? I enclose a list of what I want. Here we are. This is the meat. Here we are. A plastic boomerang. A kangaroo that you wind up and it hops all around the room and then stops. I would also like a train set, a hula hoop, and an apple and an orange. Yours sincerely, Billy Kerr, age 412 months.
Ah, isn't it lovely? And his little stocking hanging up there.
Little stocking, it's one of yours, mate. There's room for 300 weight of oranges in there. He's no mug.
Come on, hurry up, get the beard on, he'll wake up in a minute.
Look, let's tell him he's bound to find out sooner or later.
Oh, but you're so good at it.
We can't get away with it forever. He nearly caught me last year. He woke up and it took me half an hour explaining away why Father Christmas was wearing plimsolls. And a right mug I sounded saying, ho, 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 little boy, my boots are at the menders. And all this pretense you have to keep up. Keeping a sledge tied up outside and a couple of donkeys with hat racks tied round their heads. Just in case he looks out of the window.
All right. Never mind, it's only once a year, and if it makes him happy...
All right. Just as long as I go on record as being dead against it. Now, give us the beard.
Well, hurry up. He must never find out it's you. Oh, come on, hurry.
All right. I'm getting ready as fast as I can. Now, stop keeping on at me.
Good evening.
Bill, what are you doing up?
Ho, 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 ho. Hello, little boy. Santa was just coming to see you. He just stopped down here to have a warm after coming from the North Pole. He's had a long journey. Ho, 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 ho. Oh, yes. I've got lots of good things for you, young Billy. You've been a good boy this year.
All right,
I'm told,
don't bother. Please, don't bother. I was outside the door. I've heard it all.
You heard what?
Everything.
Ho, 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 ho. Come along now, little boy.
Sit down, bother, Tub, please.
Oh.
You don't have to pretend anymore. You've been deceiving me all these years. It was you all the time. Oh, what a fool I've been.
Oh, now, don't take it so hard. You had to find out sooner or later. I know how you feel. We've all gone through it. It's a bitter blow at first, I know, but you'll get over it. Look upon it as a milestone in your development. You've finally become a man. You've bridged the gap between fantasy and reality. And now you can stride forward, facing life strengthened by truth, the confidence of knowing life for what it is. And you will indeed be the captain of your soul and the master of your destiny.
What a load of old rubbish. Captain of his soul? Couldn't captain a tiddlywink team.
I didn't expect you to understand. Hard you are. Cynical.
Tubbs, right. I'm a failure. How you must have despised me all these Christmases. How you must have got together and laughed at me behind me back.
Well, I must admit we have had a few giggles.
We have not. We've never laughed at you, Billy. You had something that we never had, boy. Childish faith and purity.
Oh, for crying out loud. Listen to him, isn't it nauseating?
It never occurred to me that there wasn't a Father Christmas.
Come on, William. You go back to bed, and when you wake up in the morning, you'll feel differently about things.
I don't want to wake up in the morning.
Oh, dear, we're going to have a Merry Christmas, we are.
All right. You leave him to me. I'll look after him. Come on, Billy boy. You trust old Sid, don't you?
No, I don't trust anybody anymore.
Oh, no, you don't mean that. Come on, it's time you was tucked up in bed. Wrap your dressing gown round you, that's it. Now, come on, up to bed.
Put me down.
You don't want to walk around on the coal liner in your bare tootsies, do you now?
Oh, stop pandering to him. Give him a punch up the bracket.
Shut up, you brute, you. Haven't you hurt him enough?
I'll go up to bed myself. Good night and a Merry Christmas.
How pathetic. He's like a wounded beast crawling back to his lair to lick his wounds.
Do you mind? She's like the editor of Winnie's Weekly, the way she goes.
Oh, what a shame, that poor disillusioned boy. I got a good mind to punch your face in.
Yes, go on, Sidney. I'll hold him. Give him a right going over.
Hang on just a minute. Wait a minute, let's get the facts straight. How dare you accuse me? It's not my fault. I'm the one who's been like a father to him. How long has he been living here? 10 years. Who dressed up every year? Me. Who bought all his presents? Me. Who went out in the freezing cold and climbed up the drain pipe? Me. Who lost his footing and fell on the concrete in the yard 3 years running? Me. And when he complained it wasn't realistic enough, who had to be prized out of the chimney by the fire brigade? Me. And who lay in their nice warm beds every year a kip? A kip! While I was doing all this, and now have the effrontery to criticize me. You.
Hit him and get it over with.
All I know is, Hancock, you've broken that poor boy's heart open.
How have I? Well, I'm here to tell you that if he hasn't cheered himself up by breakfast, I'll break his head open as well. I'm going to bed. Good night.
Come on, Billy. Eat your dinner.
I don't want any dinner.
You don't want your Christmas dinner?
No.
Oh, leave him. All the more for us.
Oh, you've got to eat, William. You'll be ill.
I don't want to eat.
Oh, doesn't he put the mockers on you? Tidings of comfort and joy. Look at him. If he doesn't want his dinner, he needn't have it. There are plenty of people who'd be glad of a dinner like that.
Who?
Me, for one. Give it over there.
Oh, you are hard.
Oh, no. Let's pull a cracker. You'd like that, wouldn't you, Billy?
No.
So help me, I'll slosh him with a drumstick in a minute. Look, Mush, you're spoiling our Christmas. Liven yourself up, boy. A Hancock table is noted for its jollity, its good-humoured repast. Interesting company and lively conversation. So do as you're told and pull a cracker.
Come along, Sidney. You and I will pull one.
Yeah, all right, then. Hold tight, everyone.
Oh, look at Sidney with the funny hat on. Oh, let William put the funny hat on.
I don't want to put the funny hat on.
Read the motto, Sidney. They're always so funny, these bonbons.
Yeah. It says... Here, listen. It's a riddle.
Oh.
What's got 22 legs and 2 wings?
I've no idea.
A football team.
Oh, how clever. Wasn't that funny, William?
No.
I must say I'm with him there. It was diabolical, isn't it? Come on, what about the pudding? I suppose you don't want any.
Yes.
Yes, you don't want any, or yes, you do want any?
Yes, I don't want any.
Good. Hey, my cup's empty. Where's that Japanese burgundy? Give his lordship some as well. It might get him
No,
merry.
look, I told you, I don't want
Yes. You don't want any Japanese burgundy, we know.
I don't like it. It's rotten.
Rotten? At $1.09 a bottle, you must be... Ungrateful wretch. You've turned down the turkey, the pudding, and now the vino de casa. Porridge and salt for you in the morning, my lad.
I don't care. I don't care if I never eat again.
Neither do I. I only want her to say that, and I would be laughing.
I always took it for granted. There was a Father Christmas.
Oh, don't keep on about it. Look, when I told you last week there were no fairies, you didn't carry on like this. You took it philosophically, nay, sagely. Remember how impressed I was with the profundity of your remark. I can see it now. You were silent for a moment, and then you raised your head and you said, well, what is to be, will be. And I thought, he's right. That's quite true. It's a rare quality he's got there. The fatalism of the East, I thought. I thought we had something near the dawn of a new school of thought. Sort of Kerrism, you know. Where East meets West. Now, in one fell swoop, you've destroyed the hopes of the intellectuals of the human race.
I'm sorry, Tut.
I should think so.
I just feel I just can't go on without him, that's all.
All right, William. Now, don't upset yourself. We understand.
Oh, he'll be all right. Give him a pill.
He's not all right. He's gone rigid.
Rigid? Perhaps he's cold.
I don't like the look of this. He's in a coma.
It must be shock. It affects people in strange ways.
Stick a fork in him.
I reckon we ought to call a doctor.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. What are you going to say to him? Come quickly, Doctor. Leave your Christmas dinner on the table. There's a man here of 34 who's just found out about Santa Claus. He'll have him put away. Yes, go and ring up. Well, Doctor, what's the verdict?
Well, I've examined Mr. Kerr thoroughly, and there's nothing organically wrong with him.
There, what did I tell you? Wait till I get my hands on
Now,
him.
just a moment. Nothing organically wrong, I said. Mentally, that's another question.
He's bonkers.
No, nothing as bad as that. Mr. Kerr's had a very severe emotional shock. People often react in this way to such shocks. It's a common occurrence. In his case, he's a strong fixation about Father Christmas, stronger than in most people. The fact that it has persisted to such a late age indicates this. Most people get over it in their formative years. Tell me, does he suck his thumb?
Only when he's out of fags.
Yes, I thought so. You see, he's constantly seeking the security and comfort he knew as a child. Consequently, he refuses to acknowledge reality and thus tries to escape from the trials and tribulations that beset him in adult life. He keeps part of himself safely locked away in the little world in which he once knew happiness.
Well, I'll soon knock that out of him.
No. No, that would be the worst thing you could do. The human mind is a very strange piece of machinery.
Now, this certainly is. A right Heath Robinson affair, that is.
This problem must be tackled with great delicacy. The only approach is the psychological one.
How do you mean?
Well, you must regain his confidence. Recreate the happy world of his childhood. Play with him. You must take the place of his little friends, the only people he's ever really known and trusted.
As far as I know, the only things he used to play with were sheep and kangaroos. I mean, I want to help as much as anybody, but I'm not hopping round the house on all fours for anybody. I'm sorry, old man.
Well, that won't be necessary. There must have been other children. All you have to do is create the atmosphere he lived in. Then, when you are in his confidence, pick the right psychological moment to tell him the truth, and you'll find that he will accept it.
Well, thank you. You've been a great help, Doctor.
Not at all. It's a most interesting case. Childhood fixations always fascinate me. Well, I must be getting back home now. I came out in the middle of my din-din, you know. You've got jelly and blancmange and things, and they're all different colours, and I'm going to stay up late tonight, and we're going to have a wonderful time. Ta-ta!
I think there was a touch of physician cure thyself there.
Well, I think what he said made a lot of sense. We'll give William a Christmas just like he used to have.
There you are. Look at the dining room. Look what we've done to it.
No, I'm not looking.
Fries his eyes open.
Oh!
Yeah.
No, I don't have to look. Oh! A Christmas tree! And all the lights on it, just like we used to have back home.
That's a good start. I think we've got him.
Hey, look, a fairy! I want the fairy!
Oh, I wanted the fair.
Shut up. Let's play some games, eh?
Oh, yeah, we used to play Postman's Knock.
Oh, yes.
I should say so. Not with her, the only bird here. I like a sporting chance before I go in for contests.
Here, I know. What about cops and robbers?
No, it's Bill's party. He chooses the games. Now, come on, Bill, what shall we play? What did you used to play back in Australia, eh? Remember the old shack out of the bush? The gramophone blaring out Waltzing Matilda, eh? Ha ha. And your mum and dad out dipping kangaroos on the billabong, and the swagman in his tucker bag swung under his jumbuck. Why, we was to see it just as if it's today, yes.
Yeah, I remember.
He's going back. Look at his eyes. They've gone glassy. We've done it.
Yeah, your mum and dad used to let me have the farm to myself on Christmas Day, and I used to invite me friends from the neighbouring farms, and we'd play.
What did you play?
Eh? Oh, hello, Bluey.
Who? Bluey. That must have been his mate. He thinks you're Bluey. Say hello.
Eh? Oh, yeah. Hello, Billy. I bought you a present. It's a plastic boomerang.
Gee, thanks, Bluey. It's just what I wanted. Thanks, Sport.
Who am I supposed to be?
I don't know. Chance your luck.
Hello, Billy.
G'day, Victoria.
Victoria, that's a lot.
I bought you a kangaroo that hops around the room and then stops.
Gee, thanks, Victoria. You're a doll.
Oh, well, here we go. Hello, Billy boy.
Fatty Clayton. Who asked you to my party? Now, get out. I don't like you.
God, I always pick a loser here. Now, listen, Billy, it's Christmas.
I don't want you at my party, Fatty Clayton. Get out of me house.
Oh, let him stay, Billy. He's not a bad sort of chap. Make it up with him.
All right, then. Just for Victoria. What have you brought me, Fatty?
I don't know. They whipped all this stuff here. Oh. Well, the fact is, Cobber, my folks ain't done so well this year on account of we sheared all the sheep and the frost got at him. There's no market for chilled mutton, so he ain't got no money. So I couldn't bring you nothing, sport.
Well, what are we going to play, Digger?
Let's all go down to the lake and have a swim.
Pardon?
We'll go and have a swim.
Swimming in December, he's gone raving mad.
Of course, I forgot. Christmas out there is in the middle of the summer.
A good old swim will do us a power of good. Give us an appetite for our Christmas dinner.
Yeah, wait a minute, Cobb. Before we all mosey down the old corral, I think... No, wait a minute. Australia. Before we go down to the lake, I reckon we ought to stay here on account I got cramp.
But you gotta come. We spend every Christmas swimming in the lake all day.
Yeah, well, that's the trouble. You see, we're getting into a rut. Let's spend Christmas at home, like people in the old country do, round a great roaring fire, wrapped up and drinking steaming hot bottles of rum. They're at it all the time.
No, I want to go swimming.
Whose idea was this?
We'll have to go.
That water will be perishing. Let's tell him now about Father Christmas.
What about Father Christmas?
Oh, nothing. Let's get our trunks on and get down to the park. Stone me, I'm freezing.
Come on in, you galahs. The water's lovely and warm.
Look at him in there. He doesn't even feel it. He thinks it's midsummer. Oh, look at me, look at me, look at me. I'm blue all over. I can't see where my trunks end and my legs start.
I'm not going in. I don't care if he never finds out. I'm not going in.
We'll have to go in. He might realize if we stop now, it might be an even bigger shock to his system.
What about our system if we dive in there? Look at the pack ice floating about there. Even the Nautilus wouldn't go under that lot.
Come on in, you jokers. What are you waiting for?
Well, what do you reckon's the best way? A slow walk or a suicide jump?
A mass jump. Get it over with.
Right, now, all hold hands. All hold hands after 3. Right. 1, 2, 3, jump! Not a movement. Oh, this is ridiculous. Ahoy, hoy, hoya, hoya, hoya.
What's the matter?
Ooh. That duck shakes himself near me again. I love him, family man or not. Go and get your fleet of nippers out of here. You web-footed fool. And you, yes, I know. Don't carry on like that. Bringing them out on a day like this, you ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Are we going in or not? Oh, come on, let's be brave. I'll count this time. 1, 2, 3, jump! Very funny. Now, what about you two coming in?
All right, Uncle. Go on. I'll follow you in.
No, I'll follow you.
Both together?
Right?
Right.
Right. Legs bent, arms back. You ready?
Yep.
Deep breath, eyes closed. Ready?
Yep.
Are your eyes closed?
Yep.
Right.
Are yours?
Yes.
Right.
Right. Jump! You open them.
So did you.
This time.
Right. Ready?
Yes. Jump! Let's turn it in. We'll never do it. Let's get out. Who pushed us?
I did.
Where is he?
I'm up here on the bench putting me clothes on.
Oh, look at the buffoon. You stay there. We're coming out. Now, you listen to me. This farce has gone on long enough. We're having this out once and for all. Listen. There is no Father Christmas.
Well, I know there isn't. You don't believe in that bunkum, do you, fellas?
We've been splashing about in the freezing cold water, and now you have the nerve to tell us that you don't believe in Father Christmas?
Well, of course I don't. I'm 5 years old. You don't expect me to believe that stuff, do you?
Oh, throw him back. What went wrong, Doctor? We took him back far enough, didn't we?
Yes, it seems you took him back too far. Apparently, he didn't start believing in Father Christmas until he was 28.
So we're back where we started.
Well, not exactly. He's cheered up considerably. I've had another chat with him, and he seems to have accepted it all philosophically now.
Oh.
He was silent for a moment. Yes. Then he raised his head and said, "Oh, well, what is to be will be."
Yes, I thought he probably might.
Then he got stuck straight into the turkey and Christmas pudding. He'll be all right now.
What about the other two?
Oh, they're all right. Very hardy constitutions, both of them. They're down there with him having a wonderful time. And it's you I'm worried about. Very nasty dose of flu. Yes, you'll have to stay in bed for at least a week, you know.
But what about all the food and drink downstairs and all the parties?
Oh, no. Not for you. Not for you. Thick porridge, steamed fish, and milk for you. Now, you stay in bed and take things easily. I'll be in tomorrow and give you another injection. Merry Christmas.
Thank you very much. It is all Kerr's fault. Just wait till Halloween. He still believes in witches. I'll put my pointed hat on and I'll frighten the life out of him. He'll pay for this. By the time I finish with him, he'll be a raving maniac. All right, then. Where's me bowl of porridge with the holly stuck in it? A Merry Christmas.
You've been listening to Hancock's Half Hour, starring Tony Hancock with Sidney James, Bill Kerr, Hattie Jakes, and Warren Mitchell. Theme and incidental music composed and conducted by Wally Stott. The show written by Alan Simpson and Ray Goulton. The program was produced for the BBC by Tom Ronald.
is the only surviving star of that great radio series, Hancock's Half Hour. But there's more to Bill than Hancock, and we're going to find that out now. In Perth, Western Australia, hello to Bill Kerr. Hi, Bill.
Hi, and hello to anybody that's that's still living, that remembers me.
Let's go right back to the beginning. How old are you, Bill?
81.
81?
81, yeah.
I'd have thought you might have been older, simply because of all the things you've done.
Well, I was born in 1922 in Cape Town, South Africa. And if I may say, I can beat Judy Garland, who was born in a trunk at the Princess Theatre. I got my first gig before I was born. My mother replaced an actress in Cape Town. My mother and father were working there and in theatre. And my father heard from a producer who was crying into his whiskey in Adley Street in a bar, and he said, "Oh, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? My leading lady's gone back to London. Where can I find a replacement?" My father said, "Well, I've got one. She's my wife, but she's having a baby." So he remembered my mother from Oscar Ashe's Choo Chin Chow in London, which my mother was in that production. And they raced up to the hospital. My mother was about to have me. He gave her the script, said, "Have the baby and report in 3 weeks' time." Well, she read the script and it was all about a baby. And the play was called A Sinner in Paradise. I got the gig before I was born. Instead of using a prop, she used me, and they tell me you could hear me at my mother's breast up in the gods, having a little bit of nourishment.
Oh, wow.
Anyway, that was it. I retired, and then I made a comeback at 7, and I seem to have been making them ever since.
What's your first memory, Bill? First thing you remember, yeah.
My first memory is walking across Princess Bridge in Melbourne with my grandfather, who was born on the Bathurst goldfields. He was a dancing master. And I was toddling along beside him. That'll be about 1925.
So, you in South Africa, you went to Australia, and then you came to England?
Yes, but a long way in between drinks. I mean, as I said, I made a comeback at 7 in vaudeville, in Variety or vaudeville. I had my own stand-up act as a child performer in vaudeville.
Where was this?
My billing, if you will believe it, it's true. I've got it in print in my mother's press book. It said, "Introducing Wee Willie Kerr, the Jackie Coogan of Australian vaudeville." Try and live that down.
And what did you do?
I did a song and dance act. I sang In These Hard Times, which was in the Depression, 1932. In these hard times, you got to put up with anything. In these hard times, you mustn't pick or choose. And if she's nice, you squeeze her tight. You don't mind sitting without a light in these hard times. And then I'd finish up with hello, prosperity, hard times come again no more. And then I used to go into a little, do a wallop, do a dance and get off to a smattering of applause.
Just amazing. So did you get any schooling?
Oh, yes, indeed. I went to school about 3 days in my life. And then I was did a couple of movies in Melbourne with George Wallace.
Well, as a youngster?
As a kid performer.
George Wallace was a very sort of hard-edged Aussie, a very, very, very rough style Aussie.
A larrikin. The larrikin.
Of that time, yeah.
That's right. And also his son was a very good performer. I was with him in the army. But that, as you see, I was continually at it, and as I said, making comebacks. And I worked as a child performer for the ABC here in Australia, as a boy actor, doing all the Shakespearean parts as a kid, and then I was with an organisation called the YAL, the Young Australian League, like a glorified Boy Scouts or Ralph Reedus type show, gang show. We toured all over Australia, New Zealand, Tasmania, a year in South Africa. And we had a nurse and a school teacher, and we stayed at wonderful places all through. Oh, I must tell you, that was 1922 when I did my first gig, right?
Yeah, right.
I go back to South Africa in 1934. I'm 11. I walk into the stage door of the same theatre, and I was saying to the little kids alongside of me, I said, it's great to be back here. And the stage doorman said, what do you mean, kid? It's great to be back. I said, I played this theatre 11 years ago. I'm 11 years of age. He looked at me and he said, how could you... I said, I played the baby in A Sinner in Paradise. It was the same stage doorman. He nearly fell out.
You remember
fell
that?
out of his little box.
Well, you wouldn't forget it, would you?
No, that's right. Yeah, so, I've had a good old...
Good stuff. Now, when the war came, did you join up?
Oh, indeed. I joined up and I tried to get into the Air Force, and I was rejected. I was colourblind, and my maths were not up to scratch because of my lack of education. And you know who I was rejected by?
What?
Ronald Coleman's brother, Eric Coleman, who was a great radio announcer here in Sydney, and he was a flyer in the First World War. And he said, I'll never forget it. He said, look, Bill, he said, you'll never make aircrew. He said, but there are other things, mechanics, cooks. I said, a cook? I said, I want to fly 'em, not fry 'em. And I walked out and I joined the army.
Want to talk about that in just a little while, but let's go to somebody who I'm sure... Did you meet Rob Wilton?
Indeed, I worked with Rob Wilton, worked with him in Variety, and he was very kind to me, as most comedians were in those days. I don't know what they're like now, but it was a great club, the comics. We all loved each other, and because we were all so different. Rob... Jack Hilton said if I'm going to put on a new production, I'll get Rob Wilton to come over and read the script, and if he makes me laugh, I'll back the show. Arthur Askey said he could read the telephone book and make you laugh.
Well, he certainly makes me laugh. He certainly makes you laugh. Let's enjoy Rob Wilton.
I'm subject to colds, and they make me quite deaf, and then I can't hear what you say. A fellow once asked me if I'd have a drink, and I heard that with a cold, by the way. As we drank, we got chatting of girls we had met. I described a sweet bird dressed in red. My description was good, and my pal went half mad. It was the girl he was going to wed. He said, I'll punch your head. I said, whose? He said, yours. I said, mine. He said, yes. I said, oh. He said, want to fight? I said, who? He said, you. I said, me. He said, yes. I said, no. So we then got to words, and he said, you're a cad. I said, cad? He said, yes. I said, who? He said, who? I said, yes. He said, you. I said, oh, so of course then I knew. The day I got married some years ago, I'll always remember the scene. Me and Jim Lowe married Maudie and Flo, who were twin sisters and always had been. We were married all right at 2:15, but somehow we must have got mixed. Jim said, which is mine? I said, oh, never mind, let's get the blessed thing fixed. He said, have you married Flo? I said, Flo, I don't know, but what if I have? You've got one. He said, I wanted Flo. I said, oh, is that so? Well, your only chance is just gone. He said, did you know that you'd married Flo? I said, no, I don't know that I knew. He said, you've married mine. She's got £10,000. I said, well, never mind, she'll do. A sail on the sea is a thing that suits me, and I've done some sailing, it's true. I've been at my wit's end when sailing to Land's End, and one night when I'd had one or two, the captain came out on the bridge and said, lads, we are doomed, the old tub's going down. To the boats, every man except you. I said, me? He said, yes, there's no room, you must drown. I said, drown? He said, drown. The old ship's going down. Don't stand arguing there. I've just told you straight, there's no room for you, mate, in the boats, or in fact anywhere. I know it's upsetting, but what's the use fretting? We might have lost all of the crew. But now, as I say, we can all get away and only lose one, and that's you.
You never get tired of it, do you, Bill Kerr?
Oh, he's brilliant. Genius.
Just wonderful. Now, when did you first appear on the BBC?
Now, a little girl named Joy Nichols was responsible for that. You remember Joy Nichols?
Take it from here.
Yeah. That's right. Now, I knew her. She was sort of like a childhood sweetheart of mine in Australia, and her brother, George Nichols, he was an impressionist, and so was Joy. They came over to England as a double act. Anyway, Joy got into Navy mixture. She replaced the girl that was doing it, and then she was put in to take it from here. I arrived in 1947, and I was the first of many Australians who made the decision to go to the UK after the war. And she introduced me to Roy Spear, and I did an audition for him, and he turned me down.
What was the act you were doing, Bill?
Well, the act that I did for 6 years as a stand-up or front cloth comic.
Yeah.
I used to come on and say, I've only got 4 minutes, and read comments out of the newspaper and talk about the theatre, saying there's only 3 exits that I can see. If there's a fire, you'll all get trampled to death trying to get out, but don't worry about us, we've got a safety curtain back here. Right. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, right.
So, if there is a fire, think of all that meat and no potatoes. And I got away with it. I don't know how, but I did for 6 years. And I worked with Danny Kaye, Sophie Tucker, the Nicholas brothers. I did the Moss and Stoll tours, which was a marvellous education. And
that was in Australia?
As an Australian, with a very, very broad Australian accent, yes. I must say. And through being a performer, I went to the Windmill, 6 shows a day there, and along with Harry Seacombe, Peter Sellers, all those wonderful.
So you were there. You were there at the beginning of the great post-war comedy explosion, really, weren't you?
Well, indeed. I used to go down to the Stratton Arms, and I'm going to tell you something now, and you won't believe it, and neither will the listeners, but it's true. Down at the Stratton Arms, just off Victoria Street, I met the Goons in embryo. Harry, Peter Sellers, Spike Milligan, Michael Benteen, Alfred Marks, a whole bunch of us. We were all down there trying to make a quid, and there was a writer named Jimmy Grafton, who ran the pub, owned a pub, and was a councillor at Westminster, and he was also a scriptwriter for people like Derek Roy, and he wrote for me a little time. And Spike Milligan was working in his office, and that's how I met all that wonderful bunch of people. Now, I got away very quickly. Then Peter Sellers started as a variety turn doing impressions. And are you ready for this? He used to do an impression of me in his act.
What?
And I've got to tell you, he was better than me doing my act. Oh. And of course, there was another guy who was also an impressionist, and he rang me up and he said, Bill, do you mind if I do an impression of you in my act? And I said, oh, please, I'm honoured. Well, I was playing the Theatre Royal at Handley, which was burnt down, and shortly after I played it. And I was there on the Monday after the first house. The manager came in and he said, here, we had you here last week. I said, what do you mean? He said, your bloody act. He said, we had it here last week. It was this guy knocked off my act, and not an impression, he did the whole bloody thing. But anyway, Peter Sellers used to do an impression of me. I can't believe it.
Isn't that a wonderful story?
Yeah, and then of course I did the first Goon film with the lads.
Which was that?
No,
was that
it was called Penny Points to Paradise.
That was before the Macanese Battlehorn, was it?
Oh, before all that, yeah. Yes, indeed. It was, we shot it somewhere in a bathroom or somewhere in Brighton, and director Tony Young, lovely guy, and it was, briefly, it was about Harry Seacombe winning the pools, and he played it with a northern accent. Alfred, he won the pools, coming down to London to collect 50,000 quid, which they had hundreds of £5 notes They were so good. I was tipping stage doorman a fiver. And, you know, you'd wrap up half a crown in a fiver and give it to the stage doorman. You said, "Oh, God, blimey, Governor, I haven't had this happen since Henry Irving." And, yeah, lots of fun. Anyway, we did that film. Now, many, many years later, up in the 70s, I did another goon film. Well, it was a goon Treasure Island called Ghost in the Noonday Sun. Warner Brothers spent $7 million on it. And it had Peter Sellers, Spike, Tony Francioso, and the guy that's in Everybody Loves Raymond. Do you know the bald-headed guy that plays the father? Brilliant American actor. He was in it. I forget his name. Anyway, it's got to be in the first 10 worst films ever made. Locked up, never to be released in a vault in Warner Brothers.
So it's never released?
Oh, wait a minute.
But was it?
I come out to Australia about 3 years ago. I walk into my video store, and there, in a little corner with cobwebs all over it, is a brush to my side, and there's Ghost in the Noonday Sun. I had said to the guy, "How did you get this?" He said it came in with a job lot. I said, "How much to hire it?" He said, $1 for a year. I said, "A year?" He said, "Yeah. And if you don't bring it back, I'll give you the $1 back."
Wonderful stuff. Now, Bill, back to my first question. When did you first appear on the BBC? And what were you doing?
Oh, right. Okay. I did a gig on a film that Carol Levis was making in Brighton too, and my agent asked me to go down and do the entertainment for the rap party on a very, very early recording machine, tape machine. I did what was loosely called my act, with a very, very Australian accent. All the laughter came from the crew. They seemed to like it. My agent played it to a lady named Joy Russell Smith, who was producing Variety Bandbox.
The legendary Variety Bandbox. Post-war variety show on radio, folks.
That's right. And then on Australia, Empire Day, 1948, I did my first gig there. When I came off, somebody said to me, "Do you know how many people were listening to you?" And I said, "No." He said, 20 million people. I nearly fell through the floor. That was twice the population of Australia about that time.
Well, and don't forget, of course, they were listening to it in Australia as well, because the transcription service took the recordings out, and 2FC used to broadcast them.
Oh, indeed. And, I still get an occasional 2 and 6 penny residual. So they were wonderful days.
Just incredible. Now, at that time, this is before you got involved with Hancock. At that time, who were you meeting and who were you mixing with? Who was your crowd?
Oh, well, as I said, the goons. All those lads, because we were all young, trying to make a quid. Bob Monkhouse, oh dear Bob, he's just not with us anymore. But he used to write for me. He used to write scripts for me. Spike wrote some scripts for me.
Really?
Yeah, I was blessed with knowing those people as friends, and also to work with professionally.
You were very well known before Hancock. You were very well known in the late 40s in this country, weren't you? People didn't know who you were.
Well, I had a wonderful kick-off as in that Variety Bandbox, as I said, and then Derek Roy was sick, and every alternate week it was Frankie Howard and then Derek Roy. Well, Derek couldn't do it, so they asked me to replace him for 6 weeks, and that really gave me a solid piece of ground to stand on, and that's how everybody knew Bill Kerr. I'm only here for 4 minutes.
How'd you get on with Frankie Howard?
Oh, lovely. Marvellous guy. He's Jimmy Edwards tells this. Jimmy lived out here in Australia for a long time, and then he was very ill, and he's a dear old friend, dear old chum, and he was going back to the UK, to the hospital in Devonshire Street where the officers go, and the Royals, and he was very busy dying at this particular time. And everybody was coming in to see him. And Eric Sykes was just leaving as Frankie Howard was coming in, and he's fluffing up Jimmy's cushions, and oh, can I do something for you? And don't pull. You'll be all right. And he leans over Jimmy, who was, as I said, very busy dying, and said, "Yeah, is there something I could do for you?" And Jimmy opened one balefully glaring eye and said, "Yes, put on a clean shirt."
Did you know John LeMessurier at that time?
Oh, dear John. I mean, everybody adored and loved John. There was, he and Hattie were the most wonderful team together. She had a heart as big as a house, and he was adored by everybody. Just that he was a gentle man and a gentleman.
Doolan with you on BBC WM with The Other Side of Bill Kerr. Now I'm going to move to the part of Bill's career which has attracted the most attention. Deservedly or not, he will tell me. And that, of course, is his involvement with Hancock's Half Hour. You're the only survivor, aren't you, Bill?
Indeed. The last time I saw Kenneth Williams was in Sydney in the 80s, and he said, you realise that we're the only two left alive? And I said, yes, my God. He said, well, look, I haven't been feeling too well lately. And I said to him as a joke, I said, well, if you feel as though you're going, call me and I'll talk you out of it. And of course he was the last to go. Yeah. And I suppose they're all up there waiting for me to join them, but I'm not ready yet, guys.
No hurry. Now, how did you first get involved with Hancock and Hancock's Half Hour?
Well, I'd known Tony, as I said, when I met all those wonderful guys, and I think he went to the Windmill too. And we did a sort of a Boy Scout thing written by an Australian named Ralph Peterson, under the auspices of Jim Davidson, who was my CO in the army, and he was second in command at the Beep for light entertainment. And he put this show together, and it wasn't a success. Tony Hancock, myself, I think Graham Stark, Peter Butterworth, a whole bunch of people. And yes, God, there was a whole bunch of us. Anyway, that's when Tony and I worked first together.
But the show didn't work.
The show didn't work, but they brought Ray Colton and Alan Simpson in to finish it. That's where the idea came from them to use me with Tony in the series Hancock's Half Hour. And I think we were walking through Berkeley Square one night with Graham Stark and the two lads with Galton and Simpson, and I was regaling them with some stories about Australia, and I think that sparked them off. They said, hey, wait a minute, why don't we use Bill? La 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 la. And they wanted to use Sid James, but they couldn't remember his name. They couldn't find out who he was. They'd seen him in films doing, a couple of days' work here, a couple of days' work there. And he had that incredible face that looked as though he'd been run over by a bus. And they said, who was that guy? Find him. It was Sid. And that's how we all got together.
Now, when the series began, it didn't begin with Hattie Jakes, did it?
No, I think it was Andre Melly or somebody like that. Then another lovely South African lady who married a champagne. Moira, yes. Yeah. And then finally we got Hattie, and that was the team we were set then in a way.
Now, when it all began, your character developed, didn't it? It began as one thing, but as the 5 years went on, it developed into something else.
The very few people sort of twigged that. I was a very fast talking, come on, let's go, kid, la 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 la. And then gradually it changed to that slow talking, rather imbecilic, g'day, or how you going, like that. And which was much better for Tony to bounce off, calling me the champion plonk drinker of Wagga Wagga or something.
How'd you get on with him?
Well, Tony, wonderful, He was marvellous when he had about 3 or 4 gin and tonics. He was then the most delightful man, and also he adored cricket. We had Hancock's 11, and we used to go down and play charity matches the weekend in the home counties, and we had people like Colin Cowdrey playing with us, and Boris Karloff would be an umpire.
No.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, wait a minute. I must tell you a lovely, lovely story. I'm, Hancock's half-hour team. Can you imagine? Sid James, myself, Kenneth Williams, he played occasionally, but and then you'd have somebody, real cricketer like Colin Cowdrey. And there's him, Boris Karloff, as the umpire. Now, I was bowling towards Trevor Howard, the great Trevor Howard, who was in the opposition team. And I sort of, I tried to give him a googly, and anyway, it hit his pad, and I jumped up about 3 feet in the air, and I said, "How's that?" Boris Karloff, 6'4" of him, balefully glared down at me and said, "Don't be bloody silly."
What a wonderful tale. What a wonderful tale. Now, so you got on all right with Hancock because he could be moody, couldn't he?
Oh, yes, but then, it's like Spike. Spike was, boy, oh, boy. But
really,
I never worried about that side of him.
Yeah.
I liked the guy that I was with, having a couple of drinks and laughs. I never knew that other side of Tony. He kept that to himself.
And what about Ken Williams? Do you get all right with him?
Yeah, Ken, but of course Ken was a law unto himself. And I don't think really, if you've read any of his books and his diaries, I don't think he thought very much of many people in show business. He had his own peculiar, his own special brand of chums. And
yeah, but he didn't seem to like a lot of people. He didn't like Hancock, did he? But Hancock didn't like him.
Well, you see, Jack Benny got a team together with Phil Harris and, Rochester. And when you're on a good thing, stick to it. Tony wanted those green fields that were on the other side of the fence. And he gradually got rid of everybody.
Did you all try and persuade him when he was wanting to go his own way? And I saw him in Sydney in '63 or '4, and he was a disaster. It was just so embarrassing to, everybody wanted him to be so good and he was so awful.
Yes, unfortunately.
Did you discourage him or try to discourage him from doing this?
No, you knew that's what he wanted. Oh, Eric Sykes and I'll never forget it. Eric Sykes and I went to the rap party on the last series, and we were both flamenco enthusiasts, and we thought we'd do the cabaret. And when we walked in, there's Duncan Wood, and everybody was there with long faces because Tony had just given the ultimatum that he didn't want to do any more with the show as it was, and Galton and Simpson couldn't believe it, and they said, "Are you kidding?" He said, "No, we'll do odd shows together, maybe a film, la 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 la." And the curtain came down, and they never worked with him again. Although Tony went back twice.
Yes, after it all died a death, and he started dying one as well. I'm talking about in showbiz terms. He went back, didn't he, on a couple of occasions, as you said,
to ask would they write for him, and they said, "Sorry, Tone, we're busy with them."
Steptoe.
Death to us part.
Steptoe.
Steptoe, yes. Yeah, it was very sad. I mean, he had he still been around, he would have probably developed into a wonderful character actor, and still been at it, I suppose.
So looking back at that period, the Hancock period, now don't give me the showbiz stuff. Give me the real Bill Kerr. How do you see it now? Do you look back on it with affection, or is it just a part of your life that went by?
Oh no, it was a marvelous period of my life. I was young. I was chasing birds and catching a few, and I mean every week in Variety it was wonderful. You would there was always a dancing troupe. 3 girls or 5 girls, and they were the second spot. They opened the show and opened the interval after the interval, and you got to know quite a few ladies, and I had a wonderful time.
Now,
and
go on. I don't want to interrupt you. Go ahead if you want to. When Hancock finished, what was there for you? Because you were now typecast, weren't you?
Indeed. I'll never forget going out to Ealing Studios, and my agent walked in ahead of me, and he was about 6 foot tall, and I forget, it was one of the higher ups at Ealing Studios said, "Oh, Bill Kerr, glad to meet you," and he said, "No, I'm his agent." and there was me, 5'8", walked in, skinny, and I saw the job, whatever they had, just vanish. A glaze come over the guy's eyes. And it took me a long time to convince anybody that I could do something else. And then I finally made a break in a show called Damn Yankees. I played Applegate, which was the Ray Walston part. And we played that for a year at the Coliseum, and it convinced other people in show business and agents that I could do something else except be an Australian. And then I gradually got into musical comedies and going out on tours and doing West End shows. The last one I did was with Tony Newley, 74, 75, a big musical, which unfortunately was a flop, but it ran for a year.
When did you decide to go back to Australia?
Oh, I'd made a couple of trips back, to have my first son born here back in Australia. And I came back in 1979 and just to see family. And because I had a couple of sons here and who'd come out from England with their mother. And after we were divorced, and I sort of felt the water and was offered a couple of jobs. And I thought, oh well, I'll come back to Australia and see what it's like. I came back in 1980, and well, I was fortunate enough to arrive at the best time because I got into a couple of films, particularly one that got me away was called Gallipoli, which was directed by Peter Weir. And I did a year of Living Dangerously with him, with Mel Gibson, too, and that got me away. And then I played a whole wodge of characters in films and miniseries, which I couldn't believe my luck, but I'm still lucky. I'm still working.
That's amazing. I mean, you're 81 and you are still in demand. You're still working. As I say, I remember when I first contacted your agents about us talking here, you'd just finished some pretty important work up in Brisbane, and you were heading back to Western Australia, and you're constantly busy over in Australia itself.
Well, I've got a movie to do. I'm doing a couple of big, one lovely big miniseries as a narrator. And the Russians came over last year with their ice show. What was it? That Tchaikovsky, Sleeping Beauty, and I did the narration for that. And they've asked me to come back and do the next one, which I'm starting next week or next month. So yeah, somebody up there keeps an eye on me. I'm working.
I'm going to be asking you for some more wonderful stories of those wonderful post-war days in a few minutes, because if we look at the story of comedy in this country, there's that group that sort of appeared after the war between 45 and 51, who really dominated the comedy stage for years and years afterwards, didn't they, Bill?
Oh, indeed. I don't know what the comedy scene is like in England now. But the sad thing is when I see old movies that I'm in, the entire cast is dead. Seriously,
does that bother you?
No. I get a big kick out of it. I say, I'm still here. I'm not ready for the big rap party in the dress circle yet.
Let's go back to a bit of music. I've got Butterflies in the Rain performed by Ambrose and his orchestra. What's the rationale behind that?
Oh, well, when I was a young kid, I was a radio announcer, a cadet radio announcer in my hometown in Wagga Wagga, New South Wales. And,
you really had association with Wagga Wagga?
Oh yeah. I mean, born in South Africa, but came to Wagga when I was 5. So, and from 5 up until 19, Wagga was my base. My father was working in Wagga for the Main Roads Board. My mother was teaching elocution, and she elocuted me to death. That's how I became an actor, and because she was a performer herself. And but yes, Wagga is my hometown, and she used to farm me out to any. See, in the country towns in Australia, we used to have the shows, as you know. You'd have five shows hitting town at the one time. In a town like Wagga, Albury, all these lovely inland towns, you'd have a variety show, a circus, drama, musical comedies, all under canvas. And they'd all come up to my mother's house and have spaghetti and, a couple of glasses of red, like a bohemian society. Wonderful. And because my father used to greet them at the door and say, "You're in Bohemia now," and, sit down and have a glass of plonk. And I used to go out on tour with people like, Philip Lytton's Dramatic Players. I played Little Eva in... what's the Little Eva in Uncle Tom's Cabin? Yeah. In East Lynn, I played the little boy. Mother, I Can Hear the Angels.
What's the river that goes through Wagga Wagga?
The Murrumbidgee.
The Murrumbidgee. Because for those of you that ever get to Australia, if you can get to Wagga Wagga, or Wagga the locals call it, if you can get there, that river is flowing through. There's a park area, and the weeping willows coming down over the river is a picture in my mind that will never go away.
Boy. I was nearly drowned in that river, because once you got down to those willows, they would drag you under. But I was pulled out by a guy named Skinner Williams when I was 8 years of age, and I met him in 1954 in Korea. He pulled me up. He was a sergeant major in the 3rd Australian Battalion, and said, "Hey, don't you remember me, kid?" Yeah.
Butterflies in the Rain.
I had a. Yeah. Well, let's hear Butterflies.
Okay, Butterflies it is. Doolan in conversation with Bill Kerr. Bill is in the ABC studios in Perth in Western Australia, but the magic of radio, we're able to chat to each other and it sounds like we're sitting together in the same room. Bill, take me back to post-war and take me back to, again, some of the people you met and some of the adventures you had post-war, going right through up to when you came back to Australia?
Well, as I said, 6 years in Variety, playing all the top dates, and then the number 2s and number 3s, and then by then you'd be ready to go back and do it again. I did three tours, but it was six years, and then I got into musical comedies, straight plays, and also 20 years of broadcasting for the BBC in various forms, either as a stand-up comic, Hancock's Half Hour, then a couple of long series like The Flying Doctor, Pride of the Pacific. They just went on and on for 20 years. I was on the air.
You were always an Australian, were you? On the air?
Always on the air, yes. And I don't know how I got away with it. I mean, I was before Rolf Harris and before Dame Edna.
Yes,
I think
indeed
I was
you were.
the first Australian to get away with it with an Aussie accent. But I had some wonderful times with Spike in the theatre. He rang me up one day and said, I want you to test a friendship. I said, who do I have to kill? He said, no, come and work with me. I said, I've worked with you. He said, yeah, but work with me every night in the theatre. I replaced Bill Owen, who was doing Oblomov with him at the Comedy Theatre. I went in there, and then 18 months later, I'm still working with Spike. We did Oblomov and Bed Sitting Room. And we're playing in Glasgow at the Pavilion, which is a huge theatre. And one night, Spike got the dead needle because somebody was laughing in the front row and making the seat squeak. And you could hear the squeak every time the man rocked backwards and forwards.
Yeah.
So Spike jumped off the stage and got hold of the guy and is slowly throttling him. And the guy's laughing his head off, but Spike is dead serious. He said, please, sir, don't laugh rocking backwards and forwards. He said, laugh up and down, and he's stretching the guy's neck up and down, and the guy's just about to kick the bucket, and he's still laughing. Spike got up on stage again and said to me, get the front of house manager in my dressing room. I thought, here we go again. So a big burly Scotsman, about 6'4", came in with a bristling moustache, and he said, how can I hire who and porridge sandwich? We'll fix this fellow Milligan. And he came out a dejected wreck because Milligan said to him, now hear this, and I'll only say it once. I want somebody down now with a can of oil, and I want him to oil that seat in the front row. And the guy said, we can't do it, Mr. Milligan, because the oil might get on the man's trews and he'll sue us. He said, well, he said, all right, forget tonight. He said, but tomorrow I want every seat in this 2,000-seat theatre. I want every seat checked for a squeak, I want it oiled.
Could you get away with that?
Of course he did. Next morning there was a truck a block long and about 8 or 9 guys with oil cans checking, hey, row G, number 7, a bit of oil. So, but not only that, you see, once Spike got the bit between his teeth, he was designated somebody to check every seat in the next theatre and the next theatre.
Yeah.
So he was an extraordinary man. And like we're in Eamon Andrews Theatre in Dublin at the Olympic. And on the Saturday night, second house, the show's going like a dream. They're screaming, laughing. And some guy a friendly Chayaka up at the God says to say, get on with it, Spike. And Spike stopped the show cold and said, excuse me, sir. He said, you're interrupting the lovely ladies and gentlemen here in the audience who've paid hard money to come in, and you are disrupting the comedy, the delicate balance of comedy, and gave him a sort of a curtain lecture. And the guy got a little bit shirty and he said, off. And so Spike then glared up at him and he said, right, I'll see you at the stage door after the show, pal.
Really?
So it was on for young and old.
And was it on?
We're all earwigging out of our dressing room doors, and Spike's marching up and down with his hobnail boots, and there's going to be murders. So the stage doorman yells out, "Oh, Mr. Milligan, there's somebody to see at the stage door." We heard Spike clatter down, and we heard this. did you want to see me? And the guy said, yes. Bang. Spike decked him. The guy hit the floor. He's now hemorrhaging from the nose, ears, and he's got a lip like Sonny Liston. And the guy said, I only came round for an autograph. It's the wrong guy.
Oh, Bill, that's where we're going to leave it for now. My team have just told me we've got to talk to you again and do a part 2 sometime, and I'm sure we will. But for now, Bill Kerr, it's been an honour, a privilege and a thrill to talk to you. Why are we going out on Duke Ellington?
Oh, because my mother was on the L station, 42nd Street, after being thrown out of the Hotel Astor. She was broke when she came back from German New Guinea. And she finished on that L train, and the A train goes straight up to Harlem.
Bill Kerr, we thank you very much. It's been wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you.
We present Kenneth Williams, Derek Nimmo, Clement Freud and Liz Fraser in just a minute. And as the minute waltz fades away, here to tell you about it is our chairman, Nicholas Parsons.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, and welcome once again to Just a Minute. And somebody's whistling. Derek Nimmo, it's you. Will you please keep quiet? Sorry. Derek, why are you whistling before we've even started?
Just a little seasonal whistling, that's all.
All right, we're all trying to get into the festive spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show, and also it's my pleasure to welcome Liz Fraser. For the first time, she's going to try and do battle with these 3 clever protagonists of the game and see what she can do for the Distaff side. Once again, I'm going to ask them all to speak, if they can, for 60 seconds on some subject, without hesitation, without repetition, and without deviating from the subject. And of course, according to how well they do it and whether they're challenged, they will gain points or give them away. Clement Freud, will you begin this week, please? The subject, very seasonal, stuffing your Christmas bird. That means, can you talk about that subject for 60 seconds, starting now?
Any feathered friend which is afloat at this time of year may be called a Christmas bird. And if you're about to stuff one, I think you should take great care not to choose a bird that is too small, like a sparrow or a dove. In fact, a turkey, a chicken, a goose would be ideal animals for this sort of treatment. I feel that it is ignominious to put your hands inside such poultry, and prefer personally to get my stuffing done on the outside, usually in a roasting tray, keeping such implements as I might use in my culinary pursuits cleaner and less infected than they would otherwise be. But there are many.
Derek Nimmo, you challenge. Why?
No hesitation.
No. I'm keeping it with Clement Freud. So he gains a point because I disagree with the challenge. 6 seconds left. Stuffing your Christmas bird, Clement, now.
Some people think that bird being a synonym...
For those of you who may be fairly new to the game, when the whistle goes, it tells us that 60 seconds is up, and whoever is speaking at that moment gains an extra point. On this occasion, it was Clement Freud, who now has a commanding lead of 2 over everybody else, because nobody else has yet scored. And, Derek, it's your turn to begin. The subject is stocking fillers. Can you talk to us? That's a dirty laugh in the audience, wasn't it? Anyway, Derek, stocking fillers, 60 seconds, starting now.
Responding to the dirty laugh in the audience, I would say that my favourite stocking filler is long limbs encased in a pair of these same stockings that we are talking about. On the other hand, there is a dear man who lives in Snowcap.
Clement Freud, why have you challenged?
He's talking about legs and suddenly says on the other hand, which
give Clement Freud an extra point for a clever challenge, but Derek wasn't deviating from the subject on the card. Stocking fillers, Derek, you keep the subject and continue, and there are 42 seconds left, starting now.
In Snowland lives a charming old gentleman with a white beard, as every boy and girl knows.
I didn't know that.
Liz, you challenged.
Yes, I didn't know that.
Well, I'm sorry that you don't know it, Liz, and maybe after the show I can explain to you all about Father Christmas. But you see, he wasn't actually deviating from the subject, he was keeping going. The fact that you didn't know about it, unlike everybody else, it's very sad. But it means that Derek still keeps the subject, and he gets a point, of course, and there are 35 seconds left, stocking fillers starting now.
Santa Claus, or Father Christmas, as Nicholas Parsons would say, keeps his stocking fillers in a large sack, which he keeps on the back of his sleigh.
Kenneth Williams has challenged.
The word keep occurred twice.
Yes, that is right. You did say keep twice. It was a bit... Yes, you did. It's rather difficult. Keep. Small words, not to repeat them occasionally. Kenneth, I agree with your challenge, so you gained a point, and you have 27 seconds for stocking fillers starting now.
Little cuddly bunnies made of cotton wool and harmless material like that, and marzipans, chocolates, and little wafers.
Liz, madam, you challenged.
He said little twice.
Yes, I'm afraid you did. And she was listening terribly well, got him very sharply there, and, because you see, if you press your buzzer first, it eliminates all the other buzzers.
Quite right. I don't want to eliminate anybody else's buzzer.
No, well... So, Liz, you've gained a point, and you have 15 seconds now to take over the subject of stocking fillers, starting now.
One of the advantages of growing older and bigger is that one's stockings enlarge with age, which means that one can get more fillings into one's hosiery.
Hesitation.
There was a definite hesitation, I'm afraid, Liz. Derek, you gain a point. I agree with the challenge. So there are 3 seconds left now for you to take over stocking fillers, starting now.
When I wake up on Christmas morning, I find a lovely orange right at the bottom next to something...
Kenneth Williams, why have you challenged?
Christmas. You said it before.
You did say Christmas before. You used Father Christmas before, and now you've said Christmas. So
Absolutely right. Well listened.
Occasionally they can't think of any other way to argue their way back to it, so they come magnanimous. Kenneth listened well. He got in just with 3/4 of a second to go on stocking fillers. Kenneth, starting now.
Silver bells!
Kenneth Williams was speaking then when the whistle went, so he gains that extra point, and to use his phrase, he has leapt into the lead.
Well, thank goodness, my record has been abysmal over the last few weeks. Abysmal.
But you've let
the
me...
only way I can describe it. It's been abysmal. I've taken no kind of encouragement, and we all need a bit of ego massage.
You're behaving in an abysmal way. Yes, because you've leapt into the lead alongside Clement Freud. It's not quite enough to...
sorry.
And Liz Fraser, it's your turn to begin. So the subject is still on the Christmas theme, I'm glad to say, things I've found in crackers. And as a little cracker yourself, Liz, will you talk for 60 seconds on that subject, starting now?
One of the things that I found in crackers was my husband. It happened like this. I had an invitation some years ago to attend a housewarming party by a friend, and I agreed and accepted with alacrity, and bejeweled and bedecked, I arrived at her abode, and I had the feeling that something very exciting was going to happen, and I looked around the rooms to see if there was some sort of nice man that I could perhaps be attached to. A tall, dark stranger approached me and asked me where the loo was. I didn't know, so I directed him to the hostess who was standing near me at the time, and another man approached me, and we found that we had a great deal in common. For instance, we both enjoyed Derek Nimmo's feet, Clement Freud's cooking, Kenneth Williams' wit, and Nicholas Parsons' milk. And he then proposed to me. I must say that the house's name was Crackers.
Liz Fraser has joined us for the first time. She started with a subject, and she managed to keep it right through to the end, so she gets a bonus point for speaking for 60 seconds. Well done, Liz. Clement, your turn to begin. The subject is the fairy on the top of the Christmas tree. laugh, listeners, was occasioned by the fact that Clement Freud looked very rapidly at every member of the team here to decide which one he thought he should apply this to. And he finished up with Liz Fraser. So the subject is the fairy on the top of the Christmas tree. Clement Freud, 60 seconds, starting now.
Is a very long way up the top of the Christmas tree, as opposed to the fairy lower down on the same piece of...
Liz Fraser, you challenge.
I think hesitation.
You think, and I think, and so you gain a point, Liz, and you take over the subject of the fairy on the top of the Christmas tree. 50 seconds left, starting now.
There are no fairies at the top of our Christmas tree because... I knew I would be able to talk.
Kenneth Williams, your challenge.
Great hesitation.
Yes, I'm afraid I didn't know what I was going to say.
My darling, I don't like to be ungallant, but I could.
Weren't you? Were being absolutely accurate.
Oh, thank you
So,
very
Kenneth,
much.
you get a point. You take over the subject. There are 45 seconds left. The fairy on the top of the Christmas tree, starting now.
She is generally a rather delicate-looking creature with tinsel and porcelain, bison-like features, and everyone says that she is presiding over this festive gathering and spreading light and joy from the top of her perishing Christmas tree.
It is indeed, of course, it is in the process of decay, as you all know, when you come to clear up those dreadful needles that get everywhere. I once sat on them and had them with appalling trouble afterwards, but only a very greasy emollient eased my anguish.
Challenged. Why?
Well, he's talking about something really rather nasty, which has got nothing to do with the fairy. It was way up on the top of the tree.
Yes, and there are 8 seconds left, Derek, for the fairy on the top of the Christmas tree, starting now.
When I was a small boy, I used to sing a lovely song, which was, every little boy would like to be a fairy.
Clement Freud, why have you challenged?
Repetition.
What?
When I was a small boy.
Oh, that's right, yes. Clement, you gain the subject, and there are 3 seconds left. Fairy on the top of the Christmas tree, starting now.
Her name is Gladys, and she had the most terrible time getting out.
Clement Freud then gained the extra point for speaking when the whistle went. I've never heard of a fairy called Gladys. What a
pity.
Anyway, Gladys got you an extra point, an extra laugh, and you're now equal in the lead with Kenneth Williams.
Oh, what an honor for you, Clem.
Derek Nimmo, your turn to begin. The subject, mistletoe. Can you talk to us about that kissable subject for 60 seconds, starting now?
Mistletoe is a rather nasty parasitic creature that grows round fruit trees, apples and pears in particular. It has been used from the ancient times to depict something which is really rather nasty, so we won't talk about that. We'll talk about its modern usage, which is to kiss young ladies beneath. And there's nothing I like more, in fact, than singing, "Here we are, beneath the mistletoe, no young..."
Liz Fraser, why have you challenged?
Beneath twice.
2 beneaths give you an extra point, another point, and you take over the subject of mistletoe, and there are 36 seconds left, starting now.
I always thought that it would be the most romantic thing to be kissed underneath the mistletoe, and every year I would stand strategically placed under twice.
Derek, I agree with the challenge of hesitation. You get another point, and there are 12 seconds left, mistletoe, starting now.
Once I spent Yuletide south of the equator, and there they had plastic mistletoe. I'm nothing more obscene have I ever seen. And if you...
Liz Fraser, why have you challenged?
Is seen, a verb
No,
twice?
you said obscene. I've seen.
Oh, I do beg your
It was
pardon.
well listened, but not correct. So Derek gets another point, and there are 3 seconds left for mistletoe, Derek, starting now.
Pucker up your lips, babe. I'm coming in on the down.
Kenneth, party games. Can you tell us something about party games? And there are 60 seconds to do it, starting now.
I think it was probably expressed most beautifully by Bernard Gascoigne when he wrote, "Here's a pencil and pad, you won't find it bad. These are games that we all of us know.
Pass them on as you write them and ad infinitum. It's just party games. Make a good evening go."
And even as he uttered those words to me for the first time, a tear began to form in my eye and drop to the floor below, where it ate its way through the floorboards. It was then at the time.
Daring Nimmo, why have you challenged?
Floor and then floorboards. 2 floors.
Yes, alas, it was a pity.
Oh,
because
he's
it's
very fly, isn't he?
Yeah, it was a lovely story. So, Derek.
What a beautiful poem.
Yes, and what a beautiful teardrop right through to the floorboard. Anyway, Derek, I agree with the challenge. There are 19 seconds left for party games starting now.
My favourite party game is called Stuffing Your Christmas Bird. What you have to do is to get a large turkey and some stage and onion stuffing, and everybody gathers...
Liz Fraser, why have you challenged?
Stuffing twice.
Stuffing your
Yes,
Christmas bird,
right.
stuffing. That's quite correct, Liz. Well, listen. 14 seconds left for you, Liz. You take over the subject of party games starting now.
Are you...
Oh, Clement Froy, why have you challenged? Hesitation, not at all.
That was breath.
First time on the show, and there's you. Anyway, Liz, you have another point, and there are 13 seconds left for party games starting now.
I first met...
Clement Freud, why have you challenged?
Hesitation.
No. Even less hesitation. There are 13 seconds left for party games, Liz, starting now.
I first met Clement Freud at a party, and he asked if I would participate in...
Clement Freud, you've challenged.
Hesitation.
Hesitation, I agree.
She daren't let her get out what she was going to say you said. That's why.
I must say, she stuttered over the thought of what she was going to say.
Yes,
indeed. Oh, dear, what a pity. We may never know. Perhaps as well. Perhaps the series will continue. There are 7 seconds left with you, Clement Freud, to continue with party games starting now.
My favourite party game is getting Ebenezer Scrooge into a stocking filler.
Kenneth Williams, why have you challenged?
It's deviation. Getting Ebenezer Scrooge into a stocking is
It's impossible
not
at this particular time because he does not exist. I give you a point and the subject, and there are 2.5 seconds left. Party games starting now.
We're supposed to take hold of your partner's hand and in her ear.
Well, at the end of that round, Kenneth was speaking once again, so he got the extra point. Liz Fraser crept up in the middle of that game and has now overtaken them, has 1 point lead over the other 3 at the end of that round. So it really is neck and neck. Liz, your turn to begin. The subject is carol singing. Would you talk about that for 60 seconds, starting now?
Good King Wenceslas stepped
Kenneth, why have you...
I've challenged because deviation, you should ask to talk about it and should proceed to sing about it.
Yeah, that's
I was
You asked
carol
her to talk
singing.
about it.
Yes, it is a very good challenge, because I did say, actually, talk about it, and she started to demonstrate it.
Well, she's new.
What's that?
She's new.
She's new. So let me put it to the audience. Now, do you think, I say, will you talk about it? She was demonstrating it. If you agree with Kenneth's challenge, would you cheer? And if you disagree, will you boo? And will you all do it together now? If you disagree with Kenneth, you're on the lady's side. She's new to the game, which seems very justified. So
You brainwashed all of them.
Liz gains a point and keeps the subject. There are 55 seconds left for carol singing starting now.
When the snow lay round about, deep and crisp and even brightly.
Kenneth, why are you challenged?
Well, all there's Anne, Chris, Anne, all there's Anne.
Well, technically, she was repeating herself, wasn't she? So I suppose, to be fair. What?
Oh, that is
No,
going to be
give
a
it
rule
to,
from now
give
on.
it to Kenneth.
And
I did
it's
say
going to be a
and.
repetition.
No, I'm not going to charge any points. That's the fairest thing to do. I'm going to leave the subject with Liz Fraser, no points charged, because I'm not going to charge on Anne's. I think we've once before established that. 47 seconds left. Carol singing, Liz, starting now.
It is not generally known that I have the most exquisite voice with the range of...
Clement Freud challenged that time.
Hesitation.
Hesitation. I agree, Clement. You gain a point and the subject, and there are 42 seconds left. Carol singing, starting now.
When the mince pie is wheeled in on the trolley, we hold hands and sing carols, especially Carol. She...
Liz Fraser challenged. Why?
Well, I thought he said Carol
I
twice, but
know,
the first
but
one was actually
this
Carol's.
is what happens. He tries to be clever,
Yes.
and the first person in often gets stumped. So I disagree, because it was Carol's, and now it's a girl called Carol. Clement gets another point, and there are 33 seconds left for Carol singing, Clement, starting now.
The holly and the ivy and good and king and Wenceslas and many other lovely carols and...
Liz Fraser, why have you challenged?
Carols.
Yes, well done. It wasn't for and.
Well done.
And there are 22 seconds left for carol singing, Liz, starting now.
And because I have this marvellous voice, I am asked every Christmas time to go singing with the choirs which are going around the various districts in our area. And I go armed with a flask of gargle water and sing Once in Royal David's City, Silent Night, Good King Wenceslas.
Derek Nimmo challenged.
Repetition of Good King
Yes, because you sang that before.
Yes,
and
I
you're
did sing that
repeating it.
before.
So Derek
Quite
got in very clever just before the whistle. There's half a second to go. Carol singing. Starting now.
I have a lovely new
The audience here all went, oh, but you see, it must be fair in the game, because Ian Messler hadn't actually blown the whistle, so Derek was in. And it's even more exciting, because we have 3 leaders all together, and Kenneth is behind the other 3 at the end of the
Well, as Herodotus said, what is good without my saying so.
But you still have a chance to redress the balance, Kenneth. And the subject now is for Clement Freud. It's your turn to begin, Clement, and the subject is punch. And would you talk to us for 60 seconds, punch, starting now?
If you take equal quantities of cinnamon, clove, and nutmeg, and grate all these and dissolve it in a pint of water, adding a pound of sugar, you get the most excellent basis for a punch, especially if you allow this liquid to boil for an hour or more, and then strain it through a cloth into another vessel, adding to this wine whenever you feel like it, because the important thing about punch is the wine therein must not boil.
Derek Nimmo challenge.
Repetition of wine.
Yes, we've had wine twice. So Derek gains a point and the subject.
I wanted to hear the
and
recipe.
there are 30 seconds left for punch, Derek, starting now.
In the middle of the Victorian era, a very different change came into comedy right in this country.
Clement Freud's challenge, why?
Hesitation.
I didn't notice a hesitation.
Didn't you? Hesitation?
No,
You must
no,
be
no.
the only one.
No, I didn't. There are 26 seconds for punch, Derek, starting now.
And a magazine came to be born which was called Punch, and had on the front of it the gentleman who performed with Judy.
Kenneth Williams got him first then. Hesitation, I agree then. So, Kenneth, you get a point, and there are 19 seconds left for punch, starting now.
I received one on my nose in a barrack room in Ceylon, and I remonstrated. I said, "Here, who do you think you're knocking about? What right have you?" He said, "Look at that," and showed me his arm, on which was 3 stripes, and I had none. And...
Derek, would you begin the next round? And the subject is port, and there are 60 seconds for you to talk about it, starting now.
Well, one of the things I've never really gone along with is any port in a storm. It does seem to be rather a foolish thing to say. Because if one is in a tempest or a hurricane or a whirlwind and at sea, one would rather have...
Liz Fraser, why have you challenged?
One.
One.
No, not one.
No, not Anne's.
Not 1-1.
I don't think. No points scored. Leave the subject with Derek Nimmo, and there are 49 seconds left for port, Derek, starting now.
In my fifth, I'd write to...
Clement Freud challenge, why?
Hesitation.
Yes, hesitation. This is a sad thing that sometimes it's difficult to start again. Clement, I have to agree with a definite hesitation. You gain a point, and there are 47 seconds left for port, starting now.
Port is the name given to a fortified wine made in the Oporto Valley of Portugal, where it is drunk by the English gentry, who have for years and generations, centuries in fact, been the only people to involve
Liz
themselves.
Fraser, why have you challenged?
Hesitation?
No, he did keep going. He was running down a little, but he kept going. So, Clement, as I disagree with the challenge, you'll gain another point, and there are 30 seconds left for port, starting now.
It is traditional at smart dinner parties for the ladies to leave the gentlemen, and the males of the species thereafter to consume port, while their female counterparts are outside.
Kenneth Williams, why have you challenged?
Because you don't, deviation, you don't consume port, you drink it. You consume. That is the act of eating, you see. You don't eat a drink. No, I'm not having it. I'm not having it. I'm not having it.
You're not having it. You tried very hard, but I mean, if you've drunk something or eaten it, it has been consumed, surely. Oh.
So, I'm afraid to be fair to the game, I have to disagree with the challenge, leave it with Clement Freud, and say there are 18 seconds left for port, Clement, starting now.
On board ship, port is the left-hand side, where starboard is the right. And many a sailor has gone to the wrong place simply because of a failure to acquaint himself with this simple form of direction. While drinking liquid...
I'm afraid that we have no more time, so that is the end of this week's contest, if you can call it that, because we like to call it a game. And I must point out right away that Derek's last challenge wouldn't have made any difference to the final result. It's a very fair one, a very interesting one, because equal in second place we had our guest for this week, first time, very good, Liz Fraser. But by a couple of points only, we have the winner once again this week, Clement Freud. I hope that you've enjoyed this particular edition of Just a Minute. All of us here would like to wish you, listening, a very, very happy Christmas. From all of us here, goodbye.
The chairman of Just a Minute was Nicholas Parsons. The programme was devised by Ian Messiter and produced by Simon Brett.
Last weekend, what did you think of the programme?
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant, from start to finish. A certain almost rococo panache distinguished the stylistic quasi-gothic mise-en-scène. I really think no one can argue with that.
Medusa?
I quite agree. It was perfect.
Ramsden?
Brilliant, brilliant.
Yes, yes. Well, we obviously agreed. We all enjoyed listening to last week's edition of The Critics. Next week, we shall be discussing the Christmas edition of Round the Hall.
Oh,
And here now, our special guest, who has flown all the way from Montenegro to be with us tonight, siffleuse extraordinaire, Gladys Mavrocordato.
Hello and welcome to the show. Thank you very much.
Good on you.
Yes, thank you. Well, of course, it's Christmas Eve. Unless you happen to be listening on Christmas Day, because we're getting a repeat tomorrow. And if you are listening on Christmas Day, we won't be getting a repeat tomorrow because this is it. But to those of you who are listening yesterday, that is today to you, you can listen again tomorrow, which is today to everybody who isn't listening yesterday. Well, I thought I ought just to clear that up, you see. Now the first item. Now, who's our announcer?
Me, sir.
Good heavens, yes. Douglas Smith, you're still with us.
Yes.
I thought you'd have been put out to pasture with all this upheaval in radio.
Oh, no, I'm very adaptable, sir.
Yeah, you can say that again.
I now have a completely new Radio 1 image.
Really?
Yes, I'm calling myself Emperor Smith. Hi there, flappers and bobby socks. Yes, it's Doug time to dig Doug. Douglas Smith is wonderful.
Oh, stop. Honestly, you sound like the Bach choir. Somehow. What's that you're carrying?
That's a sitar.
It's rather small, isn't it? I suppose it's a baby sitar, eh? Oh, dear, the critics. All right, Smith, swing into the announcement.
Right, sir, ring-a-ding-ding. First, via radio link, we go to Mount Everest to hear how that daring mountaineer, Sir Fledermaus Bull Usage, and his loyal Sherpa Jam Singh are spending their Christmas. Are you there?
Yes, we're here on a narrow ledge on the north face. It's bitterly cold, and I have to keep talking to stop my Sherpa from dropping off. We've poured flaming brandy over the pemmican and twined holly round our pitons. And now we're about to pull a Christmas cracker. Are you ready, Jam Singh? Wake up, man, wake up.
Oh, yes, I am waking. I got chipped. I got chapped. Chapattis.
All right. Right, now here, take this cracker.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Pull! Oh, good. I've got a lovely little plastic novelty.
And I've got the paper.
And thank you, Sir Fledermaus, alone on Mount Everest. And another man working through the festive season is St. Pancras washroom attendant, Mr. Montague Gore Strangely. Well, now, Mr. Gore Strangely, and I see you festooned the place with paper chains.
Yes. I made them myself.
Did you really?
Yeah, nice, aren't they?
Aren't they charming,
Nice.
yes.
Yeah, not only that, I've written the words Merry Christmas in white paint on the roller towel.
Shows up very clearly. And I left Mr. Gore Strangely secreting threepenny pieces in the bars of soap and looking at the cheery greetings on his walls. Well, now, it's the season of pantomime.
And so tonight, Armpit Theatre proudly and furtively presents Cinderella, or Through a Glass Slipper Darkly.
The scene opens on a village green. The villagers dance about gaily, the footlights lighting up their feet and the spotlights lighting up their spots. My name is Baron Hardup. I have 3 daughters. As Cornplaster,
Hello, dear.
played by Hugh Paddock. Then there's my second daughter, Bread Poultice, brought to life, by saturnine sex symbol Kenneth Williams.
Hello, Daddy. Look, hither comes
Here.
Look, hither comes Dandini, the prince's messenger.
That's all I ever get, these plot lines.
Oh, yes. I bring you salutations and a message from your sovereign prince. Insofar as that this evening a splendid ball come cheese and wine party is to be held at the palace, all maidens are requested to attend for the purpose of the royal butchers at the local crumpets.
Meanwhile, back at the kitchen range is my third daughter, Cinderella, played by swarthy, guttural ex-bomber pilot Betty Marsden. She sits among the cinders, a rosy glow on her cheeks. Enter Buttons, woodenly recited by Douglas Smith.
Hello, Cinders, it is I.
Buttons.
Oh, I do beg your pardon.
See, I said he couldn't handle the part. That's giving a love scene to an announcer. Especially when there's professionals standing by. Yes, thank you. Yes. Here's me, fobbed off with an ugly sister. Ugly sister, spitting a cough. I'm not being serviced on this show. I need the servicing, Ducky. I mean, I can cope with more than this, and this doesn't stretch me. I'm used to enormous parts.
All right, you can play Buttons as well.
Oh, good. But I say, sir, Mummy was listening specially.
Oh, shut up, Smith. Shut up. Smith,
Yeah, go on, get out.
Now then, re-enter Button.
Hello, Cinders, it is I, Cinders, Cinders.
That's the way it ought to be played, you see. With a feeling. He makes it sound like 10 o'clock news, either. Notice the timbre in my voice, you see. I can reach right to the back of the hall with me timbre, if I really try. And without your artificial aids, Ducky, I can tell you things make your ear curl.
That'd be a miracle, too, wouldn't it?
Oh, what a shame you cannot go to the ball tonight, Cinders.
I know, Buttons, and yet my 2 ugliest sisters are going.
Be not gloomy. I will cheer you with a song and a smile.
We're gonna hang out watching on the sea-free light. Have you any dirty watching? Here. washing. Just how old is this script?
Well, what's the matter now?
I thought the pages were a bit yellow. Look at these jokes. Here, page 10. I hear Masso's just invented a new tank. Got it written here. 4 gears, 1 forward and 3 reverse.
Oh, dear, the critics is very good.
Oh, shut up. It's all very well for you. You haven't got to read it. Look, ration books, gas masks, fire watching. I can't read these.
And after the sophisticated suave badinage for which I am noted on international cabaret. Yes, that's the real writing.
Very well. Let's leave the kitchen.
I should think so. Masso, indeed. It's a disgrace.
The transformation scene. The lights dim, the music swells, the stage revolves, revealing to our astonished gaze, we're back in the kitchen again. Cue sax. Everyone has gone to the ball. Cinderella sits alone amongst the cold grey ashes, weeping softly and playing her saxophone. And hardly had she finished when a wrinkled old crone appeared in a twinkling.
Hello, old crone. Let me help you off with your twinkling.
How kind of you, child. I am your fairy odd mother.
There's a typing error. They missed out the G.
Oh, yes, yes. G, I am your fairy odd. You shall go to the ball centre. I shall wave my magic wand.
Played by thin, rigid Douglas Smith.
And amazing things will happen. They always do when I wave it about. Abracadabra.
There was a blaze of magic light, and in a trice, Cinderella's rags disappeared in their place. Well, come on, Paddock. Shouldn't there be something in their place?
Yes, sorry, I'm still a learner with this one.
I'm not very good at changing gear.
It is I! But, here, go and put something on.
It's not my fault. Me wand's jammed in second. There, that's better. Abracadabra. There. A shimmering silken ball gown studded with rhinestones. How lovely you look.
Oh, silken ball gown. Yes, it's me. Oh, thank you, Fairy. Thank you, Fairy Odd Mother. Now I can go to the...
I should be wearing that.
This wouldn't fit you. Look at you. Great rippling deltoids. Fists like smoked hams. You wouldn't get anyone kicking Sandy Betty Marsden's face. Now me, you see, I'm more your lithe, boyish type. Yes, I shall play Cindy.
Look, I'm not standing for this. I'm currently starring in Bride of the Swamp Monster. I've got billing over the title.
All right, Betty, all right. But you know what it's like. You see, our seat's made up to you. Don't worry.
Well, I don't know why you're battering her up. She's in the twilight of her career, she is. I've seen her in Bride of the Swamp Monster, and she don't wear makeup.
You're only jealous. I'm jealous because you did not get the part.
Yeah, she don't wear makeup, but you're more a paper hanging job, you are. Oh, sorry, I spoke.
Aren't we all?
Yes, Enough, everybody. Now, let's see, where were we? Oh, yes, the fairy godmother called for a pumpkin and waved her thin, rigid Douglas Smith over it.
Swish, swish.
Well done, Smith. And amazingly, the pumpkin turned into a coach. Walter Winterbottom, as it happened. Oh, you do remember. Good. And after that, she took 4 white mice, also played by versatile Douglas Smith.
Squeak, 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 sir.
Good man. And the scene ends as Cinderella leaps on the back of Walter Winterbottom and is carried off to the ball.
Hey, what about the glass slipper and being back at midnight and all that?
Well, there's no point in making it stiff with plot, eh? Okay, on to the ball.
the Count of Monte Crick and the right unbelievable Letitia Fitzseldom, the pretender to the Sultanate of Silesia and the late Mrs. Bandersnatch, Cinderella and Walter Winterbottom.
And as Cinderella entered the ballroom, the prince saw her and started. The crowd around pretended not to notice. Before long, Cinderella and the prince were dancing together. The music swelled, tales from the Vienna woods floated upon the midnight air.
So anyway, dearie, you got me behind this tree in the Vienna woods. So I said, if you think I'm that sort of girl...
Laughter! Laughter and gaiety were everywhere. And joy knew no bounds. They had to throw her out in the end. Suddenly, the clock struck.
Bong, sir.
You get around, don't you, Smith? Cinderella ran out into the night, leaving behind her nothing but a glass slipper, a surgical stocking, a copy of Judo Monthly, a roll of wallpaper, and a plastic sink tidy. And the following day, the prince promulgated a decree in a public place.
Oh yes, oh yes. The prince hereby decrees that whomsoever this glass slipper, surgical stocking, copy of Judo Monthly, roll of wallpaper and plastic sink tidy fits, he will espouse.
The prince and Dandini visited every maiden in the kingdom, trying it on. Finally, they came to my own abode, hard up who. Well, first corn plaster tried it on, then bread poultice, and suddenly, from the kitchen ran a tousled waif.
Let me try it on.
Nonsense! It would never fit you buttons.
I'm Cinderella now, you fool.
Oh.
Here, give me the blooming thing.
There, see, it fits. Oh, Prince, Prince, when shall we be wed?
Say something, Prince. Speak to me, come on, say something. Who's supposed to be playing Prince Charming?
Well, you are, actually.
Oh, yes. Oh, actually, this could be rather nasty.
I'm walking about with the script, too. And so, kiddies, the prince in the person of Kenneth Williams and Cinderella, also in the person of Mr. Williams, were married and lived happily, if confusingly, ever after. Now, every year at this time I like to hold a party, but unfortunately the party I had in mind got a modelling job at the last minute. It was at the Merchant Seamen's Hospital, so I decided to invite a few friends round, and to help me with the arrangements I had Daphne Whitethigh.
Now, first, food. On these cold nights, your guests will really appreciate a good hot Madras curry. You can't beat a good Madras curry.
Well, that's true. The bits of mango spatter all over the walls.
Right. Now, Podrick is, why not a non-alcoholic punch? Tasty, but not inebriating. Here's my recipe. Marinate some cenopods in elderberry wine, add a pint of prune juice, some rhubarb essence, and fig extract to taste. Top up with lemon juice, decorate with cucumber slices, and serve in individual cups. It's absolutely ideal if you want a running buffet.
Yeah, should make the party go all right. Thank you, Daphne Whitethigh. Ah, I heard the bell. It must be the first guests.
Madam Osiris wishes you the compliments of the season and brings you lots of luck and many roses.
Oh, Madam Gnome Clencher, let me take your hat, your coat, and your crystal ball.
Thank you.
And if you want to prognosticate, you know where it is. Right here on the hall stand.
I'm afraid I haven't brought you a present,
No?
but I'll give you a quick shufty up your zodiac. Now, let me see. Your Pisces the fish, ain't you?
Yes.
Well, your house is in the fourth quarter, rising over Capricorn with your nodes in the ascendant and Virgo in the broom closet.
Well, what does that mean?
Means watch out for Chinese armed with baseball bats. Argentine footballers and Negroes with red hair.
Negroes with red hair? Why should I watch out for them?
There's not many of them about.
Thank you, Madam Osiris.
Oh, don't thank me, dear. It's all in the stars.
Ah, yes, new arrivals. Hello. Why? Charles. Charles. Alone? Where's Fiona?
She's gone, Mr. Horne. Gone, gone, gone.
You mean lost?
Not lost, gone. She left this note here. Read it.
Q, when is a door not a door? A, when it's ajar. Why should she say that?
That's from her cracker. The note's on the other side.
Oh, I see. Now, what does she say?
Darling, darling Charles. It's all over, my darling. I'm breaking it off. It could never be, my darling. Our love was a flash in the pan, a mere miasma, a few fresh, fleeting fragments of time. Snow in April, April in Paris, Paris in the spring, and spring in Park Lane. Sob, sob, gulp, gulp, gasp. It's all over, Charles. Oh. It's all over, Charles.
She writes very small, doesn't she? Charles, how long had you been together?
38 years.
38.
38 years of living and loving, striving and building and remembering and forgetting, achieving and failing, groping and reaching, fumbling and finding, laughing and crying, rabbits and landau, and Jolton come harder. Oh, Mr. Horne, with her gone, I shall die a little.
Die a little?
Yes, just here, the little grey bits over my ears. It will take years off me.
Yes. And do you think that'll bring her back?
Back? Who wants her back?
Hello, it's rambling Sid Rumpo.
Oh, hello, me dearie. Very nice to who will spare a penny for a wandering carol singer, for there's rhyme on me cordwangle and a sprig of holly at me grusset.
Well, I'll get the pliers. So, good Rumpo, wouldst thou singst for the company?
Fine would I, only I'm under exclusive contract to Edison Bell. Still, seeing as how it's you, I'll burst forth with my air as follows.
Ladies and gentlemen, there'll now be a short wait. Oh, dear. Well, that's very good. Now for our next item this evening.
Now, here,
What?
I haven't sung it yet. It is called Good King Boroslav, and it goes after this fashion. Good King Boroslav looked out on the night of granges, saw them whirling round about, armed with rubber plungers.
Brightly shone their artifacts, red their possets glowing. He knew not from whence they came, but he knew where they were going. Out he went into the snow, loud his lummocks ringing, with his moolies all aglow and his trousers clinging. Back he brought those grungers bold, stood them by the fire dogs, saved them from the bitter cold by thawing out their Yule logs. Those who would a grunger be, take heed of this warning, for there is no guarantee you will live till morning if you wordle in the snow in a spot you've chosen. Dawn's first light is going to show your waggling irons are froze.
And thank you, Rambling Sid.
Well, dear sir, very nice of you to have me.
Well, now, while he was singing, two other guests arrived, listened for a moment, and headed straight for the cloakroom. Cause and effect, I suppose. I think they're still in there. I'll just check. Hello, anybody there?
Oh, hello, I'm Julian. This is my friend Sam.
Oh, yes. Oh. Yes. Oh, hello, Mr. Horne. Nice to bother you, Dolly Old Eek again.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll be out as soon as Jules finished doing his rye. Takes him hours combing it so the join don't show.
Lady, you swore you'd never mention it.
You're so vain.
Ah, who's talking? Puts hormone cream on his knees, Mr. Horne. Yes, you do too. And anti-wrinkle cream on your elbows.
Well, if you've got good points, you might as well look after them.
And, Mr. Horne, do you know what? He goes to bed with a chiffon scarf tied under his chin, Mr. Horne. We all know what that's for, don't we? Trying to avoid telltale double chin.
It's not. It's to stop me talking in my sleep, and at least I don't wear a piece.
I'll give you a piece.
Peace, blow away. I don't lie about my age.
Well, neither do I.
Yes, he does. He lies. Don't you lie. Mr. Horne, I've seen his Mons star.
Well, now, look,
I've seen it.
Come and...
I've seen it.
I'm sure you have, yes. Now, come and meet the rest of the guests.
No, I don't think I could face anybody. No, I'm too upset.
Oh, come on. They're dying to meet you, and you did promise to entertain us.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to move from this spot. I'm not going to move till Sand apologises.
Never.
Oh, go on. After all, it's Christmas.
Oh, it's Christmas. All right.
Now, shape.
Yes, all right. There we are.
There, good.
There's no warmth in it.
Oh, come on. Come on.
And it's all right.
Quiet, everybody. Quiet, please. Julian and Sandy have promised to entertain.
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Now, with Jewel at the piano, we will give you a selection of campfire songs. You like warming your hands at the old campfire. So if you know the words, don't hesitate. Keep your mouth shut. Jewel?
Yes?
Ready? All allow your lappers on the Strilla's boner.
Oh, trust me.
Yeah. Trouble, I do. And here we go. He flies through the air with the greatest of ease. The daring young Ohm on his flying trapeze. His eek is so boner.
Oh, balloons he does please.
And my love is stolen away. Then we stood up and wrote.
There's a hole in my bucket, dear Sandy, dear Sandy. There's a hole in my bucket, dear Sandy, a hole.
Then why don't you stop it, dear Julian? Then why don't you stop it, dear Julian? Stop it.
With what shall I stuff it, dear Sandy, dear Sandy? With what shall I stuff it, dear Sandy? With what?
If I were to tell you, dear Julian, if I were to tell you, we'd be off the air.
Well, that's it. And if we've managed to raise a smile this Christmastide and helped you to forget your troubles for half an hour, all I can say is you must be particularly easy to please. Cheerio! See you next year.
It was Round the Horne, starring Kenneth Horne, with Kenneth Williams, Hugh Paddick and Betty Marsden. On the musical side, you heard the Max Harris Group. The script was written by Barry Took, Johnny Mortimer and Brian Cook. The programme was produced by John Simmons.
A very Merry Christmas to you all. As I think of you, my loyal customers, sitting at home round your firesides this Christmas, it brings home to me very strongly the enormous responsibility that I have as your milkman. And I know that you will appreciate how important it is to me to know that I have your support and shall continue to have your support throughout the coming year. The task of supplying milk to a great nation such as ours is, I am sure you realize, not an easy one. Either here at home or in our colonies, spread as they are like butter over the entire globe. Whether home or colonial, it is our express wish that it be cooperative, uniting dairies across the world. The milk of human kindness must not be watered down. It must flow not only through the cream of society, but also onto the most humble doorstep in the land, be it black or white or gold top. Let our lives be ordered, and ordered as soon as possible, so as to avoid disappointment in the years to come. I extend my warmest and most heartfelt bottles to you all.
We present Lines from My Grandfather Christmas's Forehead, a sequential entertainment for Christmas, starring Ronnie Barker, also featuring Terence Brady and Pauline Yates, with Gordon Langford at the piano.
Silence in court!
Take the book in your right hand and read what it says on the card.
Christmas time is here again, with mistletoe and holly. I wish you all you wish yourself, and may your day be jolly.
The other side of the card.
Oh. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Love, Dennis and Mabel.
Ah, there you are, Pettigrew.
Hello, sir.
Enjoying the party, eh?
Oh, yes, sir, thank you very much. Enjoying myself? He must be joking. Who enjoys office parties?
I believe in an annual party, you know. I like to keep my staff happy in the festive season.
Very kind of you, sir. Pity you can't keep us happy for the rest of the year. Everyone's enjoying themselves, I think, sir.
Yeah, it seems to be going very well. They're a miserable-looking lot when they're all in a bunch like this, huh? Plenty to drink, Pettigrew?
Oh, yes, plenty, sir. He's bought that cut-price British-type sherry again. And how's your good lady, sir?
Awfully well, awfully well.
She's not here this evening?
No, as a matter of fact, she isn't. She had a bit of a head today.
Oh, what a shame. Bit of a head, indeed. Sucking great hangover, I should think. She drinks like a fish. Sorry to hear that.
Yes, so now, if you'll excuse me, I must circulate. Have a jolly good Christmas. Help yourself to the sandwiches.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Hello, Mr. Pettigrew. Not a very swinging party, is it?
Hello, Sandra. Stick around, my dear, and I'll see if I can liven things up for you. I say, it's a very pretty dress, Sandra.
Oh, thanks, Mr. Pettigrew.
Blimey, the old goat's coming closer. He's going to breathe sherry fumes all over me.
Have another little drink, Sandra.
I've had 3 already.
Well, have another, my dear. Who's counting? Innocent little sherry can't harm you. Mind you, 4 might do the trick. Come on, it is Christmas.
All right, then. I'll have one more little drink.
At least his hands aren't all over me like old Fumbler Davis.
Da.
Now then, Sandra, why don't we sit down over there?
In the corner, you mean?
Behind those filing cabinets, not on your sweet life.
Well, I was just going to powder my nose, Mr. Pettigrew.
Oh, were you? Damn. Oh, fine.
See you later.
Yeah.
Hello, Pettigrew. How's it going?
Oh, hello, Mr. Davis.
Where's little Sandra disappeared to?
I think she's gone home, Mr. Davis.
Ah, cheeky little minx, that one, eh? Yeah. Pity she's gone.
Yes. Dirty old devil, I know what he's after.
I hear you're joining my department after the Christmas holiday, Pettigrew.
Yes, I'll be with you next week.
Well, don't forget, I want you to come straight to me with any problems or any suggestions.
Oh, yes, Mr. Davis. Yes, and a fat lot of good that'll do me.
You see, I like to know what my staff are really thinking, and I pride myself that I do know what they're thinking.
Oh. Oh, in that case, I beg your pardon.
What?
Oh, nothing. I missed the sherry. It never did agree with me.
Yes, honesty and frankness, that's what business is all about, isn't it? Anyway, I look forward to having you in my department.
Heaven help me. Well, I look forward to working with you, Mr. Davis. Heaven help me.
Have a good Christmas then, Pettigrew.
And you, Mr. Davis. And you.
I wonder if old Santa Claus will visit me again this Christmas as he has done in the past. The fellows at the office say he never visits men. He stops bringing his toys to boys as soon as they are 10. All I can say is, I must be the last. I'm nearly 48 now, but I still hang up my sock beside the fireplace and my briefcase too. And every Christmas morning I awake at 6 o'clock to find my stocking bulging and my briefcase chock-a-block. So, as Mummy says, it really must be true. I've sent a list of things I want to Santa at the poll, together with my usual Christmas greeting, but I've got a feeling this year he may strike me off his roll, because he can't get down our chimney now. There isn't any hole, since Daddy went and put in central heating. I am a husband, wondering what to give my wife for Christmas. Last year I gave her a lovely pair of leather gauntlets, but they were a bit big for her, so now I wear them myself.
I'm a wife, trying to think what to give the old man for Christmas this year. I still haven't finished the scented talcum powder I gave him last year.
I'm a son, and it's always difficult to know what to give your parents. Unfortunately, neither of them ride a motorbike. I had to keep the crash helmet I bought last Christmas.
She won't want stockings again. I only hope she doesn't give me socks.
I might give him socks. And I could do with some stockings.
I wonder if our mum would like a few pairs of socks. All mine have got holes in.
I reckon she might like a new set of sparking plugs for the car.
I think he'd appreciate a set of electrically heated hair rollers.
I bet they'd be pleased with a football rattle.
Of course, it's daft to spend a lot of money. She'd probably be quite happy with a handkerchief.
What with everything so expensive? Perhaps I'll just get him a handkerchief.
I bet I'll finish up with a couple of handkerchiefs.
Conditions for motoring are not very nice. There's frost on the M1 and patches of ice. And also, I'm sorry, but in Cromwell Road, an articulated lorry has just shed its load. Oh, fog lights are flashing in Burton-on-Trent. There are hold-ups in Hull and there's chaos in Kent. In Slough there's a junction where things have gone wrong. As the traffic lights no longer function, there's a queue 5 miles long.
It hurts me to add, but I feel you should know the whole Isle of Wight's under 2 feet of snow. But if on your travels you happen to see a sleigh with a team of reindeer, don't hit it, it's me.
Ah, darling, our first Christmas in our own home. Little Johnny old enough to know and enjoy it, eh? Where is he?
He's asleep. Better for him not to see it till the morning.
Yeah.
You got the lights, did you?
Yeah, they work too. Do you remember when we were kids? They never seemed to work, did they?
Yes. Never mattered, did it? Oh, Jim, I'm so happy.
So am I, darling. Right, let's start, shall we? Yeah.
Help me put the sheet down.
Yeah, there we are.
That's right. That'll catch the needles.
Yeah. Nice tree, isn't it, eh? There we are.
Oh, it's going to look lovely.
Right, well, you hold the bucket, darling, that's it. Now we'll prop it up, see, with the logs, like that. Now, come on, darling, it's heavy.
Oh.
That's it. No, wait a minute. No, it's got a list. We don't want a crooked tree, do we? No, wait a minute. That's it. That's better, better.
Jim, wouldn't it be better the other way round?
What do you mean?
Well, it's bushier at the back.
Oh, all right. There. How's that then?
Well, I don't know. I think it's better.
What do you mean, you think?
Oh, it is better, darling. Much better.
Right, well, we better have a go then. Hang on. Let's cling onto the ladder there. That's it.
Jim, do be careful with those decorations. Some of them belong to Mother.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
Oh, be careful what you're doing.
Oh, God.
Oh. It doesn't matter.
Well, it was only one of the old ones.
It did happen to belong to my mother.
Yeah, well, we've got lots more, love. Come on, pass them up. That's it. I put one there. That's it. Yeah. Oh, it's beginning to look lovely, isn't it? Eh? Right, now, pass the lights up, would you?
Here you are.
Don't in a bang together.
I'm trying my best.
Hold the ladder.
I've only got one pair of hands. I'm holding the tree steady.
No, don't worry about the tree. Look, I'm perched up here 6 feet off the ground with a string of fairy lights. Hold the ladder.
I am holding the ladder, but there's only 8 stone of me and there's 14 stone of you.
Are you implying I should lose weight again?
I'm just implying that's a socking great bundle to hold up at the end of the ladder. Now, for heaven's sake, get a move on. I've got the stuffing to do.
How's that look?
Well, you haven't got them very high. They look silly there, like an electric belt round the knees.
Look, if you think I'm going to... Hold the ladder!
Oh, well, come down.
Oh, no. If you want them higher, I'll get them higher.
Oh, watch where you put your... That's another of Mother's.
I'll do this if it kills me. It was only another of your mother's tatty old angels anyway.
They're not tatty. They're pre-war.
Oh, for God's sake.
Oh, you never do anything right, do you? Look at the garage door.
Look, woman, just belt up. Do you hear me? Just belt up. We're decorating the tree. That's what you want, isn't it? Well, isn't it?
Oh, I'm going to do my stuffing.
Oh, well, go and get... Ow! Oh!
Oh, come, let us adore him. Oh, come, let us adore him. Oh, come, let us adore in Christ the Lord.
Hear the bells are ringing, Bill. That's 'cause it's Christmas Eve. But it ain't for you and me as they's a ringing. When we's cold and hungry, Bill, it's hard to make believe as we can hear the happy angels singing. If we'd a bed to sleep in and could get enough to eat, then bells of angels' voices might remind us. But not when we to doss, Bill, in the cold and cruel street, where the bobby's nearly always sure to find us. It's dreadful hard on you, Bill, 'cause you're such a little kid. What didn't oughter know a bit of sorrow? And wouldn't if them Christian folks as do as they was bid by him whose birthday's going to be tomorrow. But it was him what said, let little children come to me. And meaning just such little coves as you, Bill. But I ain't got no chance, because I'm nearly 10, you see. And I tell you, as I knows a thing or two, Bill. You can't sell evening papers so's to get your bit to eat. like I done since the time I was 7, without a picking up another badness in the street, to leave no earthly chance to get to heaven. Them coves what come around with tracks has summed me up a treat. I'm a outcast, little even, poor low sinner. Perhaps they'd have been the same if they'd been brought up in the street and hardly ever had no proper dinner. But Bill, when you and me is dead, I'll come along with you, and you shall introduce me as your brother. And him as knowed what sorrow was is sure to let me through. 'Cause why? We've been such pals to one another. Ain't we, Bill?
George, do go and get ready. They'll be here soon.
Plenty of time, darling. Everything under control?
No, I can't get the cream to whip, and there's a very funny noise coming from the oven.
Really?
And I've just remembered that I've forgotten to wrap up your mother's present.
Never mind, Helen. It's the thought, not the wrapping paper.
And I do think you should turn up the central heating a bit more.
Darling, they're coming for dinner, not a sauna bath. Now calm down.
George, it can't be them already.
Of course not. It's probably some inebriated postman who can't find the letterbox. Now back to the kitchen and leave me to cope. All right, I'm coming.
Hello, Gov. British Rail. You Mr. George Hooker?
That's right.
Oh, good. OK, Sydney, you can bring it out the van. Just sign this, would you, Gov?
Certainly. What exactly am I signing for?
Elephant, Gov.
I see.
Easy coming through the gate now, Sydney. You'll have that fence down in a minute.
My God, it is an elephant.
Yes, they're immediately recognisable, aren't they? Yes. It's a size as much as anything. Shall we leave it in the garden, sir, or would you like brought in the house?
But there must be some mistake.
No mistake, sir, no. You are Mr. George Hooker, 43 Wellington Drive.
Well, yes.
Who is it, George?
Oh, what? Oh, it's all right, darling. It's nothing important. I'll be in a minute.
Do hurry, it's freezing with the door open.
Yeah, right, darling. Now, look here, be reasonable. I mean, it's trampling all over my roses.
Oh, well, it's bound to want to stretch its legs a bit, isn't it? It's been cooped up in the van all the way from Tilbury Docks. Hello? What's happened to its sprig of mistletoe? Sydney? Where's that sprig of mistletoe? Has it eaten it?
I don't give a damn about its sprig of mistletoe.
You will if the mistletoe disagrees with it, Gov. Anyway, it's no good getting shirty with me. I'm just delivering it, ain't I? Presumably it's a gift, is it?
Gift? From whom?
Ah, hang on a moment. 'Cause it's got a seasonal message painted on the side of it. Sydney! Tell it to turn round so the gent can see the seasonal message. No, Sydney, you're talking to the wrong end. I wouldn't stand there if I was you. I mean, it's asking for it, innit?
Oh, for heaven's sake, mind the bird bath.
Mind the bird bath, Sydney. Now, hold it still so the gent can read the message.
Best wishes to all at number 43 from Uncle Bertram.
George, what are you doing out there?
No, nothing, darling. Look here, do you think we could get it into the summer house?
Oh, I don't know, Gov. We could try.
I'd be extremely grateful. Anything's better than having it tramping round the lawn. I mean, we've got people coming.
Yeah. Sydney, start turning it round the other way. We're putting in the summer house. Well, try blowing in its ear hole then.
Heaven knows what I'm going to do with it.
George!
Oh, yes, I'm coming, darling, coming. I'm sorry about all that, darling.
George, I've just made the most ghastly discovery. I haven't got a present for Aunt Gladys.
Oh, dear.
I mean, we can't give everyone a present except her, can we? What am I to do, George?
Don't panic, Helen. No, I've got just the thing for Aunt Gladys. Get a ball of string and a very, very large piece of paper.
I am envisaging a lactescent Yuletide, bearing a strong similarity to those with which we were formerly acquainted in the past, at a time when the pinnacles of the arbours coruscated, and the junior citizens eavesdropped
in order that they might give audience to the reverberations of the sledge gongs in the slush. I am contemplating a particularly fleecy Noel. While in the process of putting my signature to each and every one of the seasonal pasteboards destined for my kith and kin, it is my sincere wish that your spans be Saturnalian and sanguine. And, finally, may all your Hanukkahs be Caucasian.
Of course, Christmases aren't what they used to be.
No, not like the old days. Sparkling frost and snow over everything.
Yeah, like the old Christmas cards, snow everywhere.
British Rail regret the late arrival of the 1320 from Manchester. This was due to frozen points and severe snowdrifts. The 1430 to Birmingham has been cancelled.
And what about the old-fashioned Christmas dinners, eh?
Yes, they knew how to eat in the old days.
Boar's heads, game pies, flagons of ale.
Goblets of wine. Why don't we eat like that nowadays?
But we're on a diet, you see. There's soup. Well, I mean, that's 95 calories before you can say Santa Claus. Wine, well, that's 40 calories. Turkey in the trimming, say 140. Ham, 60. Christmas pudding, 150. That's without the brandy butter, oh boy. I'm afraid we can't. But if you do have any yoghurt or wheat germ, perhaps, or perhaps even a nut or two.
And there were lots of carol singers in the old days.
Everywhere, all out in the streets singing their heads off.
I wonder why you don't hear so many of them nowadays.
No, you're right. Christmases aren't what they used to be.
Not quite like the old days.
Jesus Christ was born to save, calls you one and calls you all to gain his everlasting call. Christ was born to save, Christ was born to save.
One Christmas was so much like another in those years. Around the Seatown corner now, and out of all sound, except the distant speaking of the voices I sometimes hear a moment before sleep, that I can never remember whether it snowed for 6 days and 6 nights when I was 12, or whether it snowed for 12 days and 12 nights when I was 6. Always on Christmas night there was music. An uncle played the fiddle, a cousin sang Cherry Ripe, and another uncle sang Drake's Drum. It was very warm in the little house. Aunt Hannah, who has got onto the parsnip wine, sang a song about bleeding hearts and death, and then another in which she said her heart was like a bird's nest. And then everybody laughed again, and then I went to bed. Looking through my bedroom window, out into the moonlight and the unending smoke-coloured snow, I could see the lights in the windows of all the other houses on our hill, and hear the music rising from them, up the long, steadily falling night. I turned the gas down, I got into bed, I said some words to the close and holy darkness, and then I slept.
You've been listening to Lines from My Grandfather Christmas's Forehead.